no fit fly like other birds. What?
How you gonna read BBC Pigeon on the clubhouse about the F words and the N words?
How I go take Doam Nime and make foul no fit fly like other birds?
He said, "This is us being irascible. We're sorry, but we felt that we were in a safe space only for friends. So
we're bored. We have no mods and we have no control over the room."
Well, okay. Here's the thing. Let me give a profile message this morning. All communication knows this.
Rabbi.
Listen, when when Hitler Musk does the Sig Heil, that's a perfect example of all communication is hypnosis. But since he's autistic, he didn't think that a nonverbal hand gesture was really communication. But now he knows all communication is hypnosis.
Rabbi, PTR, and please try to read this out loud if you can. Can you read this out loud?
Yeah, it's kind of cooked. I think that's fine.
Yeah. Hang on.
How do people to say, what is going to be a part of this?
Okay, this is the Adrian Dittman Morning Show. Welcome. Rabbi Devante. He's such a goofball.
Hello, Maroney. Welcome to the Adrian Morning Show, where we will be doing a meditation. We'll start with a meditation, and then we'll get into some scriptures and some readings of Taoism. And
yeah, that sounds
I'm not sure what's on the schedule. Maybe Ellen Watts.
Wow. Bold. You are bold, sir.
Maroney, this is a podcast show. If you want to watch Adrian, tap the link, subscribe, connect.
What does he do?
What do you mean, what do I do? It's my show.
Yeah, he goes over powerful messages, scriptures, morning meditations, and helpful advice to navigate your life.
I have pictures of fat white women crying. This is weird. This is crazy.
Give it a chance.
How do I get out of this? Like, my screen is stuck now. What the hell? This looks... What is he, into psychedelics or something?
Who?
You. These pictures, they look trippy.
What pictures? What are you talking about?
I clicked the link and I went to it, and there's a bunch of fat white ladies screaming and shit.
Oh yeah. That's my blog.
Why are they screaming?
Because Trump is the president. Duh.
Oh. Let me see why you cry over that. I guess I'll meditate with y'all.
Awesome, yeah. It's a pleasure to have you around. Ping the room, share, invite your friends. We'll get started shortly.
Hi, Big Shiesty. We're about to meditate.
Okay, I'm messaging some friends who are part of this meditational roundtable who have the designated books to conduct the reading. We'll see if he shows up, and then we'll call my other friends and see if we can get them to join as well. We have to use this time productively. But first, let's play a little Gucci flip flop.
Feels like a dream, feels like magic. Girl, I believe I can have.
This is our cultural subversive moment. Bad Bobby.
I'm about to watch your back, make a double back, grab a tag. Gucci flip flops, fuck it, hit your bitch in the side. This a big watch, diamonds dripping off of the clock. Pull the six out, winter time, dropping the top. Give it to they pussy ass, turn this shit up a notch. Gucci flip flops, make a kick rock. It's a big clock, check the wristwatch. Gucci flip flops, fuck it, hit your bitch in the side. This a big watch, diamonds dripping off of the clock.
I got big guap, pussy, y'all real rich. 6 cars, 2 houses, and I'm still rich.
He's still rich and he's got 2 houses. See, that's the type of cultural degradation that we're trying to reverse now that Trump is president. And this room is dedicated just to that. So, we'll see if if the friends come. We'll be patient. We will pray to Hashem that the minion forms, for without the minion, there can be no tikkun olam.
What if you're a witch?
What?
I mean, what if you're a witch? I don't pray to him.
I'm not
I'm
a
in that
witch.
culture.
I'm not a witch. What's up with
No,
that?
me. We
Oh.
don't do that in my culture.
You're a witch?
Duh.
Yeah, Adrian. Maroni can cast powerful spells.
Really?
Yeah, she's cursed out 3 black men on here and exposed them.
Wow.
Casted a ritual spell on them.
Wow. Well, we'll see if my Talmud Chacham shows up. All right, I'll be right back.
Yeah, we'll get started soon, Maroni.
Okay, we're gonna do a Taoistic book called Shin Shin Ming. This is R.H. Blythe with commentary. It's a very rare little book. Not too many people know about it, but it's a very important book. Many people quote from it. Was this the book I was reading yesterday? I can't remember. Okay, this is called Zen and Zen. Shakespeare says the lunatic, the lover, and the poet are of imagination all compact. The common feature of madness, love, and poetry is imagination, that is Zen. Imagination is the power to create what already exists, and this power Shakespeare attributes to three types of persons only. It is natural and proper, therefore, that we should speak of Zen under these three aspects, that we should speak of it paradoxically, lovingly, and poetically. How is it that when we seek to express Zen intellectually, verbally, we are always landed in paradoxes and contradictions? The answer is simple. The intellect, like the dictionary, is dichotomous in its nature. It divides truth into two halves and grasps one only of these halves, which one being decided by the profit or loss principle. It is easy to say all this, but difficult really to understand it. For when we are stating a general principle, we forget that this principle itself, however seemingly extensive in application, is only half the whole truth. The whole truth cannot by definition be stated in words, yet this very sentence is asserted in defiance of the definition. A common and obvious example is the much used word absolute as against the relative. What is usually forgotten is that absolute is not the absolute absolute. It is the relative absolute, the absolute relative to the relative. As another example, we may take the word all. When we say all, we think we include everything, but we do not. We exclude all that is not all. We omit the notion of not all that is inevitably engendered. When we cut into the reality, which includes all and not all, in the antagonism of science and religion, which is really that of reason and intuition, we get the two halves of the fact that everything material or spiritual is itself alone, separate from every other, and at the same time not part but all things. Science aims at a unity which is achieved in madness and mysticism, in love and in poverty, but it is not correct to speak of Buddhahood, in which all the contradictions of the intellect are entirely harmonized in a unity of higher order. For Zen is harmony and disharmony. It is disunity just as much as unity. When Shakespeare wrote Hamlet, he became Hamlet. This is true, but at the same time he remained Shakespeare, for without this paradoxical condition, no drama, no poetry, no Hamlet is possible. Zen is pretending. We pretend to be God and make the rain fall when it does so. We pretend to be men and get wet. Ordinary people also pretend, but alternately. The Zen pretending is pretending both at the same instant. When Wordsworth killed Lucy, or Shakespeare killed Desdemona, it was both murder and suicide, but at the same time neither was a murderer, neither took his own life. The lunatic view of life, the lunatic life, includes not only contradiction and paradox, but humor, a feast of unreason which, according to Aristotle and Kant, is founded upon contrast, upon the difference between fact and fancy, real and ideal. But fancy is only a different kind of fact, and the ideal is at least as real as the real. Thus laughter is the result and the evidence of the perception of the intellectually contradictory whole truth. A Again, humor, or its invariable concomitant laughter, a laughter which may be visible and audible or not, but which is always physical, is not a means, it is the end, enlightenment itself. The humor of Zen is always implicit, sometimes explicit. For example, in answer to the question, why did Bodhidharma come to China? That is, what is the essence of Zen? The dozens of answers may be the opposite to that expected by logic, or they may appear to be completely off the point and at random. But to parody Pascal, the intuition has its reasons, which reason does not know of. Putting the matter less obscurely, a question and answer is always a half question and a half answer. The Zen answer may be the other half of the answer, or better still, it may be the whole answer. When Joshu was asked, has this dog the Buddha nature? He answered, no. This is the other half answer, implying also the undichotomous nature of reality. When, however, Fuketsu was asked, both speaking and silence belong to the relative world, how can we escape from these two errors? He answered, I always think of Konan in March. Partridges chirp among the scented blossoms. This is not the realm of the absolute, nor is it that of the relative. To understand Joshu's answer, we must remember the essence of the Hanya Shinyo. Shikisoku Zeku, Shikisoku Keizu, Kusoku Ze Shiki. Shiki means what is often called reality. These two are not really two. They say they are. One is perhaps going too far. If we say that apparently unreal and changing is no different from the real, and the permanent, the relative, is the absolute, we are repeating the notion of the sutra in other words. But Joshu's words are not mere words. They are life being lived. They are the whole truth. They are the lunatic and the lover and the poet in action. They are silence speaking. They are of imagination all compact. Ding!
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to put on some Zen meditation music, and then I'll do a reading from the Shin Shin Ming. Oh.
Do you live with chronic knee pain? As you age, the cartilage cushion in your knees naturally wears away.
Okay, so make this a very peaceful day. Blessings and equilibrium are coming to you now. Joy now. Welcome to the Adrian Dittman Morning Show, where we help to program you early in the AM for rapid success.
Welcome back to your morning hour of meditational power. This is your Power Hour with Adrian Dittman, CEO of Tesla, SpaceX, as well as I'm buying OpenAI for $300 billion. That's right. Just kidding. Well, my minion is informing. Why are all my friends so irascible? So take another deep breath. Take the deepest breath of the morning. Visualize a bright white light above your head, increasing in intensity with every breath. Okay, this is the Tao Te Ching by Lao Tzu. There is no question of time and space. Understanding depends on ripeness of mind. What does it matter if one lives in the East or the West? Ramana Maharshi. Chapter number 1. Tao is beyond words and beyond understanding. Words may be used to speak of it, but they cannot contain it. Tao existed before words and names, before heaven and earth, before the 10,000 things. It is the unlimited father and mother of all limited things. Therefore, to see beyond boundaries, to the subtle heart of things, dispense with names, with concepts, with expectations and ambitions and differences. Tao and its many manifestations arise from the same source, subtle wonder within mysterious darkness. This is the beginning of all understanding. When people find one thing beautiful, another consequently becomes ugly. When one man is held up as good, another is judged deficient. Similarly, being the non-being balance each other, difficult and easy define each other, long and short illustrate each other, high and low rest upon one another, voice and song meld into harmony. What is to come follows upon what has been. The wise person acts without effort and teaches by quiet example. He accepts things as they come, creates without possessing, nourishes without demanding, accomplishes without taking credit. Because he constantly forgets himself, he is never forgotten. When praise is lavished upon the famous, the people contend and compete with one another. When exotic goods are traded and treasured, the compulsion to steal is felt. When desires are constantly simulated, people become disturbed and confused. Therefore, the wise person sets an example by emptying her mind, opening her heart, relaxing her ambitions, relinquishing her desires, cultivating her character. Having conquered her own cunning and cravings, she can't be manipulated by anyone. Do by not doing, act without non-action. Allow order to arise of itself. Tao is a whirling emptiness. Yet when used, it cannot be exhausted. Out of this mysterious well flows everything in existence, blunting sharp edges, untangling knots, softening the glare, settling the dust. It evolves us all, makes the whole world one. Something is there, hidden in the deep. But I do not know whose child it is. It came even before God. Heaven and earth are not sentimental. They regard all things as dispensable. The sage isn't sentimental either. He views all forms as ephemeral and transitional. Tao is like a bellows, empty but inexhaustible. The more you move it, the more it makes. Too much talk about it evaporates your understanding, though. Simply stay at the center of the circle. The heart of Tao is immortal, the mysterious, fertile mother of us all, of heaven and earth, of everything and no not thing. Invisible, yet ever present. You can use it forever without using it up. Heaven is eternal, earth is everlasting. They endure this way because they do not live for themselves. In the same way, the wise person puts himself last, and thereby finds himself first, holds himself outside, and thereby remains at the center, abandons himself, and is thereby fulfilled.
That was beautiful. The wise person puts themselves last, so they can be first. Well, what was it? So they can be first.
It says, heaven is eternal, earth everlasting. They endure this way because they do not live for themselves. In the same way, the wise person puts himself last and thereby finds himself first.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah, it's very smart. It's opposites, you know? It's like, it's just, yeah, people I think aren't aware of opposites, like in just about everything. And really, comedy, you know, we read earlier, is that in comedy? Comedy is like the pairing of opposites, and then the laugh is the truth. So it's how do you, if you were to do stand up comedy, how can you reverse engineer the laughs? Meaning that you have to compare and contrast or point out the irony of the opposite, I suppose, if that makes any sense. It's very difficult to do. Like, I really challenge you, Rabbi. Try to do stand up comedy like at an open mic night, and you'll realize like how much work you have to do, you know?
Oh, 100%. Being naturally funny requires a high level of intelligence. And it's interesting. I just kind of marinated on that for a moment because I do notice that the people that tend to be the most selfless, I mean, ultimately, it comes back around, and they get more than what they've given. If that makes sense. The wise man puts themselves last, which 100% I agree with.
To do
Yeah, no, I
a
can't
very
do
important
stand-up
role in
comedy.
society. And I was like, oh
Wait, hold
yeah,
on.
but women should go first.
Let's listen to her for just
okay,
3
why do you
minutes.
want to go? I mean,
This
go
is
and
my
die.
friend Dr.
By all
Sean.
means, if you have
He's
to
a good
struggle,
guy.
go and die. But it's like you cannot have the two things, you know.
But you see, so you need to create room for the outliers. I think that this is very interesting because you have egalitarian societies like, for example, Sweden or Norway, where they did this experiment where they did not try to impose anything, just allow people to do what they want. And what they found out that the people naturally tend to go towards the things that we consider traditional.
Yeah.
In terms of their
in the Nordics they did it, right?
Yeah, and but it's at the same time you need to allow the room. So this is why, like the second wave.
Lame.
But it's like living in Israel.
How did you live there for 8 years and you're still single? Are you must?
I've been single for 8 years.
Oh, I see. But you are still single because you're not.
Well, now I'm single because I'm leaving this country.
Well, yeah, but you have green card privileges, so you could.
But do you know how difficult that is? Like, for an Israeli guy, first of all, to make the choice to leave his family here is like an incredibly difficult decision.
I'm saying if you're in 28 and you're not married, you failed.
That was fucked up.
I'm joking. I mean, I'm 37.
Well, I heard a rabbi say if you don't get married by the time you're 30, something's seriously wrong.
Turn off your fucking recording and I'll speak, Adrian.
So I read the saddest story in like this like Jewish women group, and
now I'm not going to talk about myself because
I want to
tell this one story. Okay, so this woman, she's married to the husband, goes through the phone,
right? And like very religious, finds out that he had sex twice before they got married. How fucked up is that, man? He lied to the wife that was a virgin, said he was a virgin, and then they have a family and she finds out he lied.
Are you projecting?
Well, it probably would feel the same, yeah.
I'm sorry that I interrupted your story and said that you failed. I was just joking.
That's so rude.
Well, I know, but there's no facial expression, but I intend. It was just somebody told me that I wasted my 30s because I was in a relationship and I'm not married, so I'm in the same boat.
Yeah, but what marriage is?
I do not think we're in the same boat. I'm 28, leaving a country, and therefore am not dating someone seriously here because of that.
Marriage is.
And have a very
You could have
successful
a
relationship.
baby in 9 months, you know, like, so.
Zach, marriage is
In 1 month.
marriage is just a word. Having a child is the true marriage. That's the
Can you
real
stop
thing.
recording us?
I'm just gonna leave.
Okay, bye. You didn't leave.
Sorry.
Like my story, okay? Like, what should the wife do? Like, should she forgive him, the husband? Like, what does she do?
What was the story? I wasn't listening. There was too much going on.
Okay, so like super orthodox religious woman, you know, is a virgin, thinks her husband's a virgin, and then he found out that by going through his phone he had sex with 2 women before they got married.
I think honesty is a virtue and lying is bad. I don't know.
He's
I think
he's
that's
stretching
normal.
it out.
Yeah, I mean, sex is great, but
I think the
lying is
woman
not
should
good.
like maybe
Sex is amazing.
leave her religious community, learn about the world, and
have an
her
orgasm.
husband. Yeah.
You know, Zach, it reminds me of a passage
not
from the
funny.
Tao Te Ching. I'd really like to read it.
No. What I want to say is I think maybe these ultra-religious people something right, you know? Like, I feel like my mom put it in my head that they're doing it wrong, but, like, maybe they're doing it right.
Oh, you mean having no job, having no income, living off of Social Security disability because of your mental health disorder, reading the Torah 24/7, reading the Shulchan Aruch, wrapping your kitchen in fucking aluminum
Smelling
foil.
bad in the summertime because you're wearing a fucking heavy coat and it's 100 degrees.
You got a hat in the closet in a
Smelling,
case.
not even shaking the hand of a woman. Nice to meet you. No, I don't
Oh my
shake.
God, one of my best friends got married 2 weeks ago, and her dad is very religious, and I'd never met him before, and I went to shake his hand, and he like.
Recoiled in disgust and horror.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh my God, you're Rachel's dad. He was like, yeah.
Well, you're moving back to the shittiest country in the world, and you're gonna date some loser called Abraham. I have many recordings of Abraham, and let me tell you, I was trying to think of something that actually made sense, other than like some kind of schizo thing about AI and the development of AI. So good luck with all that. Like I literally listened to Abraham very carefully, thinking maybe there's like some kind of nugget gonna come out of what he says, and then you're just like, "Fuck, this guy's fucked." He didn't even make one coherent statement. It was all just like blithering, drabbling, dribbling, like nothing specific, nothing concrete, just like the most generalized observational nothingisms about AI. And that's all he has to say. FYI.
Abraham, more like Gabraham.
You have a lot of gay jokes.
I just challenge you to ever
Just do
have
that every time there's an A sound.
just have a conversation with Abraham and see if he says anything that is explicit. I challenge you.
All right.
What's with his social media being so Jewish centric? Like, with his name choices.
I don't think I know Abraham.
You do. It's Lou.
Lou Fax?
No, not that.
No.
Not that Schwartz. Okay, so I do have another room going. It's called the Adrian Dittman Morning Show, and I was hoping, Zach, you were going to contribute to the Toiva portion of the day by helping me form my minion, because if we can form a minion, I would consider that a very unique, successful activity because nobody actually does that. So I gave that Tanya book to my two friends here in Chicago, Max and Max, both Jews. And so the point of me buying that book or distributing it is so we can engage in Tanya and form a minion. Rabboinai Shalala.
Yeah, what am I doing? I mean, right, I'm not doing anything.
Yeah, and we need the girls here to look through the little holes in the thingamajobber so they can
I don't
be
like
witness.
being recorded, so.
Well, we're recording ourselves.
Well, I hope you know that life is a recording.
No, it's not.
Recorded.
If I may, I respect everybody's opinions about Adrian Dittman, also known as Edmund Dakin, also known as John Kitover's insane behavior of recording people online. And I have voiced my honest opinion with John about my thoughts on his recording. But if it's any comfort to you, just know that there is nobody watching his videos.
Then why do it?
That's my question, but that
Because
is
it takes 2 clicks. It takes 2 clicks. It's so simple.
That's a much harder question to understand.
The question
you can understand nobody's watching. If you ask me why I do it, that's like why is the mountain spring fresh in the winter? Why do fools fall in love? I don't know why.
Exactly. It's why do stars twinkle? Why do stars emit light? Why does the moon reflect the sun?
Why do stars suddenly appear?
I'm doing what I think is natural.
Every time you are near.
This is a new technology. Why isn't everybody live streaming their activities? It's a perfect. No, well, it's creepy. It is art. It is art.
It's art. And who are you to say what art is?
It's basically a lot of pictures.
Let's just say
it's insane behavior, but
your consciousness cannot be
Well,
redacted.
what's more insane? The fact that I get paid to do this by the government? Is that not fucking crazy?
The government is not paying you to record.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
I get a month. Do you get a monthly check from the government? No.
Hey, coach, let's do a meditation.
No one is paying you for this. You're doing it on your own creepy.
No,
he's making a joke about being on welfare.
Disability.
Yeah.
I know,
but he is getting paid for this. Yes.
I mean, per minute, you could break it down. It's very little.
Did you say that if we play copyrighted music, then you don't record anymore? Should I just
or the N-word.
Yeah, I
You
run
say the
away.
N-word a lot.
No, I'm not going to do that. But
that works. That also works.
Yeah, I think you could Google what is the one video that the police use, when they're doing their body cam footage.
Or you could just respect me whenever you're in a room with me.
I have too many cameras. I would rather just go and leave if you really are that concerned, but...
No, I don't want you to leave. I just need to not record.
The point is, I have too many phones going. For me to shut them all down, it's just too difficult.
If you could rush them on, it would take you 1 minute.
Yeah, 1 minute's a lot of time.
Hit my Tivu links. I want you to hit my Tivu links. Thank you.
But we want to read Tanya. I pulled the Tanya. You're going to be impressed. You're going to like the wisdom and the psychology of the Tanya.
I don't want to go to cinema.
Can we read Tanya in Pigeon?
No, don't disrespect the Tanya.
Coach did never say
Tanya.
I learned a lot.
Don't degrade the Tanya. We're not. The point is not to be irascible on this app because it is toxic and a waste of our time.
Tanya Harding.
Snakes are pretty brutal.
Okay, invite people to the room.
This, by the way, all right, PTR for the new title. This could be a podcast. I don't think that there is a podcast out there that's called Tao and Tanya.
That's genius.
I don't get it.
Well, you're about to get educated.
Wait, can I ask her a question? Elle, are you familiar with a book called The Tao Te Ching?
No.
Oh my goodness gracious. John, do you see what we have here? We have an opportunity.
I told you that's why it's important to do these readings, because a lot of these people will continue to come here and never hear anything intelligent ever.
So, oh man. That's his dedication. In the Stephen Mitchell, do you like the Stephen Mitchell, John?
There's so many versions, dude. Doesn't
Well,
matter.
that's the only one I've ever read, but he dedicates it to Vicky. And there's a quote from Proverbs 31:10. Who can find a good woman? She is precious beyond all things.
What is the book you're referring to?
The Tao Te Ching, pronounced more or less Tao Te Ching, can be translated as the book of the immanence of the way, or the book of the way and of how it manifests itself in the world, or simply the book of the way.
I kind of want to go back to talking about dating in Tel Aviv.
Yeah, how many guys did you boink?
Hit me
Yeah,
up on
I'm
Instagram.
done. Let's go back to dating in Tel Aviv. That is funny, Adrian. John.
That's content. Yeah,
And
that's sex
content.
sells.
We could do like a Margot tells it all, but like Clubhouse version, and you would actually make money from that.
Well, there's people that do, dating advice, content, but really what that deals with is psychology, which is what this book deals with.
No, I don't want to talk about the book.
Well, you don't have to talk about the book because you don't even have the book.
Can I
I'm not very good at this.
Zach, why don't you just, instead of reading the preface, why don't you just read her chapter?
She said, what is it? All right, can I just read one, Al, and then we'll go back to talking about sex?
I want to know. No, I don't want to read any of this bullshit at all.
Yeah,
No, it's the perfect. You gotta.
Women in the synagogue. No women. This is why the shul is segregated.
No, it's you ladies. You don't
My
understand.
schools are not
By
segregated. I don't know what schools
you
go
don't
to.
understand. It's a hypnosis. If you just listen to one chapter, then you can go back to talking about sex in Tel Aviv.
Life and dating so nice, so fun to talk about.
It's a good.
Reading this would give me a hard on.
It's a good contrast because it deals with the brain.
And I just want to say that I was at Rosh Hashanah, and there was a trans person, and they got to experience both sides of the room.
Do you ever just look at your pen?
Well, this.
I dislike segregated synagogues. I understand that it's traditional, and it, our ancestors did it.
Well, I want to ask you without pushing too hard, and I don't want to be irascible or annoying or challenging, but can you explain why you were not curious about this magic wisdom book?
It's dopamine. She wants
boring.
dopamine.
It seems boring, but all I said about it was that it's called the Book of the Way.
No, I've been Googling it.
Oh, you already Googled it.
I'm
It seems
reading about it right now.
Did you read any of it? This is very Israeli behavior. You have an American accent. You say you're from Philly, but this is an Israeli woman.
Zach, I told
right now.
I grew up here, basically.
I know, but you're saying like it seems. That's like what women would say about me. They'd be like, "You seem boring. Like you seem like you're not gonna fuck me good." I'm like, "Oh, really? Based on what? I don't understand. How could you?"
We just know.
Yeah, but I do fuck. But I have fucked other people good. So you're wrong. And anyway,
say that. I said the book is boring.
well,
Zach.
can I just say one line from the book?
Okay, one line.
This is the first line from the book, okay? It's called the Book of the Way, like the way of the world. And the opening line, it says, "The way that can be named is not the way of the world." Do you think that is boring?
Yeah.
You don't think that we could talk for hours about like?
No, we
Dude,
can't.
Zach, that's
We're
not
like
enough.
English class.
Listen,
That was the
ladies,
first line.
the point is you are
Are you talking
dopamine.
about this on your dates?
When I go out on a date, I give them a book. I give them this book as a gift.
Book. No, I didn't bring the book on the dates. I didn't mention. But I will tell you. Look, I was in a 6.5-year relationship. That was a healthy relationship, except for all the ways that it was horrible and toxic and depressing and a waste of time. And we did discuss the Tao Te Ching on our first date, and then banged. in America. Look, all
I
I'm
like
saying.
talking about cool and interesting and smart things, but this is boring me right
See
now.
that, Elle, this is your problem. This is your problem.
You can find a girl that's into Abraham Lincoln because you kind of look like Abraham Lincoln.
You have to realize that this book says that your opinions are bad, meaning that Zach said that's so Israeli of you. That's Zach's bad opinion. Elle says I don't want to listen to this shit. It sucks, and I don't like gender separated in the synagogue. That sucks too. Your opinion sucks. That means you suck.
You suck.
Whoa.
All right.
Oh my
Anyway,
God.
I read my one line.
What is it again?
What about dating in Tel Aviv? You don't have a date for tonight? It's 6
The way.
p.m. It's 6:30.
The way what? The way.
The way that can be named. The way, the topic that can bore you is not the topic is not the eternal topic.
No, say it how it says it in the book.
I'm translating it for you. The topic that you can be bored
No, say it
by.
the first way you said it.
The way that can be named is not the eternal way. It's a very Jewish thing, by the way. That's why Tao and Tanya go hand in hand. I mean, the Tanya is very Taoist, and this is something that John and I have been realizing in our shared study. What's it called? Fuck, I'm such a bad Jew. Do any of you guys know? What's it called when you have like a study partner? It starts with a K.
Havruta.
Kavrusa. Well, right,
Yeah,
Kavrusa.
twin flame.
My friend, you're my Kavrusa.
Yeah, twin flame. That's why if you can get a minion, that's like 5 times the effect. And you're organizing people to engage in study, which is essentially de-dopamining people and giving them wisdom that, will re-energize
why
them.
it feels boring, probably.
What is
because
the
it's
Tanya?
like a slowing down. What is the Tanya? Are you Jewish?
Yeah.
Here we have Rabbi Caleb. Caleb, please join.
The minion is forming.
Change the title back to Tao and Tanya. But we can keep talking about dating.
Listen.
Hit me up in the back
Ask me
channel.
about what the Tanya is.
Tanya was written by the Alter Rebbe, the founder of Hasidism, or Chabad. It's the grandfather that was in jail in Europe.
I'm
And
not like a Chabadnik, so I don't really.
Well, I'm not a Chabad.
Well, Elle, you have psychological dilemmas. This is what the book deals with. It deals with wisdom and irascible, behavior or thinking. It's very profound wisdom. You should really read it.
Are you an OK Cupid Nick?
It's a very simple read. It's not that complicated, but it will point out opposites.
Hasidic philosophy, that's like end of sentence, don't need to look into this anymore.
I think that the habit of Googling a thing and reading about it instead of reading it is like a very
big difference.
curious modern behavior.
That's like going to the restaurant and eating the menu, Elle.
I actually told a joke.
I never go anywhere unless I look at the menu and look at all of the reviews.
Can I tell a quick, I tell this story on my foraging tours when I'm teaching people about plants. And I'm talking about the best way to learn how to identify plants. And I tell a little story about how everybody knows, of course, that if you meet somebody, say you meet somebody at work or school or on OkCupid or on Clubhouse or something, you meet somebody and you want to get to know them, everybody knows that the most sane and logical way to get to know a person is to go to your computer and Google that person. And look up everything that you think you can learn about this person, where they went to school and where they work. And you think you're getting to know this person, but obviously everybody knows it's not until you spend some time with this person and have coffee or ask them, get a sense of their spirit that you really truly begin to get to know them. And so, similarly, we can Google and learn a lot from guidebooks about plants. And we can learn, the plant, it has serrated leaves, and it looks like this, and it has yellow flowers. But it's not until we actually look at the plant with our eyeballs in the walking, like in the park, and spend some time with it that you get to know the plant. And the same is true for books. You can Google a lot about a book and think that you're learning about this book. I don't know where my copy is. I'm looking for it now. But
yeah, but it can also be true that Hasidic philosophy does not interest me.
Hasidic philosophy is
that doesn't
dumb.
make me boring, and that doesn't make me dumb. That just means it doesn't interest me. It means I don't want to spend my time talking about
I know
it.
that it says that everybody has enlightenment, but if you enjoy the way, you fly 6 feet off the ground. So if you just want to remain, on the ground, that's cool and that's fine.
No, maybe I don't need like these books to help me understand my Judaism and what a Jewish soul is and all of those things. I don't need some other rabbi's text.
I know, but for example, you got to understand this applies outside of just a religious context. This deals with the secular world as well, especially in business dealings, really because it deals with the human condition or brain science.
Everybody likes, I had a friend, I'll never forget, a friend of mine told me once, he said, Zach, I don't really like books. And I said,
Oy
why
vey.
not? And he said, if you read a book, what you're saying is, I have run out of original thought.
That is so
I have
stupid.
No more thoughts in my head.
They're external hard drives. If you don't like books, that means you're a fucking moron because you don't understand that it's information that lives outside of you that you can put in you. You can take an entire person's whole fucking life, their whole summation, and put that inside of you. You have any idea how valuable that is? That's like saying that you're the smartest person in the world. You don't need anything. You're a fucking moron if you think books aren't important. They're fucking recording devices prior to electronic recording devices. They are incredibly invaluable to one's existence. If you don't want to ever study Torah or wisdom, your life is gonna suck because you don't have advanced psychology embedded within you. That's the truth.
Well, I think, I agree with everything you're saying about books and what books are important. I don't think people need to study advanced Torah.
It's not advanced Torah. Both of these books are very simple. I can't find
I'm just
the...
replying to what he just said, and I don't agree with that.
That's fair.
See, that's part of your problem is that you still have opinions. These books, these books essentially tell you to stop having opinions. That's what's obstructing you from living in the way. That's the truth, is that your opinion sucks, and therefore you suck, because shit in, shit out. You don't even put good things in, therefore all you do is shit out.
Right. I can't find this copy of this book for some reason, but I'll let you know if I find
it. I don't.
What's your favorite book?
Night by Ellie Wiesel.
They fucked up the timing.
Diary of Anne Frank.
The Diary of Anne Frank is your favorite book
I don't know. I
ever?
don't really have a favorite book. I don't know.
Are you trying to impress me? Diary of Anne Frank. I don't know. I just feel like that's like, okay, that's like on the dating app when it's like, who would you have at your dinner party? And then you say Albert Einstein.
Oh, I can just point out the fact that you think that separating genders in a religious place is really stupid and that you hate that. Like, that's a perfect example of the fact that you are a rascal, meaning that there's a hidden meaning by separating gender.
No, it just means that I grew up very reformed. I grew up in synagogues and communities where genders were not separated, and for me, experiencing that here is like odd.
But it's polarity creating.
Let me finish. I know if you grow up going to Chabad or you're in more of a conservative setting, it's like all you know. But looking in as a Reformed Jew, it's like strange.
I get it, but from the Tao, you have to realize that the Tao Te Ching or the Shinshin Ming, you have to understand this is East Asian philosophy, Japan and China and India. It says stop thinking, end your problems.
Well, as a conservative Jew, that grew up eating bacon, egg, and cheeses, whenever I go to a Reformed temple, I'd be like, who the fuck are these people?
No, I feel like Reformed temples and conservative temples are very similar. The only differences are the tunes in which we sing our songs.
You have to know that what Zach and I are studying is psychological maxims and aphorisms. For example, another one says, and I'm not reading this, okay, but if you want to live your life in a pile of shit and continue doing that, because clearly it doesn't sound to me like you're a very successful, accomplished, well-to-do person in a successful relationship bearing children.
You don't know anything about me.
Listen, the point is stop thinking and end your problems. The more you speak, the further from the truth we're gonna get.
I am caught in the middle here because I was enjoying talking with you about dating in Tel Aviv and having a normal conversation, but I also do spend a lot of time with John studying this book that I can't seem to find. I have like many, there's not too many places that you could put such a book, but
I was gonna say John, and then I realized, yeah, that's your name.
Listen, dating in Tel
She
Aviv is
doesn't
no
like the
different.
Tao Te Ching. She's not going to like the Tanya. But I think that it is kind of a shame because when I'm reading these books, I'm not thinking of it as like a Chinese thing, and I'm not thinking of this as like a Hasidim thing. I'm just thinking of it as like, both of them are very like poetry.
It's Bina. This is Kabbalah. This is Bina
I
or
think
Wisdom
it's just
Kokma.
like healthy shit, but it's fine because I don't want to. I feel like I'm less zealous about it than Adrian Dittman or Edmund Dakin here.
Well,
And so,
I just like to do my morning hour power. I have no problem leaving or just saying I'm leaving. You guys can do whatever you want. You are the green
John,
bean. Leave the room.
Adrian, I want to make it very personal here. What is your religion?
Wait, his religion. What is your what is it?
You could
right.
you could
What
just
is
say
your profession?
you could just call
What
me a
is your
philosopher.
profession? John. Okay, can I read one? I'm not even going to read the whole
No,
one.
no.
You're going to
I
get bored.
wanted him to answer the question, okay? And his profession used to be the Hollywood rabbi.
No, Rabbi Hollywood was my title.
Okay, Rabbi Hollywood, but I just want to know, are you a conservative? I know you're patrilineal, so do you connect to the Reform movement?
Listen, I'm a philosopher, and that's all I'm going to say. I'm referring back to Zach. I'm done answering your dumb questions, Danny.
Well, hang on. Speaking of dumb questions,
I hit a nerve. No, I hit a nerve there, and I accept
think
you.
it's kind of okay. So listen,
You didn't hit a nerve.
Just keep in mind. Just feel the feeling in your heart, Adrian, right now. Feel the feeling that you're feeling right now.
I feel like I don't want to eat the menu.
Oh, wait.
I just want to, eat dinner.
Feel it. Let the hate flow through you. But now listen, okay? Moving through dullness of heart requires you to work with it rather than against it. Working with it, you must be humble before everyone. Being humble, you must not judge others until you stand in their place. There are those whose situation surrounds them with illicit delights and places them in constant temptation. And there are those in whom temptation burns like a flaming fire. You cannot know the fierceness of their struggle to resist temptation, for the inclination toward evil is unique to each of us. The inclination toward irascible bullshit on Clubhouse is unique to each of us. The inclination toward wanting to talk about this or that is unique to each of us. Therefore, weigh and examine your own place and measure your own capacity to pass this test. Now there is some commentary. Those who suffer from Timtum Halev, dullness of heart, cannot address their situation directly. They cannot simply rouse themselves to love of God or neighbor, for dull hearts lack this kind of passion. The temptation of Timtum Halev is to deny how dull your heart is by focusing on the sins of others and saying, you suck, you're dumb, blah, blah, blah. Focusing on the sins of others, that's the temptation of Timtum Halev. You're denying how dull your own heart has become. The dull of heart rarely sin. They simply lack the energy to do so. Their error is to mistake the absence of temptation as a sign that they have defeated their evil inclination. They get Sahara. They see the struggles of others to resist temptations and they imagine themselves to be morally and spiritually superior. These are the Timtum Halev, the dull of heart. Their pride masks their own dullness of heart and excuses their lack of spiritual maturation. The Rebbe's antidote to dullness of heart is to cultivate true humility by imagining yourself in the place of those for whom temptation is a serious challenge. Imagining yourself in the place of those for whom they are smoking weed every day or on Clubhouse. In other words, or whatever. In other words, he wants you to use your imagination to set your own evil inclination ablaze like a flaming fire. This may sound counterintuitive. Isn't the evil inclination our enemy? You're supposed to set it ablaze? No, the evil inclination is not our enemy. On the contrary, the evil inclination, properly understood and employed, is the catalyst for teshuvah, which, as you know, is a returning to God and godliness. The desire of the inclination is not for evil, but to arouse your compassion for self and others by awakening you to the presence of evil. So you see evil, you have a desire for evil. It's not that you want the evil. You have awakened yourself and others to the presence of evil and the suffering that evil causes when it isn't yoked to the inclination for good, Yetzar HaTov. Placing yourself in the shoes of others awakens you to your limitations, even as it humbles you in the face of theirs. So we should always place ourselves in the shoes of others. You should place yourself in the shoes of somebody who wants to discuss dating in Tel Aviv. You should place yourself in the shoes of an insane person in his basement with 20 phones recording.
No, I like this. This is beautiful. And I think when things relate to Judaism, I get more excited about it than just random Chinese books.
Random Chinese bullshit. Random ching-chong,
no, you know,
1,000-year-old ching-chong.
You know what these conversations remind me of, honestly? Like Jewish summer camp stuff.
Yeah, we would have had a great time at Jewish summer camp together.
No, I mean like these learning about different values of Judaism and being, I don't know, the teachings of Judaism, how to be a good person.
Well, that is one out of how many chapters in the Tanya, John? Because that was just one of many, and they're all quite good, I think. And the book that he got me, he didn't get it for me, but the book that we have together is a nice one because it has the poetry, but then it also has the commentary, and the commentary is an elaboration on the poetry.
Yeah, and as a non-Hebrew speaker, like actually learning the Hebrew, and what the words mean. I mean, it really explains it in great depth. And like I have other versions of the Tanya where there's no commentary, and not having the commentary is, it kind of leaves you there with not. What I'm saying is this book is just very clear and concise.
Elle, you should get a copy of this book and then we can study together.
No, I'm good. But I like listening sometimes.
You gotta understand, this is a meditation hypnosis book that brings your mind back in control, because most people's minds wander, and Danny is a perfect example of a moron with extreme responsibilities.
Oh, no, you're supposed to put yourself in her shoes. We just heard this verse. Don't call her a moron.
She's not, I'm being facetious. She's not a moron. But the fact of the matter is, if you come on here and just do your little whiny Roseanne Barr voice all day long and talk about nothing, your mind is wandering. You have no focus. You have no attention. It's just dopamine carteling.
Yeah, I don't know. You're very judgmental.
Yeah, you need to read that one again. What was that one that I just read?
I'm being facetious. It's not Danny.
Humility.
It's not
John, Cultivating Humility.
It's not Danny. It's everyone. It's you guys as well. It's me too. I'm pointing out. I'm pointing out.
What are you saying about me, guys? Were you talking about my mental health or like what?
What are you saying?
Well, it's recorded, so just go back.
It's recorded. Go back and find.
Yeah, go find the Adrian Dittman.
Do you think I have to lose?
Sorry, we've already stored you.
Random people online have to say about me.
I defended you. I said I like Danny. Everybody heard me.
I'm just pointing out that the mind wanders, and this book is a meditational tool to help you take control of your wandering mind with wisdom. Toira, Tanya.
You're losing me.
So we were talking about these people who feel that they're spiritually above others, and I'm feeling that from you, Adrian.
I know that's kind of.
No, that's not true. I'm not the black rabbi screaming, "I'm holier than you. You have no idea my level of holiness. My soul is so high. You're a nothing. You're nothing."
a Jewish soul, and he got a part of mine too because I'm not a Jew anymore.
See, this is what happens when you try to read books.
No, Black Rabbi said that, and my son is in because we didn't do his circumcision the right way. So
That was another thing, by the way, about dating in Tel Aviv, is everybody wanted to know right away about my dick. And I think that was a very forward question to ask, like in the text message. But I guess it's important. You want to make sure that you're not gonna. They were like, Brit Milah, you did. Yeah. Like, okay. I don't know. Nice titties, you got them. Yeah. Okay.
That's so great.
yeah, they're named. They did a naming ceremony.
It's because you were on Bumble, Zach.
I think it's because I was not Israeli, and I said
they
like wanted to make sure, like, how Jewish are you? Yeah, but is the dick Jewish?
More Jewish than them, with all of these like readings and philosophical things that you read.
Yeah, and not very formal.
I really like the Israeli level of Jewish. We celebrate all of the holidays, all of them. But our life doesn't revolve around Judaism. We live our life, but we're all Jewish. I like that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it doesn't have to revolve around Judaism. I don't know, to be honest, John, I mean, I think I've told you this in so many words, but I do really appreciate doing these studies with you, and I'm glad to know you, and I'm glad that we got this book, because for me, my life doesn't revolve around Judaism at all. I mean, don't get me started on what my life revolves around, but...
Well, as a patrilineal, I'm the in-betweener,
Benoni. All right, listen. To practice acts of kindness is to love your neighbor as yourself, even if it is your neighbor on Clubhouse. Loving your neighbor as yourself reveals the unity of neighbor and self, the unity of Danny and Adrian Dittman. For no one is separate from another, and all beings are equal, having a single source in the one who is all, Hashem. This explains Hillel's teaching. This is the entire Torah. The rest is commentary. Torah's sole purpose is to remove the veils of diversity, to reveal the divine unity, that you might then love the one by loving the many, even the Danny.
What about
Now,
the Jesus?
The commentary. Jesus is burning in hell, in flaming excrement.
No, I think that's
Wait,
why
the commentary.
Really?
Performing selfless acts of kindness, masim tovim, is a direct path to God realization. Selfless acts of kindness to everyone is a path to God realization, for it reveals the unity of self and other in, with, and as Hashem.
I love that.
This is the meaning hidden in the command to love your neighbor as yourself, Leviticus 19:18. Torah doesn't say, love your neighbor as you love yourself. It just says, love your neighbor as yourself, because this puts the focus on love. You may or may not even love yourself. And even if you do, the self you love is
Wait, can you go back a second?
Torah does not say, love your neighbor as you love yourself. The Leviticus, it says, love your neighbor as yourself.
What's the difference?
It says, love your neighbor as yourself. It doesn't say love your neighbor as you love yourself. For this puts the focus on loving. You might not even love yourself, and even if you do love yourself, the self you love is the egoic self of neshama consciousness that sees itself as forever separate from your neighbor. So you love yourself because you look the way you do, or you're very charming on dates or whatever, or you think that John is stupid, but that actually is not yourself. Neshama cannot love anything as part of itself. Neshama is the ego, since the entire purpose of the ego is to maintain the illusion of a separate self. I am this, I am L, I am Zach, I have a separate self. Loving another as yourself moves you beyond self to soul, beyond the ego that sees self and other as part of God, to the integrated soul, Chaya.
Okay, you're losing me a little bit now.
Okay.
I got soul, but I'm not a soldier.
Let me read it. Let me read it. Let me read ahead, and then I'll explain it. I'm gonna read ahead. I'm gonna explain it to you in a layman's terms.
Okay, so I guess.
Which is the Jewish
I guess
soul?
I'm conceding and we're now doing this like study.
I win. I won.
Chaya? Is that
What it says basically is don't love your neighbor as you love yourself, because then it's all about the act of love. The idea is to love your neighbor as yourself, but yourself is really this three-pointed self, which is you're a finger of God and you're everybody else and you're all together. And so if I'm loving you the same way I'm loving me, that means I'm going to like get you a glass of water. But if I'm loving you as me, that means I'm seeing you as part of me. You're part of God. The love I give to you is Hashem's love coming through me.
Yeah, the bonds of separation are no longer there.
Great.
They're
both great.
It's like the Taoistic saying, the goo is the room. You see what I'm saying?
The goo is the room. The goo itself is the room.
That's the power of Clown House.
The goo is the room.
But honestly, asking questions is part of the problem. And I took this really hot lawyer out one time, and she's like, I feel like the problem is people ask questions.
So you agree with her? What?
You got to understand the Socratic method. The Socratic method, or just irascible questioning, is not the way. Tanya and Tao is the way.
He can be charming on dates, but when they find out about his YouTube channel,
it's over. And that's what Zach said, is like, you could look up the recipe, but you're not going to like the recipe.
Yeah. Have you seen a picture of him? I think he's attractive to homo.
Yeah. I'm a 6'3" walking Larry David, full of Tanya Toiber.
I don't think you look like Larry David, but my stepmom, she's related to Larry David somehow.
He's got a boat.
That's also very Israeli. See?
I don't trust men with a boat.
I have a Craigslist yacht that used to leak.
I can't help it.
I don't trust the men with the boat. They're just like,
why? I would love if the guy I dated had a boat. I'd be like, that's great. Let's go out on your boat.
What if the guy you dated had like a shack in the woods with a bucket and shit?
He had a house.
I got lots of boats just waiting there in the forest.
Yeah. I don't have a boat, but I do have a shit box in the woods.
We can renovate it.
Listen, this room is a good balanced room. We should take this time, to engage in Torah. Rabbona Shalom.
No,
bores me. Adrian, what were you saying about me? Tell me what you were saying about me when I wasn't here.
I was saying you're irascible and you need to spend your time. I've spent time with you on this app reading this very book. You probably don't even remember.
Wait, let me do one very.
You said I'm harassable? Wait, what? Harassable?
It's what Maimonides says, irascible.
I don't know that word. What does that word mean?
Let me Google that for you.
Can we sing some Jewish psalms or something? That's not boring.
Yeah,
see, ladies, if you really wanted to be happier.
Can someone pull out their guitar and start singing something?
This is singing. What do you think Tanya and the Psalms are? We're trying to sing to you, ladies, but you're too immature to listen.
Wait, John, let me just say this, which is not Tanya, and this maybe even could be the end of it, but I don't know what do you guys think of this, but let me just say very briefly, this is not even from the Tanya, okay? And this is not going to be boring. It's very short. Listen, in the pursuit of knowledge, every day something is added. But in the pursuit of the way, every day something is dropped. Less and less do you need to force things until finally you arrive at non-action. When nothing is done, nothing is left undone.
What?
That means that when nothing is done, nothing is undone. That means that the easiest to-do list in the world is a blank sheet of paper. Because you can say, what do I have to do today? Oh, right, nothing.
Yeah, but that doesn't erase all of the things you really do have to do, though.
Well, that's true. That's the problem with Taoism, 1,000-year-old philosophy.
No, this is what's you're relying on you're relying on your thinking as opposed to the non-thinking, which is essentially the all. So it's like you don't need a to-do list. You already know what you need to do. It's sitting there in your subconscious memory, and you don't even have to think about it.
That could be
Yeah, but that's not doing nothing.
I know, but what
nothing.
it's saying is the more you think, the more you speak, the further from the truth you get. That's what it's really saying. So stop thinking.
Elsewhere in the book, it says, "Do your work, then let go." So it doesn't say don't do anything and sit on your ass. It just says do your work, then let go.
The problem is thoughts and constantly having opinions. You're an automatic opinion maker. We all are. But when you read this book, you'll realize the wasted energy and the wasted activity of having chronic thinking or a wandering mind. You will regain ownership and control of your mind. That's what these books do.
That's the idea.
Okay.
So where do you live in Tel Aviv?
Central Tel Aviv.
I was staying at the Karlibach station.
Nice.
Do you know where that is?
Mm-hmm.
I was staying in a big, tall building. Anyway, look, that's my attempt of going back to something fun. I made an attempt.
Did you two ever run into each other in this small room at Kuli Alma?
Maybe that's your future wife. You guys should get married.
Wait, me and John?
No, L.
We'll just spend our whole marriage fighting about how these books bore me. And he's like, oh, I just want to talk about it with you. And I'm like, I really don't care.
No, I don't have to talk about it. John is the one ranting about it.
You guys should have a throuple.
With
Yeah,
John?
that would be really fun.
And he would record it.
No,
Everything.
not interested in a throuple.
That's gold.
Besides, L's already spoken for. Abraham, aka whatever his name is.
Abraham?
Yeah, she's already spoken for. You're too late, Zach. You'll have to woo her with the Tanya and the Psalms.
I'll woo her with my formal nature. Extremely formal.
Why don't you describe to us, if you were to take L out on a nature walk, what would it be like?
Yeah, also I hate nature.
Are you okay?
I like air conditioning.
She hates nature? Uh-oh, you two aren't going to work out. I don't think you know who this guy is. This guy is rewilding Maine, Al. You're going to... Well, he wasn't joking about that shitbox in the forest.
I'm being honest. I would never choose to go on a hike over being inside.
He will pick the fleas and the ticks from your skin and hair scalp after the walk.
I'll groom you.
Actually, Ape can do that. Zach will read to you.
After dinner.
Actually, I like nature in Israel. I like going on hikes in Israel. I like
Well, you
driving.
gotta get used to nature in New York City.
Ew. 100%.
Are you gonna be living in the city?
I'm not speaking about myself while being recorded.
Just wait till you take the train and see your first
Hit me up in the back channel.
flea on the train or the bus. You're like, oh, that's nature.
I like the beach.
Right.
Well-
I mean, Tel Aviv. Tel Aviv. I understand.
Well, I
Tel Aviv.
love nature in Israel. I love specifically the north. I love the north. I love driving in the north.
Hey, Elle, can I give you a serious recommendation for something to do before you leave Israel?
In Israel, sure. Let me get a recommendation from someone that doesn't live here.
If you go, tell them that I sent you.
Okay.
Okay, on Instagram, the username is Hatzaloni. Hatzaloni O. His name is Olan Hatzaloni. And he does spoon carving workshops every Friday at his house, which is 10-minute drive west of Netanya. Or east.
I don't have a car, so can't get there.
You
If you
might
want
be
to
able
an
to.
activity, it has to be accessible by public transportation.
I was able to get a ride there from the Netanya station. You might be able to get a ride there, but that wouldn't interest
So
you.
this is actually really cool.
No, it wouldn't interest you because it's nature stuff. So
No,
you
I
wouldn't-
like
No,
this.
I don't think you would like
this.
it. I don't think you'd fit in there
I
really.
told you, I like everything involving Israel.
Okay, right.
But
You just
not-
don't like American guys and what they're into.
No, I like Israeli nature because
Right.
it's meaningful to me.
Well, nature is meaningful everywhere. That's the whole point of Sukkot.
Yeah, there is this thing called the Earth. It's the whole Earth. It's like
Wait, the spoon guy he's awesome.
Bro, he's amazing. Go look at my page, Rewild Maine, and you'll see my pictures from when I went to visit him.
I want to make a spoon.
I made a spoon and then I broke it accidentally.
You see, a spoon is like a cup, and we are like cups. And what you fill your cup with is truly what you are.
I think I'd want to make something not a spoon though, to like an art piece to have forever.
You can just go and chill. It was a great vibe. The people were very nice. I went on a very rainy day, which sucked, but it was okay. I mean, you're leaving soon. It's not the best season, but it'd be better in the summer for sure.
No,
Or better in
October,
in the fall before it gets too cold.
Take back what I said. I don't dislike nature. I just don't like being in nature for too long. Like I'm not gonna go camping in a tent. But
You're not gonna shit in a
few
bucket.
hours. No, I'm not gonna shit in a bucket.
Okay.
But I like short nature visits.
Wait, could you say the part
Times
again
nature.
about how you're not gonna shit in a bucket? That my viewership just went way up.
You got views?
Probably not.
One view?
Apparently, the algorithm likes scat commentary, so
I smell like onions, I guess.
better than garlic.
Yeah. He's Greek. He says garlic's better than onions.
Well, if you ever go out on a date, it's truly like the vampire thing. If you eat garlic, like you will smell so bad, you're like untouchable after that.
But then, like, if that's okay, then you were meant to be with that person, right? Like, because it's like...
What he's trying to say.
Is it your
Oh.
husband?
Yeah, that's it. No, I don't know what he was saying.
What's your husband? What's your husband's name?
Why do you need his name?
Simon, whatever. Anyways, I just want to tell the husband of Danny, your wife is on this app way too much. You're going to have to chain her up, lock her up, and stop this horrible addiction, which is ruining your house. I can tell she's not vacuuming. I can tell she doesn't clean anything because she's here all the time talking. So do something about this wife of yours because she's irascible.
I think that, I already read these two.
He really wants to talk to you, but I'm not going to let him.
She doesn't.
That's okay. You heard me loud and clear. Your wife is wasting her time and she's wasting your family's time.
See what he has to say. It's drama.
She's literally draining your family. She's draining your family of your potentiality by coming here and just saying stupid Dannyisms 24/7. Tie her up, put her in a closet, start the oven, and re-instruct this woman. Trump is the president now. Reprogram her.
This is not getting viewers. What I was saying is getting viewers. So let me speak.
This is my opportunity to dunk. I'm dunking on Danny, okay?
Why do you smell like
I'm
onions?
smelling onions.
You're the one that smells like onions.
The thing about philosophy is that I just find it boring, and I don't know how to not.
What are you into?
Like history is more.
Well, there's philosophy in history.
Okay, let's talk
kind
about,
of, but
let's
not
talk about my favorite effect, okay? Because they say that there's the Mandela effect. But what about the Mengele effect?
I don't know. You'll have to ask your husband about that one, who lets you come on here and waste your time and everybody's time 24/7. You're like the walking chillism room, but the Jewish version, Danny. And apparently your husband must not be Jewish enough because he lets you drain away from the family's opportunity to come here and say, I'm confused. Does my mom think so? Dishwasher goes left to right, not right to left. What's going on?
I don't get this quote that you and Abby like to throw around that supposedly I said.
Mom, does the washing machine go right to left or left to right? I want to waste your time and everyone else's time all the time.
Let's reel it back in. Let's reel it back in, please.
Mom, but Mom.
Is this what your husband has to deal with?
Okay?
Well, my husband is not a Jew. Thank you very much.
John, why did you choose to like completely change this conversation to be all about Danny and her husband and her activity online?
Because her husband is listening. Now is our time to rat her out.
I enjoyed talking about nature and spoons and like stuff about.
Right.
Listen.
Everything that I said was good, and everything that you're
and
saying
then you fucking
is
ruined
bad.
it.
Oh, I effing ruined it. Sorry for taking 5 minutes of your time for reading Tanya or Toira. Oops, sorry. Sorry for wasting your day.
I was starting to enjoy it, and now you ruined it. And now I'm forever going to remember this whenever.
Well, Danny's gone, so if the leader... Zach, listen, Zach is the green bean here, and when you're in charge, take charge. Zach is the leader here, not me, not you.
Well, if you remember from the old days, OG Clubhouse, I was never like very strong with the green bean. That was what made my room so much fun.
No, the goo is the room. I mean, the point of Tanya Toira is that there is a unity. It's the dissolution of non-duality. Most of us live in a state of...
It's the dissolution of non-duality. You have to say it like that.
The point is that you are me are you. That's what the book does. That's how you...
Dissolution of non-duality.
That's another gay joke. There's a lot of gay jokes.
We are the world.
The Tanya and
I was allowed to make gay jokes for 8 years, and now I've got a lot stored up.
Listen, the Tao and the Tanya are not just wisdom books. They're therapeutic books. It's psychology books on basically behavior or decision making. I'm just saying it makes you smarter.
Trump.
No, it does. It does make you smart. I liked the first thing Zach read. I liked that.
Well, the two that I read were very similar.
The other one was a little weird about like
it was
the
love your neighbor. Right, love your neighbor as yourself. Instead of loving your neighbor, you don't want to give your neighbor a back massage.
No, I disagree. I think giving your neighbor back massage is nice. Being a giving person is a good thing.
Well, yeah, I mean, when the time is right.
When you give, it's the right arm of God. You make yourself holy by doing charity, and you empower yourself with the power of God when you do charity.
A lot of them are long, which if you're bored easily, then we don't want to do a long one. But some of them are really good.
If they could make them into like
They
1
could
to
make them
2
like
minute
even
TikToks.
smaller. Oh
Then
yeah, that's
You can. We were talking about this.
Right, we should do that. Should we?
This is what I've been telling Zach to do.
Right, but you gotta animate. You want to have an animator.
You can do animator on TikTok. You can do animator on YouTube. Yeah. And you can even do pictures. You don't have to do video. It can be picture to picture to picture. It's very easy to do.
I need like some actors acting out what different things it's talking about. I need some backtracking.
Like a dancing clown, animals, cute animals would be great.
See, Zach, you can turn these books into movies, this is what I keep telling you.
No, you missed the point, John. Not movies.
Not a movie.
It is a movie.
30 seconds.
It technically it is a movie because it whether it's 100,000 pictures or 10 pictures, it's still the same audio track. So you need background.
It needs to be a short 30-second to 2 minute.
Yeah, and these Tanya things are only about 2 minutes, 3 minutes each, and you don't have to read the commentary.
Okay, so I take back what I said. Let's say 20 seconds. 20 seconds.
Okay, let's go down to 6 seconds. Let's go down to 3 seconds.
Yeah.
A quick
Let's
wrap
do
up.
meme. Can we meme this? Can we meme this somehow?
Can we meme the Tanya?
Photo her
Just one
after.
photo. Yeah, like a
Like
meme.
for me.
That's actually
A
great
Jew
challenge.
picking his nose with a Tanya verse overlaid.
You know, wait, Zach, that's so Jewish camp. Like you're sitting there, like,
Jew
like
picking
one
his
chapter.
nose.
You have to work with your team to like
Right.
come up with one picture.
That's
that
true.
represents
I actually literally just did that shit last month with
That's
Masah.
very nifty or very BBYO.
Yeah, we passed out postcards of different Jews in the diaspora and had to describe with your partner about how they were serving the nation of Israel. That's what I did.
I serve the nation of Israel by spending money every day.
Well, I was thinking about the Aliyah, but you're moving back, and other people who I talked to said that, like every Israeli who I talked to told me not to move there.
No, I lived a long life here, and I feel that it's time. But again, I don't want to speak about anything personal with being recorded. I don't like that. Like, that just takes the...
Are you following me on Instagram?
No,
Oh, but you looked at my Instagram.
I did look at your Instagram.
But you didn't hit follow.
No. But it was, I looked at your Instagram before.
So you lurked.
Yeah, I lurked.
You lurked. Okay.
I follow you.
That's the privilege of, you get to lurk because I'm brave and I put my Instagram out there so you can lurk.
You didn't get
You're
that
welcome.
when I met you. Like, we spoke for the first time, and I said, "How was your trip to Israel?"
I know, you said, I
It
know.
didn't click?
Well, yeah, I guess
Then I like saw you went to
saw
Tedder.
it.
I knew everything.
Yes, that's good.
I like lurking.
Well, feel free to follow for follow.
Did you see mine? You followed me, Sam?
Yeah, Danny and Marsh. I mean, not that I want to dox you.
What the fuck?
Sorry.
Danny, I think this is a room of...
I think I follow you on
fine
Facebook
here.
too.
Wait, Elle, many years ago, weren't you screaming at me and telling me that I was culturally appropriating Judaism?
I don't remember.
I don't know if it was you or somebody else, but I was accused by some girl on this app multiple times vehemently that I am culturally appropriating her Jewish religion.
Follow
No,
me,
the only
Sniper.
thing I really cared about is like your weird recording thing, honestly.
Yep, me too.
Hey, tea time.
Me too. I agree. Hello. You put
So
people
how's
out.
the snow for those of you not in Israel?
Horrible. Horrible. It's like 4 degrees here almost. Or it feels like it. And it's slippery and snowy. But
It's
the roads are fine.
16.
My house is...
Must suck.
It feels like it's 4. In the suburbs.
Where are you?
Yeah. Japan.
Oh, in Japan. Oh, amazing.
No, not Japan, but... I can't dox myself. I'm close enough to Japan.
Yeah. The more people who
Oh
come
my
in.
god, shut up! This is Israelis for you, if you want to know. Holding the horn on their car, just like holding it.
They drive
I
like
did
money.
notice that. That's a constant thing. The beeping. The beep beep.
Do you hear the beeping?
Yeah, well, that was. I lived in right there. Do you know? You probably know the building that I lived in.
Gindi?
No, it was the what's it called? The George Hotel. You know where that is? You know where the Carly station is?
It's near Gindi.
It's right by. It's the brand new neighborhood. It didn't exist 5 years ago. It's by Monday.com.
Oh, okay. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, that's all you got to say. Monday.com.
Hey, Jeff.
There's a lot of beeping.
Oh, Jeff left.
Jeff doesn't like. Wow, that's interesting. Jeff wouldn't want to stay. I've spent all this time in Jeff's rooms. That's all right. I won't take it personally.
Did you know that Jeff?
He's the number one assassin of Adrian on this app, I heard.
He is.
Is that true?
He is. Yeah, definitely. But did you know he's a Freemason?
Hold on, bring up the El Normo.
Yes, I know that.
Welcome, El Normo.
We're getting closer to the minion. The more Jews that come in, the closer. I mean, the stronger the inclination to return to the Tanya.
No.
The minion is forming.
No, we did it. We
Rabbanu Shalom, Rabbanu Shalom, Rabbanu Shalom, Rabbanu Shalom, Rabbanu Shalom.
How many are there, Zach?
Yeah.
How many chapters? There's, let's see, 53.
Okay, so we did 2.
Yeah,
And
we did 2. We'll go back to another
51
time.
left, so.
Yad He Vav He, let's do 4. 4 is the magic number.
I have to get on the phone in 20 minutes. 15 minutes.
Rabbono Shel Olam.
Coach Adrian, did you already do a meditation?
We did a little Tanya.
We're trying.
We did a brief Tanya under duress.
It's like pulling nails out of the cedars of Lebanon.
This one a lot.
Well, that's good. That's a win, I think.
Yeah.
That's good.
Did you read the first one in the book, or
No,
go in order?
I did not go in order. The first one I read was number 30, Cultivating Humility. And then I read number 32, Love Your Neighbor. Because I thought but they were both directed towards John.
I liked both. They're both good.
Because that was it was really a gift for John. Because I think that there was all this criticism of people. There was like criticism of the dull of heart. It was like all these people are dull of heart. They're wasting time on Clubhouse. They're not accepting wisdom books. But as it says, moving through dullness of heart requires you to work with it. So you gotta, you can't be too irascible.
I just want to say that,
irascible.
Zach, when you're leading a minion, you have to engage them with breathing exercises. Ruach, or taking in breath, is the real way to lead a meditation. You have to say, let us take the deepest breath of the day, hold it for 10 seconds.
Say, I'm a flower.
No,
Well,
just
that's why
go
I
straight
recommended
in.
doing like some
Okay.
Jewish song time.
That's fine too, but breathing and mixing it with Tanya is the way to do it, because people do want to be led through guided breathing meditation on this app, and it's instantaneous. So if you encourage the breathing and then go straight into Tanya, you will create a hypnotic effect, and you will engage Torah, and you will transmit the Torah into their minds.
All right, we're going to do it next time. I didn't go to Jewish camp, El. I don't know any of those songs. All I know is the Hanukkah prayer.
No. That's sad.
Yes.
Why didn't you go to Jewish camp?
Because my parents did not want to be very Jewish. Because they did not enjoy their Jewish upbringings.
Jewish camp was probably the best part of my Jewish upbringing.
Yeah, that's good. I went, I'm very Jewish. Ethnically, I'm very Jewish, but I never really got the...
Is that why you're so interested in learning about the Tanya and other Jewish teachings?
Yeah, maybe. My best friend from Masa, who I hung out with every day, was another guy who made teshuvah on his own as an adult. And he wore kippah.
Zach,
and
I gotta
tefillin every
Zach, I
day.
gotta compliment you, man, because you do have a high level of comprehension, and I can detect it when you're, reading or talking about it, and also your memory. You know the words now, so you're very, very close, man. You're very smart. So if you did engage this study, it would actually transform you even more,
Should I go to
psychologically.
yeshiva?
No, dude, you have the book, but you're irascible. You don't know how to stay focused.
That's true.
No, but maybe you should go to synagogue some Friday nights.
I go to Chabad sometimes.
You know what's better than going to Chabad? Reading their primary source manual or their instruction book all the time.
For me, I like learning about it with other people, and
Yeah, but nobody has the time to do
Jewish
that.
settings.
Listen, you can go to
What else are you
Chabad.
doing?
You can go to Chabad every Shabbos and every high holiday. They're never gonna pull the Tanya out and read it to you, El. You gotta read it yourself.
So you'll learn about whatever the rabbi is talking about that week.
Well, good
Or the
luck.
answer.
You're not gonna get the Torah. The Torah is in the
A little
Tanya.
Hebrew study.
Yeah. Anyways, El, good luck to you, young lady. I hope you read a book sometime.
That was the best part of being Ishmael the gorilla, was saying the book. like
So because I'd rather be in like a group community Jewish setting, and that's where I feel like my Judaism thrives, and I don't want to like sit in my room alone and read a book alone, it means like good luck to you.
No, I'm just saying. It sounds like you never went to college.
Really?
Did you ever go to college? Did you ever read a book? Did you ever read a book in college and write an essay? Jesus Christ! Did you ever study anything? No, it's not. No. I'm saying do what you want to do, but read the book on top of it. It's the icing on the cake. You're so immature and irascible.
If you want people to care about Judaism, care about these books, care about these teachings, then we need to push social Jewish settings, social Jewish communities, and that's really what I think.
Well, what do you think we're doing in the Tanya Torah towel room? We're trying to engage in Torah.
You're telling Zach he doesn't need to go to Chabad because he has the book in front of him. And
well,
I
the
say,
Chabad
no,
in
you
Maine.
go to Chabad.
No, it's not really like a social environment.
Well, then you need to find a different Chabad.
Yeah, I need to move.
There's a lot of great Chabads, and when you bring the Tanya, the rabbi will celebrate it.
My mom loves the Chabad. She's always going to the parties, and I told her that she needs to donate more money because she's not giving them enough money to pay for the parties that she goes to.
Yeah, sometimes they have like lalka making or decorate your own. Whatever.
Yeah, they take the kids to Home Depot and they make a menorah. It's true. It's true. I saw my local Chabad in the Home Depot making menorahs with the children. I was like, this is incredible.
There's actually a really
Depot does that program
in
too.
Israel.
Chabad Tel Aviv on the coast?
Yeah, Chabad on the coast. So
Yeah.
cute. They do like challah bakes, and I mean the community is a little. Well, now I'm being recorded, so you know what? I don't want to speak.
You know what?
You know what? My audience viewership just skyrocketed with what you're about to tell us because it's so exciting.
Are you not gonna?
Being my authentic self. I'm not being my authentic self right now because I know I'm being recorded. So that's a shame. And that's
Well,
because
then
of
go
your job.
within and just meditate and stop complaining all the time because you complain a lot. Have you ever noticed that? You are what you think and you are what you say. For Christ's sake, you complain all the time. Stop complaining, young lady, and grow up.
Stop complaining about her complaining, Adrian. You're complaining about her complaining, and I've had enough of both of your complaining.
I'm complaining about your complaining about her complaining, and I'm complaining about your complaining. Zach, can you take charge of this minion, please? Raboinai Shaloilon.
You've entered words that aren't allowed on Clubhouse. Wow. That's very weird. Am I unmuted? No. Oops.
I almost spit out my coffee. I was laughing because I thought you started engaging the toy rep.
I tried to send Elle a message that says, "You're not going to follow me?" Question mark. Send.
Are you really pushing that?
You've
right now?
entered words that aren't allowed on Clubhouse. Please visit support.clubhouse for more information. No, just because we were having a conversation and then things changed, but...
Oh, look, it's my
It's
best
okay.
friend Keegan. Hey, Keegan. Hope you're having a great day today.
Hi, Keegan. Christ is king.
Hope yesterday was also a great day for you.
Are you being facetious
And I
now?
hope tomorrow is
You know.
another great day in your life.
Why, has Keegan said some mean things to you, El?
He doesn't like Jews.
I know, it's because he doesn't like a part of himself. He has an unincorporated shadow, according to C.G. Young. He's an irascible young man with a lot of responsibility. He's got a lot of anxiety.
He is rather irascible.
But do you see how I took the teachings of the Tanya, and instead of being hateful towards Keegan or judgmental, I just said, I hope you have a great day today, tomorrow, and yesterday.
Oh my gosh, so much Jews in here. What's going on?
Yes, that was good time.
Please, Fitta.
God.
Don't do it, Fitta. Don't do it, Fitta.
Oh my gosh, scoliosis.
Okay, we're going to end the IG because of this irascible little monkey. This F-word, N-word. Okay, I just ended my Instagram because of the F-word, N-word appearance, the shadow of our lady in waiting, our beautiful Melania. Can't let a whole recording go to waste again.
I could have said it long ago. Was that
F-word, N-word alert. F-word, N-word alert.
Shut the fuck up, nigger.
Oh, Abby's here.
fucking nigger kinds.
Listen, I hate to tell you this, but Trump is king now, and your F-word, N-word bullshit ain't gonna fly anymore, Feta.
Don't you know? He's part of a Nazi regime. You're going to fucking hash chamber at this point.
The hash chamber.
The ass chamber.
The hash chamber, probably.
So what are you guys are talking about?
Tanya,
Who's Tanya?
No, I thought we were talking about dating in Tel Aviv.
my new favorite.
Okay, I just geo-targeted Cooley Alma with that video. So go to Cooley Alma's geo-target to see our conversation, so everybody in Israel can see our conversation.
Yeah, please, the sand nigger.
You know that Kuliyama raised, if this is being geo-targeted to Kuliyama, let me just say directly to Kuliyama, why did you raise the entrance fee to 50 shekels? It's insane.
God,
No one wants to pay 50 shekels.
That's only if you go like after 10:30, I think.
Who's going before 10:30?
In Paradise, you put up a parking lot.
But also, Kuliyama, I just want to say to you that I support you always, and I will pay the 50 shekels every time.
No, F-word, N-word has left.
Also, thank you for adding a coat man.
Cool. They're not gonna hear this because I already ended the Instagram that I geotagged.
Oh, damn it.
Your Cooley Alma dreams will have to wait. I mean, honestly, he has screwed up so many of my Instagram recordings with his F-word, N-word statements. Like, he just constantly...
No, he's not even here anymore.
I know.
PTR from my Kuli Alma picture.
No, I took a picture of that exact T-shirt like 2 weeks ago.
I know it isn't mine cool because I got like the dancing guy.
Yeah.
Super
Wait,
cool.
keep that up for a second. Let me put mine up.
Some people would call it a dancing Israeli.
Wait, don't. Ew, keep get out of here.
That was funny.
Wait, Zach, don't take it down.
What about the dancing Palestinians?
Yes, what about them?
Yeah.
PTR.
Who dances better, Adrian? A Palestinian or an Israeli?
Israelis.
It's different varieties of the same thing. It's all the same.
I'd like to see them dance together.
Adrian, who's that woman in your PTR?
It's some chick who lives close by that I met on Hinge. She's a 21-year-old Trump-hating, vape-smoking alcoholic that loves Tito's vodka.
No, he's a great guy. What do you mean?
I basically see what.
Ugly.
He comes off crazy. He's crazy.
He's crazy.
That's his
You
problem.
don't
He's
shirt
crazy.
off, like on live all the time.
Adrian, what is a first date like with you? Can you give us a little rundown?
Well, I picked this girl up from her house, but I called her before I got there to confirm she wasn't gonna kill me, because she told me she was watching Dexter, and when I said I could pick her up, she said Slay, S-L-A-Y. I was like, wow. And then I called her to confirm that she was a real person and a woman, and that I wasn't going to get killed by some Venezuelan narco-terrorist posing as a 21-year-old white girl in the neighborhood.
She looks cute. What is she doing though with her mouth?
She's sticking her tongue out. So she vapes. She has a vape pen, and like I told her,
It looks sexual. Like, what is she doing?
she's being slutty.
She's being
Caught
irascible.
like mid-mouth movement.
No. I've
She's
her.
fun. She's a fun little girl.
Listen, her
Does she
hinge.
have an irascible
Her
nature?
first Hinge photo is her on the toilet taking a selfie.
Okay, that is the definition of
I like this
irascibility.
chick. I like this chick. I would smoke a joint with her.
Yeah, she smokes
her too.
weed
She's
and she
good
drinks
for you.
vodka.
Is there gonna be more than just a first date, Adrian?
I don't know. She's texting me, so. But the thing is, it's like,
Has she seen
you know.
your YouTube?
Can you
I don't know.
satisfy a redhead? Because, I mean, they're the hardest to satisfy, you know?
This one would be very hard to satisfy.
Who told you that redheads are the hardest to satisfy, Danny?
You don't know about that? I had a redheaded best friend, and I can tell you a lot.
I like redheads.
Interesting. Does your husband know about this, Danny?
Yeah, he doesn't like redheads, so he was never into her, or so he says.
This one hates Trump. She hates Trump with a passion.
Is Trump a redhead?
He's technically a ginger, yes.
So much juice in here.
Oh God, the F word, N word has returned.
Shut up, faggot.
Wait, let me check to see if I have any Instagrams going real quick. Oh, phew, we're safe.
Zeke higher.
So wait, what was Melania's like outfit? What was the symbol? Was it like, where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? What was it? Like Q? Is that what she was signaling? Like I heard she was signaling Q. Does anybody know what her outfit signaled?
No idea.
When is JFK Jr. coming back?
You mean Robert F. Kennedy?
No.
Okay, good one. Haha. But that is actually what my dad is interested in as well. He's like, I hope Trump reveals who killed Kennedy. And I'm like, you may not want to know who killed Kennedy.
Umbrella guy.
I don't think they're going to release the truth. But I think LBJ definitely had an involvement, or, was the ringleader probably.
I think it was Mengele.
Good one. Do you have a lamp in your living room made of flesh?
No.
A flesh lamp.
A fleshlight. So Keegan, what's it like being an irascible Jew hater?
Really not effective. I'll tell you that.
Well, I never got the vibe from you that you hate Jews, to tell you the truth. I don't know why Al feels that way.
I don't hate Jews. I really don't hate Jews. I love everyone actually. I just you know who I don't like? I just don't. Oh, go ahead, Elle. I guess you could answer for me. You know me very well. Go ahead.
I was going to say, I have heard some anti-Jewish commentary from you on this app, so you can't just be shocked that people think that you hate Jews on here.
Well, I guess, to each his own, right? Whenever I hear someone say anti-LeBron James rhetoric, I don't go around saying he's anti-LeBron James. Maybe he just doesn't really like LeBron James. He might not be anti. And, that's the thing, there's a war going on. Israel versus...
So wait, what do you think? Do you think LeBron James is a part of that Boulier shit? Because I get that feeling.
I do get that feeling as well.
What's a boulier?
It's black Freemasonry.
I heard I always heard he was the nicest guy, he just said he didn't like white people that much, but I heard he'd never cheat on his wife and all this. Now I'm hearing he's into the Diddy parties.
Yeah, if you think he never cheated on, if you think an NBA guy, especially an NBA superstar, is, are loyal, I hate to break it to you. They're probably the most perverted out of all the athletes in the U.S.
Yeah, look at Khloe Kardashian and what's his name?
Oh, what was his name? Lamar
Odom.
Lamar Odom, yeah. But that's like saying...
Odom was better to her than this new one.
Well, so what is it? Is it cultural?
Kristen Thompson.
I mean, when your testosterone is that high, can a wife ever expect that man is not going to be engaged in, polygamy or polyamorous relationships?
Yeah, I think you can.
70% of the year, and they're making millions of dollars. It's like women flock to them.
Yeah. The thing is, do you think men and women go into heat in the same way that cats and dogs go into heat?
I mean, women ovulate, so...
Yeah, it's true then, right? Yeah. So there is like a naturally monthly recurring heat, which I would say that we humans, engage in, whether consciously or subconsciously.
For a female, when they ovulate, scientifically, they will look better. Like, if I'm ovulating and I look in the mirror, I look better. Like, for 2 days or whatever. It's just like a thing.
What, like your skin clears up? You get a glow effect?
Yeah, it's just like everything. You could look it up because I learned about it and then I've like noticed that it was true.
So the chick in my PTR, she has like a ring, and then she does her ovulation tracking or whatever. So like, isn't that technically like a woman, using biomedical feedback to detect when she's in heat?
Yeah, you could also use a calendar to keep track.
The thing that I didn't understand, she showed me the chart, and like it dithers in the beginning and then averages off, but still it's like an average. So like, to say you're not fertile during the dips and you come up from the dips so quickly, it's like you're constantly in a state of fertility. So if you think that you're not going to get pregnant, anyways, to me it's kind of disgusting because like she's telling me that she like gets cream pied or something. Anyways, disgusting.
There goes the room.
We cleared it. We did it, Danny. We did it. Another minion. Rabina Shalom.
I kind of want to go on the mom app and hear the veteran talk about her divorce. It says that there's a divorce happening.
On the mom app? What are you talking about?
I like the mom app.
That's an app? M-O-M?
No, but that would be a really good idea to name the app just mom app like that. But someone probably already did it and like wasted it. It's called Peanut.
That's the name of the app? Peanut?
Yeah.
I never heard of it. Welcome, Hermes, to the Adrian Dittman Morning Show. I'm going to check up this Peanut app, see what it says.
You can definitely troll the moms over there. I hope you don't start streaming them up.
Peanut app for moms. Find mom friends. This is so fucking hilarious. Let's try it.
But the thing is, they're gonna make you take a selfie. At some
I'll put a
point
wig
because
on.
they wanna
Can
make
you do
sure it's
trans?
like women.
Can you do trans?
You're allowed to be a trans, but you're gonna have to like put in your picture that you're trying to pass as like a woman.
I'll put
That's,
a wig
like,
on.
annoying.
I got a blonde wig. I'll put a blonde wig on. This will be maybe my greatest troll ever. See, if you were my talent agent, we would have done this months ago.
Get these girls so good.
Yeah, if you were my... I don't know if you heard me, but I said if you were my talent agent, we would have done this months ago.
I know. You know, there was someone on there and she was singing, and I was like, oh my gosh, you're so good. Have you been on The Voice? And she was like, yeah, actually. Like, she was on The Voice and she like went kind of far, and it was like so funny that I had asked her that specific question. Yeah.
Hermes,
Politics of that show.
Hermes, have you seen all the Adrian Dittman stuff? Like, he keeps going live every night, and I mean, the fake news is so fake. It's just you.
Right?
Yeah, he said. So the fake news is claiming that he's having a fallout with Trump because Trump is doing this $500 billion AI investment. I don't know if Grok is included in it, but anyways, the point is, it's like I am in possession of a huge batch of Elon Musk / Adrian Dittman videos at this point, and every time he goes live, every night, I'm able to pump out like 50 more shorts. So last night he kept saying, he's like, we need a schizo editor who can like take my voice, my clips, and make them like Thomas Shelby or Dexter or Patrick Bateman from American Psycho. So like, I'm creating all these clips of him, but he wants like graphic things. Then he's like, and when you create these clips, you need to message me here so I can, vet them and share them because we need you. We need your help. But like, he knows what I've done, and he's like, the other day he says, everything we've ever said here has been recorded. And yeah. And then he even said that there's somebody else See, he doesn't mention me specifically, but they know me because I tag the guy Call Me Outa on the show, who I believe probably works for him. Both of their takes are very bad on a lot of things. And from like the public standpoint, as an American English speaker, when you listen to what they say, you don't. Anyways, I could go on and on and on. Anyways, Danny, anything else you want to say in the Tao and Tanya room for our audience here that's been listening in?
Hey, let me ask you something.
Yeah.
Did you see where the Indian guy, Vivek, or whatever his name is, Shalom, he's out.
Yeah, I saw.
And I'm not surprised. I mean, how did you expect, being an Indian woman is another thing, meaning being the wife of Vance, right? But she's being submissive because she's taking the big white cup. But you can't go in there like Vivek did and try to run shit. That was never going to work. Not with this president, with MAGA.
Well, people love to use that word MAGA as if it really means anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's just an acronym for what should be anyway. So it's used as a pejorative or a negative all the time. And then you hear the word maggots or all kinds of other varieties. And, as like a Zen philosopher, Buddhist or whatever, people's irascibility or negative use of terminology or asking questions all the time. People have opinions, but the truth is this is like a Trump world. Like that's the craziest thing, which is so hard to really fathom, that when you become the president, you really are in charge of the biggest organization on the planet with an infinite amount of money to spend and millions of people to do what you want them to do. And if you go to the whitehouse.gov, you can see he's like using kind of old school websites and these statements to issue his dictates now. So this is like a different type of organizing as opposed to the first time. So we will see what happens and whether he makes a lot of terminations or hires to carry out his goals and objectives. It'll be very interesting to see how he utilizes his power over the next, 1,200 plus days. If you really look at it from a calendar type perspective and we were to map it out and determine like what he's going to do on this day, like really project his schedule, it'd be very wild to think that they're already doing these like forward projections. Like what is Stephen Miller thinking? Like he has so many people now. Like I think Stephen Miller, is probably like the most dangerous person in government, and I'm not saying negatively or positively. I'm just saying that he to me is very, very lethal. I think he's a lethal person. Anyways, Eric is in the room. This is the Adrian Dittman Show. It's January 22nd, 2025. What day is it? Wednesday? Yeah. So, I've been recording Elon Musk since August of 2024, and all you have to do is go on YouTube and type in Adrian Dittman. I'm sure you'll eventually see one of my videos, but, I compete with all the other YouTubers for just that term, Adrian Dittman, and I don't even show up. If you go to the short section, you will probably see me at the top, but for the most part, all the big YouTube creators, they dominate the results, based on YouTube's algorithm. So, but anyways, Elon Musk is well aware of me, as is his co-hosts, and he goes live every night about 7 p.m. And off of every single night that he goes live, I shoot like 30 shorts and I live stream every room. And he's well aware of that. And he's like, someone's been live streaming every single room we've ever done. Oh, there is a serious impersonation problem of Adrian on YouTube.
Fucking hate Google. Fuck Google. Fucking hate YouTube.
Well, let me ask you something. How do you keep hitting them? Because you don't go in there with the name.
He doesn't even look. I go in there sometimes with an Adrian Dittman name. He doesn't care. Because that would require too much clicking and looking through to see who I am. He's too lazy. He doesn't give a fuck. And in fact, I don't think he really cares because he knows that people are going to record the rooms. Because he knows that people know he's Elon Musk. So he knows. Like, even if he kicks me, he knows there's others. So I think he's given up. But I do have accounts that don't have the Adrian Dittman name. So that's probably why I'm not getting caught. But, you know, he has blocked over 10 of my accounts. And the thing is, when he blocks you, I screenshot it, and then it draws more attention to the fact that Adrian Dittman is blocking people. Like, why would the CEO of X suspend accounts, block accounts? It's because he believes in censorship when it targets him. Thus, he's a hypocrite. And, you know, he can complain and bitch and moan, and all he does is complain and bitch and moan. And even last night, I have recordings after recording. He says he doesn't like to poop. He says he doesn't like to pee. He says he doesn't like to eat. He says he only likes to use his brain. And so this is what we're dealing with. We are dealing with really essentially someone who's high on Adderall or ketamine all the time, and he is hyperverbalizing every single night, just in the same way that I'm doing now. But when you're Elon Musk and you're doing it, there's cause for being concerned. From a psychologist or a psychiatric perspective, there's a lot of concern that the US government is going to fund billions of dollars of his business and thus make him billions to take us to Mars? Are you shitting me? So we have to be concerned about, you know, special interest affecting the White House and who's getting billions of our taxpayer dollars.
We should go to Mars, don't you think?
Fuck no. Are you crazy? We're already on a spaceship, which is the most luscious, well-provisioned spaceship you could ever hope to be on. And we're going to waste our money, our resources, our treasury, flying to some fucking moon, it's nothing but a fucking moon. It's stupid. It's pointless. What are we going to touch ground and get right back and be like, we did it, we made it? Are you fucking crazy? What a waste of money.
Yeah, but the whole concept of money is malicious.
Listen, I agree, but the whole point is that we need to secure our borders, stop regime changing. We need to stop funding the military industrial complex and put that money towards housing, clothing, and food for the American population. We have to take care of our people and secure our assets. We have to stop draining and bleeding our future, which we have already done completely and entirely. Go to usdebtclock.org. I will pin the link. Look at the balance sheet, and you're going to tell me we're going to fund Adrian Dittman to take us to fucking Mars? I don't think so. I don't think so. Not going to happen. It's a fucking scam.
I think it's a done deal. Trump already said he was going to do it.
Well, we'll see about that. It turns out that someone has secret recordings of Elon Musk saying all kinds of heinous, vulgar shit for the past 6 months under a fake pen name, surreptitious Adrian Dittman. He's a subversive. He can't even have a security clearance because he's high on ketamine, rolling his eyes at the Capitol building while people are playing music, and he's sitting there looking at his cell phone, live streaming the room into X. And I've got the recordings. I don't think the government's going to want to give Elon Musk all this money. Not when he's on X every single night, high on ketamine, hyperverbalizing about how much he hates feminism and how OnlyFans and Instagram women are whores. I don't think so. Would you give billions of dollars to this man to take us to Mars and waste our fucking money on his imagination? I don't think so. Not gonna happen. Because someone's got recordings. Secret subversive recordings of Elon Musk. Listen, Hermes, I'm only gloating because every single day, every single way, Elon Musk is the center of attention.
The fact that he did Sig Heils. Do you realize that my recordings are like my future financial destiny is tied to Elon Musk because I am a parasite living on the host known as Adrian Dittman. And only I am in possession, and YouTube is in possession of my recordings. But my recordings are gold, Hermes. I'm the only one that's really doing it. And the truth is, these are unrecorded spaces. If I weren't recording these spaces, they would never be heard again ever. No one's really recording it. I'm the only one. So I like my position. I'm defending it, and I am complete.
Okay, I'm gonna put up the first taco truck on Mars, and we're gonna sell fajita tacos, chicharron tacos, and chorizo tacos.
Good luck getting your food box truck all the way up to Mars. It only costs about $300 billion to sell one fucking taco there.
You build it there. You build it there.
Really? On a planet that doesn't support life, it's just a red, barren, dry, gasless nothing. It's a hell. You got to look at this astrologically. There's no reason to go there. They don't even know the philosophy or the psychology behind the planets. So why are we going to waste all of our taxpayer dollars trying to get some place to sell your fucking tacos? It's not going to happen.
Dude, we used to sell tacos there millions of years ago.
What were we called then when we were selling tacos on Mars?
Martians.
Probably a good name for a taco store, Martian Tacos.
There you go. Martian Mexican. Or Mexican Martian. So think about it. That would be like the easiest, savoriest, convenient type of food to take to Mars. That would be tacos. Or make them there. Now, I can't wait, once we've been there a couple of weeks, we need to bring the Martian putas.
So it is 11:53 a.m. CST. What are you doing for the rest of the day, Hermes?
Well, I just had a fabulous lunch, and I'm still moving. So I did a load earlier this morning.
A moving load.
Yeah, I did. I've been moving for the past freaking month, dude, since the first. And I wanted it like that because this way I take my time. I'm not rushed. So what I did is I paid rent at the old location, and I paid rent for January at the new location. So I've been living out of two houses for the past month. I bought a bunch of new furniture because a lot of the old furniture I'm not going to take. I'm going to leave it there. And bought a whole brand new bedroom suite. That way I can bring my puta. How about you? What are you doing today? Hey, I saw on the news where it was the mayor of your city, Chicago, that's saying that he's going to arrest ICE agents if they try to do their crap in your city. Is that correct? I saw it on TikTok. he's a black guy, right? I didn't know who the mayor was in your city, but I think he's the mayor. He might be something else.
Yeah, I saw some clip. I don't know if that's exactly what was said. I didn't listen to it. I just shat posted. But if Trump really wanted to, he could send federal agents into the mayor's office and arrest him. And he could also arrest Pritzker as well and do raids on government leaders' offices because they're breaking the law, and charge them and arrest them, and bring them up on federal charges and bring them to federal court. And in the process, take back control of the city with the National Guard and utilize the military to essentially govern and function as like a temporary decision-making apparatus. And if you really upheld that Constitution about defending against enemies, foreign and domestic, he would take action against lawbreakers and enforce the law and just keep saying law, 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 law.
Well, with that inspiration, I just have one thing to say, and that's called the Second Amendment, right? The right to bear arms to defend myself against tyranny, revolution.
Yeah, I mean, the Alamo only lasted as long as it lasted because they had the arms, and that man at arms brings the law, until a superior force destroys the defenders. But the truth is, the federal government has the power and ability to supersede any local, law enforcement or private security. And you just can't stop those many soldiers and those many law enforcement employees at the federal level. There's just too many. They can overwhelm and take control. So if that's what's required, so let it be.
Now, here's an interesting question. Do you really think that American troops would turn on American citizens? I don't think they would.
Yeah, they would. No doubt. Soldiers will do what they're told to do. And it's not like they're trying to kill people, they're just trying to arrest people.
Right, exactly.
I mean, there needs to be no lethal force. I mean, if someone tries to take, lethal force against a uniformed U.S. officer or soldier, I mean, there would be grounds to, use lethal force in return. It's all about engagement, discernment. So anyways, we'll see what happens, because it's possible that Trump sends in federal agents to raid corrupt political leaders of major U.S. cities, because there is corruption happening, massive corruption. It's been happening for a long, long time, and it's a lot of money involved. So, a lot of politicians get taken down at the municipal level, at the major city level. So that's what the government, the federal government primarily does. That's what the FBI does. I mean, they investigate the micro municipal, and then the military does, the external management. It's a huge system. And the way that we've been directing the system has all been outward facing. All of our money goes towards other countries' border protection security as opposed to our own. So hopefully Trump consolidates and focuses the energy of this country internally against our enemies domestically, because we all know they're here. They are corrupt hypocrites, felons, traitors, liars, frauds, scammers, deceivers, manipulators, misinformationists. It's true. So we'll see what happens. We are entering into a very precarious time, because light is going to be shined on all of the viruses and bacteria which are festering and cancerizing our society. If he actually releases information on the JFK assassination, well, then logically, he would also have to release information on 9/11. And if he releases information on 9/11, he'd have to release information on the ZAV. And that could bring down Pfizer, Moderna, J&J, Fauci, CDC. I mean, the fireworks show hasn't even begun. And Elon Musk is, saying when RFK gets installed, wait till you see everything fucking blow up. People are counting on a lot of, every day, in every way, we are going to be dealing with explosions, every day is cataclysmic. Wait till you see what happens. Like, this is just the beginning, and people are already saying he did more in one day than Biden did in 4 years. So, and this is just the beginning. If it really is a golden age and Trump is like Hermes or King Midas, with the golden touch, it could be very good. And people are so pessimistic and negative, and because all of their speech pattern is constantly and chronically pessimistic and have negative opinion attitudes. Yeah.
What do you think about him wanting to end citizen birthright?
Oh, well, I don't think it's like he signed an executive order on it. Like, it's over. All of these.
It's not. Because think about this, and I know you know this. Number one, it's part of our Constitution, which is the 14th.
But he issues the certificates. That's the thing, is people can't get passports to even get the fuck out. You see what, like, the passports are over. Like, they're not issuing passports. They're not issuing birth certificates. Like, maybe at the state level.
The state, the state is the one that issue. Like, when you're born in Texas, the feds don't give you a birth certificate. It's the state.
Yeah.
But here's my point. Yeah, and I don't know if you heard this, but so far, as of today, 21 states, the general attorneys from these states, are suing Donald Trump. Behind the birthright citizenship. And they had one guy, I forget what state it was, and he looked like an Asian guy, older Asian guy, and he basically said it was his obligation to protect the thousands of babies that were going to be born in his state this year, 2025.
Well, I think the important thing to remember is that X is essentially becoming the de facto cellular network and the de facto mainstream media network. And you can't underestimate the power of X. And in the occult sciences, it's called like the theory of X. Like, Elon Musk is all wrapped up in the occult, because the whole thing about X is that it's like the fifth variable or the fifth element. And if the whole world is running off of X and you have Google and Apple at the ceremonies bringing in Trump, and that means that they are submitting, it is a very unique time.
They're giving him money too.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I am in possession of all of these Elon Musk recordings, and as a parasite, he even said, he's like, I am the host, and there are parasites here, Like, he knows he's the host, and he's gonna keep hosting. So, like, in terms of my pipeline, like, I need Elon to stay alive. And he sits there with a chronic cough. Like, he's sick, and he thinks that this is a legacy. He doesn't know how much longer he has to live. And he is zapped up. So, he could stroke out eating a buttered steak live on X, and I might have that recording, Anything could happen. But anything could happen.
Now, there's a clip there. I guess it was during the inauguration. I forget her name, but Vance's wife was doing something with the kid, and she was like sort of bent over, and she had her butt like facing Donald Trump, where he was like standing behind her. I don't know if you saw this clip. It was on TikTok. And so the clip says that Donald was groping her, right? So he does touch her. He reaches out. He touches her like on the side, like in between her arm, in between the shoulder and the hip, like on the side there, and she was bent over. And before he did that, he was like staring at her ass because she was like right in front of him, and she was bent over. And he was probably think about it, right? He was probably talking to himself as he was looking at her butt, and he was saying, I wonder what brown pussy would be like.
So did you see when Trump danced with Melania at the Commander-in-Chief ball?
Yeah.
You know, you can't underestimate the visual power of these images to the world. When the world sees Donald Trump and Ivanka, victoriously dressed like James Bond, looking like, listen, the images that have come out are really, really resplendent and unique, and you get to see all these military functionalities and all these military people in uniform, and you get to see the high school marching bands in uniform. It's very good imagery. But the thing is, when Elon Musk does the Sig Heil, it throws a big wrench in the whole thing. And I am in possession of these Adrian.
The big Hal, is that what that is?
Yeah, he did a Nazi salute. I mean, unmistakably, he did. The Sig Heil. And the point is, yesterday.
Now, you know how he's gonna clean that up, right?
Yeah.
He's gonna say he did the Roman salute.
I know, and that's last night what they spent 2 hours talking about on the Adrian Dittman podcast. It's all damage control for someone who is fucking retarded. And if you think we're going to give billions upon billions, hundreds of billions of dollars to him and Starlink and to SpaceX, I mean, but do you know when that shit IPOs, SpaceX could go up to like $600 billion in market cap? And it doesn't turn a profit. Like, that's the insanity of Wall Street, where this is another company that doesn't turn a quarterly profit, but because of all the pensions and all the investors and all the media, he's able to, through capital formation, create hundreds of billions of dollars in market capitalization. And so, but this is the thing about Elon is he might be the cheapest person who has ever lived. Like, I don't think this fucking guy, anyways. He is who he is, and to me, I am the parasite. He is the host. I'm happy to be involved in the relationship. Go to adriandittman.com to see more. I should be posting more videos there, but what I have recently started doing is in all my playlists on YouTube, I have been creating Adrian Dittman, Elon Musk, X Spaces, the conversation playlist, and adding all my videos to try to rank and compete on YouTube for Adrian Dittman content. And when Adrian Dittman gets exposed as being Elon Musk and people start investigating Adrian Dittman on YouTube, they will see all my videos. It's just a matter of time before he outs himself. And he already has. He's already said he's Elon Musk. So it's stupid. It's a huge inside joke and nobody's paying attention. But everybody around the world is paying attention to Elon Musk. Little do they know, if they wanted to hear the real Elon, they would just go to Adrian Dittman on X and listen to him every night talk. Because there's this huge fascination with the man, but really it's just hypnosis. It's just content creation. He's an influencer. And, you get to really hear what he's thinking. He doesn't hold back. He jumps in and really says what he's thinking. And a lot of it is really bad takes of an egotistical, vain person who really he thinks he's smarter than he really is. And it's just amazing to watch because when he has a cough like that and he only sleeps a couple of hours a night and he's high on ketamine playing video games every night, you may be talking about a person who only has weeks or months left to live. He wants to see his dream of getting funded to go to Mars, and then what will he have to accomplish then? Because once he gets it to pass, he'll think it's like the win, but actually getting to Mars is so stupid. It may be impossible. It's just a huge fucking grift. And I think a lot of people are aware of the grift. And he regularly talks about dictatorship. And that's what we may be entering into, is a dictatorship. But if that is the antithesis of the woke dictatorship, I would rather have
the conservative right dictatorship as opposed to a left liberal whack job dictatorship of trans everything, of gender everything, of race everything, of women everything. So I'm glad that Trump and Elon are at least trying to right the ship, but I just hope they really do it. And he says common sense is the mantra. So if you've got complaints about common sense and pragmatism, you'll have complaints about everything. And that's the saying. You have to be satisfied, satiated, as Elon Musk likes to say. I was satiated. Okay, we're going to go to the next segment of the Adrian Dittman Show, and I am going to pipe in Clown House into Clown House. Here we go.
Just thinking about the dual standard. But yeah, it's happening kind of behind the scenes, and then eventually there'll be a tipping point where it's distributed enough, like the coins are in enough people's hands.
You start saying shit like my Lord and my Lady and Lord God, the Father. But then God applies to Zeus because he's a human with divine powers, because the word God was not around in ancient times.
Because you have people like Dianne Feinstein who were in the Senate for longer than I've been alive, and I'm 35. She was in the Senate since I believe 85, 86, whatever. Point is this: I don't want to keep on a soapbox. I think Trump, even though he's a flawed human being like anybody else, he's done more for this country than I've seen. I don't know, some presidents do since 97, since I've been here, since Bill Clinton was president. The fact that and I don't want to make this personal with the Democrats because they have a lot of soul searching to do. In that party right now, the last great Democratic president, I would say, really humbly, was maybe JFK, and he only had 2 years and he got shot. And that was because he took himself the gold standard, and I don't want to go down that rabbit hole. But really, the last great Democratic president we had was probably FDR, and God bless his soul. But the Democratic Party, and I'm saying this to you as a history major, I'm not an expert on anything, but that's what I studied, and that's what my undergrad was in, from the University of Oklahoma. I just want to say this. The last, 45 years, because of this Islamic fascist regime in Iran, 9 to 10 million Iranians, we're the biggest diaspora in the world. We've had to come to this country, and I'm glad I came here because I've learned a lot of valuable lessons about democracy, liberty. I think James said a republic, how a federal government works. Because the U.S. is not 100% democracy. Whoever says that is completely wrong.
We're a constitutional republic.
Thank you. We have democratic values. Anyway, I'm going to try to land the plane. What I'm trying to say is I think a lot of people, and I think James said this, or I don't want to quote anybody, a lot of people the last couple of years in the garb, I would say, in the cloak and dagger of inclusivity, which listen, I have friends that are gay. I have nothing against gay people, lesbian people. I have nothing against anybody. I'm always about progress. And the last couple of years, we have really, really, really regret. It's such a dire. We were at wit's end. We were at a very thin string. And you have people like Soros, and again, I don't want to go down these rabbit holes because people are going to scream conspiracy theories. But you have people like Soros, you have people like Schumer, you have people like Pelosi. If you look up her family history, they have ties back to the days of Al Capone and stuff in Chicago. And again, I'm not going to go down that rabbit hole. But she has a whole family of drugs and crime. And again, all politicians are corrupt. The thing with Trump is he owns everything. He says it at face value. He's completely transparent. He has some balls of steel. When he says I'm going to do something, he actually does it. when he said I'm gonna kill Soleimani back in 17, correct me, that I can show you videos of some of my distant relatives in Iran, in the capital in Tehran, and they were screaming and shouting, "Go Trump!" And so if anybody thinks that Biden actually did anything, not only did he not do anything the last 4 years, I started bodybuilding a couple years ago. I'm not tooting my own horn, but I lost 55 pounds in the last 2 years alone. I go to the store the last few years and I try to buy a goddamn pallet of eggs. I eat about 5 or 6 eggs a day, and by the way, it doesn't bring up your bad cholesterol. That's a myth. I go to the store and I try to buy some, goddamn dozen eggs, and the price has doubled, tripled, quadrupled. And this is Oklahoma City, by the way, where a lot of people from the West Coast and East Coast are moving here because supposedly our cost of living. And I'm sorry I'm going on. I just got a lot on my mind. I need to get out. The price of living here, we love it. The price of living here, James, is a lot better, we would say, than the East and West Coast. It's still not that good because of inflation, because of this so-called economic stimulus package, which didn't economically stimulate, part of my language, not even my left ball and my ball sack. They didn't even tantalize my dick. They didn't do shit for me or any other middle-class American. The middle class the last 20-some years has shrunk and shrunk and shrunk and shrunk. Why? I don't want to exclusively blame it on the Democrat, but if you're going to blame one party or the other, one party advocates for business, one party advocates for let corporations do their thing, and some people say, well, there's corruption in corporations. Okay, so there's not corruptions in these government-funded programs that they funnel, other shit through. So that's all I want to say to our friends that are left of the aisle. And again, by the way, I'm speaking to you as an objective independent that's a historian by training. Just so you know, I'm objective. I'm an Iranian by birth. I'm a member of the Baha'i faith, which is a very unifying religion. And the point is that the reason why we're divided because one party, since the FDR times, the same FDR that gave you food stamps, now they call them SNAP, which my mother and I, when we moved to this country, and my sister, a single mother, and God bless this great nation, put us on all these welfare programs. The point of welfare programs is when you're done with them, you're supposed to graduate and go and try to get up on your feet. The issue is that one party, who shall not be named, I think we all know, James, likes to just throw money at the problem. And it says in the Bible, many of you are Christians here, with utmost respect to Christ, he said, teach a man to fish, give a man a fish. One party says, let's just throw money at the problem, let's just give people fishes. That doesn't solve the core of the issue. So back in the 40s, you had these problems. FDR addressed them with these new deals and these fair deals, and Truman continued it, God bless them. The problem is they've gotten away from that same middle and lower class, these Democrats, that have bolstered the chunk of their voters, the vast majority of their voters. They've abandoned the very people that have put them into power for the last multiple decades. They went ultra elitist. They've forgotten what the will of the people is, like James said. You have people like me. I have a single 71-year-old mother. When I told her that Jimmy Carter died a couple weeks ago, and nobody celebrates anybody's death, but she was happy. Because Jimmy Carter, one of the worst presidents, by the way, in the history of this great nation, 200 and some years, Jimmy Carter destroyed my country. Or my country of birth, I should say, because I consider myself a proud American, and I'm a citizen naturalized 2004. I can show you my documents. I'm not illegal. I came here as a religious refugee because I'm a Baha'i, and the Muslim clergy hates my people. We're the largest religious minority in Iran, and we're persecuted and genocided left and right. And Trump is the only person, or the only president that I know in the last 45 years, besides maybe Reagan, who has the ball to say we're gonna hand these mullahs in Iran, we're gonna hand their own shit to them. We're gonna bomb them back to the Stone Age, not the people. these nuclear sites. So I just want to say thank you to President Trump. Shout out to President Trump, who I voted for. Shout out to you, sir, and to J.D. Vance for having the balls to actually do something and to put your fucking money where your mouth is and try to turn the economy around. Listen, I have no ill will towards the Democratic Party, but may God have mercy on your soul. Because if you have people like, what's her face, Cortez, whatever, and all these other people, they care more about the kids in Palestine. And I feel bad for those kids because they didn't choose this war. Hamas did. Again, I'm rambling, but I think some people need to do a lot of soul searching, and they need to stop being willfully ignorant. And I think all of us, including myself, we all have biases of sorts. There's not a single human being that says, I don't have biases, and I don't have maybe a little bit of prejudice here and there. If we can all just try to put our differences aside, in the words of George Washington, and try to unify. And as much as you don't like Trump as a person, again, I'm sure he's done a lot of corrupt business dealings back in the day, but at least many, many years ago when the Shah of Iran, God bless the soul, was still living before these Ayatollah sons of bitches, genocidal maniac, he tried to do a business venture. Look it up. This isn't fake news. Trump tried to go into Kish Island, which is a very beautiful island. By the way, we have very good-looking women in Iran. We have girls that look like Pamela Anderson. We have girls that look like Tyra Banks. Beautiful women. Beautiful women. And I'm talking to one, and I'm going to marry her one day. Point is, Matt, I'm sorry. Point is, I've went on way too long. Thank you very much for listening. Hopefully you listen.
I just wanted to chime in and say one thing real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think everybody's tripping out about Trump, right? But like all those other people were in charge of this country for the last 65 years, and they really fucked it up. But everybody's mad at Trump, who's only been in charge of it for 4. I don't really find that to be math. A good math, being like a good idea, like good addition, subtraction, whatever. Because like all these people, like I said, Bush and Reagan and all those people fucked this place up for like 60 years, man. And now this guy's been in charge for only 4, but he's the worst one. I just don't understand that reasoning. It doesn't make any sense to me. I'm more upset with the last administration. You know what I'm saying? Versus the new guy.
My dear, and it's called willful ignorance. It's called putting the wool over your own
cognitive
eyes.
dissonance, intellectual dishonest. I know.
It's a mental illness, with all due respect, and I say this, and I'm manic bipolar, and I own over 25 guns because my psychiatrist said, Shamim, you're stable. So maybe some people need to take pills. And listen, if you have a chemical imbalance in your brain, I didn't choose my bipolar disorder. It's called genetics. My father gave it to me. God rest his soul. He died 10 years ago, and he brought it.
It's from the aluminum and barium that just spraying.
Thank you. So I think some of these Congress people maybe need to get on some medication to, balance out the different onings in their brain, like oxytocin and norepinephrine, and I can go on and on. I have a lot of friends in the University of Wisconsin. By the way, they have some of the best neuroscience department. All I'm trying to say, I'll land it with this. All I'm trying to say is, listen, let's be genuine, because I think some of these conversations that I've been hearing on this app, I don't get on as much as I used to. A lot of these conversations, Matt, they're kind of, with all due respect from both sides, but especially the left side of the aisle, they're very disingenuous. And they don't attack the core issues. It's like, oh, Trump is a bad person. Okay, but exactly...
That's because you're talking to F words and N words all the time on this app.
For the country going forward. Well, guns are bad. Okay, we concede the point that guns do harm. But what is your approach? What is your solution? You keep pointing out the problems, Mrs. Pelosi, Mrs. Cortez, whatever her fucking name is. We want you, to propose your solution.
I have bipolar
to
disorder.
the problem.
And
We don't
35
want you to sit
drugs.
here and complain
My
and bitch and moan.
psychiatrist
We have
said
a
that
mental
I outside of the house
Men
and
and
have
women.
supervision.
Because men,
I've
we
got
say
some
women
political
complain all
opinions
the
that
time.
I'd like to share with the world. So take it from me. Take it from me.
Listen, take my advice. JFK got assassinated by Israel. 9/11 was a result of Israel. The vaccine was a result of Israel. Take it from me. I'm bipolar and have 30 guns.
Take it from me.
Take it from me, Dr. Vinny Boombots, your psychiatrist.
Everyone's suffering from a chemical imbalance.
We'll call out motherfuckers who want to, like James said, who want to undermine the very fabric upon which the society was founded on. When you have somebody in the office that's a socialist that rather would just throw money at the problem rather than address the core issues, and then under the guise of progress says, yeah, we did some of the most amazing economic packages since the New Deal. My ass. Go look at the statistics. Inflation is through the roof. How the housing market hasn't just completely collapsed. God forbid if that happens, because then we're really fucked. And by the way,
It'll happen when the stock market collapses.
When the Green Revolution was happening in Iran and the Arab Spring, if you remember that, all over the Middle East in 2009, 10, I was going to OU. I was like a junior, senior, whatever. 35 now. This is 14 years ago. Not too old. The point is, he went ahead and gave these Ayatollah sons of bitches, these Nazis, fascist Ayatollahs, who, God forbid, if they get a nuclear bomb, which, by the way, Trump said, over my dead body, these motherfuckers are going to get a bomb. Fuck that. And he's 100% not going to let him. I'm just telling you. Because Biden was giving them money under the table. Look it up. Not a conspiracy theory. Obama's bitch ass went ahead and like a little...
What room is this?
I don't know, like a little bitch.
Trump Tuesday in President Trump
went
House.
ahead and gave these Ayatollahs, I forgot how much money it was, but a lot of the Shah's money, the people of Iran's money, our money, went ahead and gave it to these sons of bitches, like $4, $5, $6 billion with a B, like boy, and said, yeah, go ahead and butcher your own people and shoot women and rape them in prison and, gang rape and do everything you want. And you think Guantanamo Bay is bad? Go see what they do to people in Evin prison in Tehran. So that's what we're dealing with, folks. And if you think Trump is not fit for the job and you don't think he's going to turn this country around, what, you're going to have Kamala Harris? Good luck. Thank you, Matt.
Anybody want to follow up behind that?
Yeah, when you said when you're talking about Soleimani being killed and the people of Iran like cheering Trump, I just imagine like myself like being an Iranian walking down the street and all of a sudden giant knives the size of cars fell from the sky and destroyed the bad guy in your neighborhood, and it's just like that must seem so absolutely heaven sent to those people over there. But to us, it's just a button we click and a rocket flies up. But to them, some real results show up. They've been terrorized by this fella for decades, and then Donald Trump comes in, clicks a button, and from the sky, metal knives come down and destroy the guy who's been, harassing you and oppressing you. It's I haven't heard it described on the side that you've given before, so I thought that was very interesting to hear.
Well, my dear, we're a melting pot for a reason. See, this is the beauty of this country, is we forget that there's nothing wrong, and I'm not saying you, James. Some people, and again, with all due respect, I'm saying this objectively, so please follow me, my brother. I don't have a prejudicial angle or anything in I don't have a dog in the fight, as it were. By the way, dog fighting is bad. Michael Vick found out the hard way. Jokes aside, the point is, shout out to the Atlanta Falcons. Point is, I don't have a problem with people addressing the issues. Listen, when you have a whole slew of people, okay, that go after the person and not the problem, they don't care about your problems. They don't care that inflation is through the roof. They're a bunch of elitist pricks. Chuck Schumer is sitting in his nice millions and millions of dollar house in New York, upstate New York, wherever the fuck it is. He doesn't give a fuck about you and me. Nancy Pelosi doesn't give a fuck about you and me. Now, some people say, well, Trump is the elitist prick too, because he's just like them, except he's on the other side. All he cares about is corporations. Okay, I concede that point. But what I will say is, if that's the case, how come he's been a businessman for decades and decades and decades, and people say, well, he's filed bankruptcy? Okay, I'll give you a statistic. Go look it up, not fake news.
It's because they want to look for any type of negativity they can find dependent on Trump and all this stuff. Like they're running around saying that he's a convicted felon and all this shit. And it's like, bro, he wasn't convicted. He was just charged, but he wasn't convicted because it was kangaroo
I'm not
court.
sure if you know what the code name for Donald Trump is in the Secret Service today. He is codenamed the Felon. That is what his code name is. Awesome. He designated himself. He asked for it. It is a fucking amazing thing. So when they go pick him up, the Felon is on Air Force One.
Let's go.
I know, it's amazing stuff. Captain Mustachio, what do you got to say? I see you up here. We haven't heard from you.
Give it a shot. I think I saw you in another room, or at least a private room, that you really care for Trump. I don't know, but go for it. In silence.
What did you say?
You're talking to me?
Well, whoever made this last comment, I just wanted to hear what you said.
Oh no, this guy, Captain. I thought maybe me. I could be wrong. I thought I saw him in a room, a private.
Oh, right on. I was gonna say that MAGA's MAGA's no good, right? The MAGA thing is no good, right? That's a satanic priest ranking structure.
Yeah, for real. Speaking of,
so that's why he stopped using MAGA. Now it's that's why it says like he has a whole nother slogan now. The MAGA thing's gone because it's a literal ranking of the satanic church. He didn't even know about that until recently. So like I would stop using that MAGA thing because that's not good. Just saying.
It's also a style of anime. I don't know what you're talking about.
Manga. That's MANGA. Manga, not MAGA.
I know. I was making fun of it. I was just saying acronyms are acronyms.
Sorry, man. I'm a big anime fan, so I'm just defending it.
I get you. But yeah, I mean, the hat still says "Make America Great Again." I just ordered one from the website yesterday. I have like 100 of these things.
Speaking of church and bishops or whatever, did you check out the bishop who lectured Trump, James?
Oh my gosh, man! That lady creature thing looked like she had the light sucked out of her in the middle of an Aladdin.
Funny, dude. That wasn't.
I don't know why the Crypt Creeper was up there. I don't even know how. That's a bishop. It doesn't even make sense.
It's a bull dyke.
That was that lesbian bishop, right?
Yeah, you can tell that was definitely a lesbian. If she's not a lesbian, then she has a bunch of cats. That's for sure.
These people are stupid.
I believe they should sign a registry and be allowed to buy dildos because they made their decision.
That's a good requirement. I like that. You have to stay away from men and everything shaped like men.
Exactly. Leftists are for the gulag, man.
The goo is the room. Someone did.
No, but we are at war, and we need to acknowledge it, everyone.
Where did Q go? That's a good question. James, you know where they all went?
Yeah, they moved
the QAnon people?
Yeah.
Oh, man, it was hard to take them serious. I mean, at first, they were like, they're taking babies for blood, and you were, like, interested. You're like, huh, really? And then it was like Scientology. Once you got introduced to it, they're like, yeah, they're taking the blood, and guess what it's for? And you're like, what? They're like, aliens. And you're like, oh, fuck me. I knew this was a cult. Like, what the hell is this? Like, yeah, they're giving it to immortal aliens that live in space and serve Satan, and you're just like, you guys are insane people. I'm glad QAnon faded away.
They're using it for the adrenochrome, though. They're doing that.
I don't know, if you look at that's how it starts, they say that, and then you start talking to them, and you dive deeper, and then the aliens come in, and the demons come in,
I'm never gonna see
interdimensional beings from space.
You'll never hear me say that shit. You'll never hear me say that shit.
I'm just saying, it's
have you heard the kids screaming in the Connex boxes? Have you heard the kids screaming in the container ships? Go check that out, man.
I mean, I'm sure there's trafficking of children, and I'm sure there's probably some organ, collection as well. But I'm saying, when it comes to a massive infrastructure for aliens, that's an insane thing.
That's insane.
Whoa. What's going on, Matt? Long time no talk. How's everybody doing? Oh, shit. Hey, what's up?
Well, you just won best picture in the room.
Thank you. I actually got the shirt on right now, too. I had that image printed, put it on the shirt, and I got it on right now. But I'm here to defend the Q movement. I am. I really am here to defend.
Oh, come on, the aliens, man.
The Q movement.
All right, tell us about the
Give
aliens.
it your best
It's
shot.
interesting stuff. I love it. So go ahead.
Go. Give it your best shot. Yeah.
No. Well, I was never into, like, that's not my thing. I was never into the whole aliens and this and that. But I did dive into some, keyboard posts and so on and so forth, and it led me to just dig deeper into certain actors and players and, shit that I would never learn about Obama and who paid for his, Harvard education, and then it led me down that rabbit hole. And so it was just a matter of learning from the people that were posted on the keyboard. I learned more about Kash Patel, so on and so forth, and certain acts, and it's just some people use it differently, other people manipulate it, and it's not a bad thing. It's just primarily to kind of understand the people that is in front of us, the people that we see on the day-to-day in politics and so on and so forth. So it just depends, how you look at it.
The QAnon people move the goalposts too much, man. That's why I lost any kind of, like, just looking at it. You got to take a look at it, every now and then. But they just kept moving the goalposts, and I'm just.
Did they even get anything right? I forget where we were.
Well, yeah, so that was a big mistake. A lot of people just went off of assumptions like, JFK was going to return and so on and so forth. And, who's.
The storm.
Yeah, there's.
If they fake their death,
you know what?
they go to jail. I mean, that's what would happen with us,
You know what? I think during the last 4 years, I think the gullibility of people is just, out the roof. But I think it just called for desperate measures, man. It's just a human nature. You know what I mean? Everybody's just so desperate to be okay that, well, I'm not gonna say me, but a lot of people caught on to that narrative. That certain people were behind the scenes and so on and so forth. But I mean, if you really look at it, there is a Q clearance. And the NSA, and whether they are the ones posting on the boards, who knows? Nobody will ever know. But some of the information that we got off of those Q boards, things like that, I would have never known myself personally. Kind of like, I don't know. I can't give an example off the top of my head right now. But
JFK's memorial site's a Q. There's a Q at
yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of weird things. A lot of weird anomalies, There's a lot of weird anomalies.
The only thing I know about QAnon.
Yeah.
The one thing I know about QAnon is that the Pizzagate guy is an absolute fucking Chad. I think that he's a hero. He had convinced in his head that there were children in the basement of this pizza parlor, and he decided nobody else is going to do anything. I'm going to go fucking save these kids. And he charged in the door, guns blazing, hurt nobody, by the way, killed nobody, just guns blazing, and just was like, where's the fucking kids at? It's just like, what a hero. What if there were kids there? He would have saved them. He would have been a hero. So I consider him a hero.
Well, just to piggyback on that, the whole theory was, to save the children and so on and so forth. And, long story short, it sucks to find out what really happens with, child trafficking and so on and so forth. And I've seen some wild videos, man, not for the weak. It's just, whether or not it's relatable or to the topic, but when it came to that, we come to find out, what Planned Parenthood was. They literally sold kids' body parts. You know what I mean? So there was a black trade for that. You know what I mean? So it just takes you where, to where whatever information you're looking for. I don't know if y'all remember, I think his name is Fitton, Judicial Watch. He came out with this big old thing of what Planned Parenthood and how they were selling, literally aborted baby body parts and so on and so forth. So, it's all in a big spider web. They're all intertwined together. So, whether you want to believe the crazy side of it or not, some people, learned a lot from the Q movement. As an anon, not a QAnon, as an anon, that's what I guess I like to pride myself on, just being able to do some of the deep research in topics that, I was interested in. But
well, there were a lot of people also that tried to do their own truth telling, and then they died suddenly from, a variety of mysterious ways. That Anne Heche thing, that stands out to me, the way they slammed her back down on that gurney. I mean, it was like she was fighting for her life, but they had to end it.
And she was still alive.
Yeah, Anne Heche you're talking about? Yeah.
Yeah, Anne Heche, yeah.
I mean, then you also have Julian Assange with WikiLeaks, and then the death of Seth Rich. He was a Democratic worker who supposedly got a hands on Hillary's emails and so on and so forth. So
Frazzle drip.
that story, yeah, frazzle drip and so on. So things like that, you know, are just like, yeah, they seem a little far fetched, but are they really? You know what I mean? Like some of this shit, we just got to think outside the box. And, you know, whether we like to think it's not true, I mean, shit, there are some sick people out in the world. The other one that comes ahead is John Podesta, you know. The keyboards talk about John Podesta.
Yuck.
And yeah, and then when you look down his history and, you know, the picture of him holding a fit with his palms up, you know, it's just like, where's the symbolism in that? And then some of the paintings that they found, and, you know, yeah, it's wild.
Yeah, no doubt, dude. Biljana Đurđević, the one that draws all that artwork for John Podesta and Tony Podesta, she was a former SA, like sexual assault, satanic abuse ritual, whatever the fuck person allegedly escaped, but I'm sure they let her out so that she can tell her tale. But yeah, you got all that stuff, and Maria Abramovich, whatever her name is, the spirit.
Yeah, Maria Abramovich.
It's all this weird shit, you know. Everybody remember Castaway, right? Wilson, that red palm print. That's their representation of Frazzle drip. That's what happens when they pull your skin up over your face. He turns into that red shit. So that's what Wilson is the representation of Frazzle drip, because that's their little symbol amongst themselves.
Well, Hillary and Abedin, they were supposed to have been at Epstein Island, and Hillary did that. She did a ritual, and it was on the insurance video. And remember all those New York detectives and then they all died. They all died. Most of them.
Some of the most hardened inspectors and detectives of New York ran around for a long time, and they threw up. Most of them threw up, couldn't handle themselves watching the video.
Yeah, Sidney Powell brought that up. She did a conference about that.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. And people wanted her to be president.
Right. So I'm just saying, put some respect on our names, baby.
Yeah. We need to get Rick up here. He's found out that we're all Jan 6ers and we're having the Jan 6er meeting, so we need to get him up here so he can speak to us.
What does he want to tell us? What does he want to tell us? More delusions?
I don't know. He just found out that every single one of us are all Jan 6ers, and we all just got out of jail and we all were pardoned. So we want to make sure that we all confirm to him that we are Jan 6ers.
Yeah, come on up here, Rick. Let's hear your psycho delusion.
Where the fuck did he go? Did he leave when we called him out?
Yeah, let me tell you about how the Jan 6ers fought for real.
Yes, we do. We love Jose. Jose's top notch. What are you talking about?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yoruba, Jamaica.
Yes, we are insurrectionists that insurrected for the current sitting president. That's crazy to think about. You know, like, holy smokes, how do you insurrect against the duly elected president? Weird stuff.
It wasn't even an insurrection. They opened the door and let them all in.
Jose's the only one that's not deported. Welcome, Jose.
We need to rename Washington, D.C. to Trump C. So it'll be, instead of District of Columbia, it'll be Trump Columbia.
Or just Trumpopolis.
Or District of Trump. We can call it DT.
Do I need to friend Jose? He's a fellow Mexican.
You can do whatever you want.
Whoa! That's it. I was born in America. Please refer to me as an American. Thank you.
Hey, there's Don. Hey, Don.
Proud to be an American.
You know, Rick Jones has a good point that civil lawsuits can be used against Mark Milley and Fauci and the Jan 6 committee and all those people to completely ruin them and their structure, along with their staffers who are not pardoned. They can be sat in prison cells. There is retaliatory actions that we can take. Sorry, Rick Jones, but guess what? We're in charge and we're coming for you, baby. You better be fucking hot.
What does this person mean by civil lawsuits, though? Like, who's gonna?
I don't fucking know. He thinks that he's gonna take it to the appellate court or something.
Motherfucking Trump, shut the fuck up, you bastard.
Who the hell is that? What's that?
It's some guy likes to touch himself.
We
got a guy from Naboo here or something. What accent is that?
No, he likes to. Yeah, civil lawsuits for federal crimes.
Motherfucking white people, you don't even know who's your lady.
Hey, stop jerking off to movies of your mom, okay? Chill out down.
Yo, shut the fuck up, you sister fuckers.
Nice. There's nobody getting reparations. Nobody's getting rid.
Is this one of Soleimani's guys? Did you survive the knife?
You motherfucker Christians.
The drill.
Were you the one in the passenger seat? Soleimani.
Praise Jesus, James.
You
Gosh, remember, Christian. Praise Jesus.
And speak.
Finally come.
You know, Aisha ended up doing wonderful things for humanity. Pretty good.
Fuck humanity. Fuck you.
Yeah. For sure, buddy. Hey, down there in the bottom. Where's your next meal coming from?
Out there in the bottom. Fucking, it's so good.
How soon do you think we're going to be able to put a dent in the whole border issue and start turning these people around?
ASAP. They're starting to work on it right now.
It's happening right now.
They closed off a lot of the ports of access, and a lot of people lost their appointments to come across to the invasions.
Do you think he's going to really be able to change it to the Gulf of America? Because from what I understand, there's some kind of like maritime thing that they all have to agree on.
I don't think.
I mean, we can do it for ourselves, or we can just call it that because we want to. It doesn't give. When have we ever given a shit what everybody else calls it?
Captain was
They call Russia Russia, and we still say Russia. We never give a fuck what they called Russia. We just call it whatever we want.
I think it makes more sense, to be honest with you.
Nigerians even make more than Americans. Right.
I say that we can keep it the Gulf of Mexico if we take over Mexico as another state or territory, and then it's the Gulf of just, part of America. It's our state, Mexico.
Good luck with that one.
We've already designated the cartels terrorist organizations, so that is the conquest of Mexico. Let's recognize that the cartels are the government, so by taking them down, we are taking down the government of Mexico.
Right on.
They got that murdering fucking president they just elected.
Yeah, we hate her.
See how many fucking people, see how many of our opponents got bumped off?
And then immigration will be solved because we won't need to have some type of border crisis. They will be territorial citizens, which means that they can migrate left and right. We can go left and right. Our law enforcement can go over the border and back and forth. Infrastructure, economy. It would be beneficial for both us and Mexico to unite as the USA, for them to join our republic.
If we had in Canada, man, that would be something.
Manifest destiny will be achieved. Mexico and Canada will fall under the U.S. flag. It will happen.
The cartels do take care of their own guys, so that's 1 point plus for them.
I always thought it would have been smart for us not to invest so much into the Middle East and invest in our bordering countries and become more unified with Canada and Mexico and have them become part of the United States. It seemed to make better sense because
is in Mexico.
We need to make sure we keep the border though.
Hell yeah, a lot. We wouldn't even have border issues if they became a part of our country.
Yeah, exactly. There would be no immigration issue. We would. At the very bottom of Mexico would be a nice little tight point where then we could control the border if we want to for central Mexico. Instead of having a 1,000-mile wide border, you have a 25-mile wide little narrow field or whatever it is.
And Mexico's awesome. I mean, Mexico's fucking amazing. I love Mexican food. I mean, I'm in California, man. There's nothing better than Mexican food. I was married to a Mexican.
Mexican food is not. It does
I
not.
love
Their morals. Their morals are different than ours. They have completely different moral standards than we do. They don't think the same way we do, and they act totally different, man. It's borders are necessary.
Well, that's why we bring our law and order to their land.
Mexicans are mostly conservative. Hispanic conservative Catholics. I mean, that's great.
Mm-hmm. Yep, Roman Catholics.
I mean, the last part irks me a little bit, but the rest of it's all.
They murder people at will, man, and they do a lot of.
No, you're talking about some fuck shit. But normal fucking Mexican people are fucking based.
Yeah, and we should bring Mexico in. I really do think we should. It would be beneficial for the economy of Mexico as well. Their wages would immediately increase. I'm not sure if you know, like Juarez, right across from El Paso, the wage is like 30 cents an hour compared to ours over there. Well, no wonder they walk over here to work, or they have to. It's like you're stuck working that. But it's really just Juarez. Juarez is one of the worst places, the worst examples to give. But it's still a good example because if it was under the U.S. federal system, they couldn't pay him that. That would be slavery, and they would be making crime. It just makes sense. It makes motherfucking sense for them to join the Republic. In fact, it makes sense for all of North and South America to be under the one Republic of the United States.
Heck yeah. I mean, it's the Americas. It is the Americas in North and South
United
America.
States of America. Imagine.
On the Gulf of Mexico thing, it does make sense to call it the Gulf of America. Or call it the Gulf of Americas. I mean, whatever you want to call it, but I think it's the Gulf of America. Just sounds good. Makes sense. I don't see why it's even a big deal anyways. Whether
designate it a national park and then just name it Trump National Park, National Gulf. He has complete executive authority to do that exact thing there.
If we did get Canada and Mexico, what would our name be? The United Continent of
the United States of America. We would still just be the United States of America. They are also America. Both of them are in America. Central America, South America, North America. It doesn't matter. It's America. So the United States of America still apply.
So when you go to
at
Mexico,
that point, we're a whole United
you look like
Continent.
an ass when you say you're from America because they're like, hello, we're fucking America too. Yeah, so you're right, James.
Yeah, well, there would be no need to designate a name change. Unless we start taking parts of Europe, then we would have to change it to something. But as long as we're just America and America, then we're just the United States of America, period. But I think it would be beneficial for Canada, Mexico. It would kick all the dictators out. If we continue further south, we would have a massive infrastructure that could benefit. There would be nothing that could compete with us. If we had one solid nation, North and South America, there would be nobody else in the entire world.
We could take over Canada while we're at it. Fuck it.
Well, that's
but that's only because they have a king. They don't have much. I just want their king out of our fucking area over here. Like, get back out. We'll bring your guys in just to give them freedom. Mostly kick your crown.
And we should make California North and South California. I think we should have two states like North Carolina, South Carolina, North Dakota, South Dakota. I think California is too powerful. It needs to be split into two.
Make Mexican food great again.
Oh, yeah.
What are you saying, man?
Good salsa.
No, in all seriousness, it's a security issue, a national security issue. That's why we're going after, like, Greenland and, like, all these other things that we're talking about. You know what I mean? Like, we gotta, in all seriousness, it's a good thing that he's looking at these different things, Panama Canal. Like, it's all national security stuff.
Oh, yeah, we need
not just economic security, but national security, very physically.
God, I wish I could have Trump's food.
Is there a pretty good Chinese presence in Mexico currently? Probably tied in with the fentanyl, is my guess, or whatever they're,
Fentanyl's coming mostly from China, by the way. Through the airports.
Can you imagine if Trump had a Mexican restaurant? What would it'd be a Trump taco? Would that be orange chicken in the taco?
Yeah. Did you see him eat a taco salad in the Trump Tower? It was hilarious. He's like, I love Mexican people. Look at this taco salad my chef's made. I'm like, oh my.
Don, that was a trick.
And it wasn't even a good looking one either. It was bad. You're like, oh man, that's what your chef made?
I'm like, let me cook for you, Trump. I'm gonna fucking throw it down.
It looked like there was no cast iron skillet used at all.
I know. No comal in that fucking Trump Tower.
Maggot
it's so crazy.
Hell yeah. So what's happening today? Anyone? Any interesting, cool updates? Because I know now it's just going to be entertaining every single day for the next 4 years.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I remember that today. I turned on the news again. And I was like, I forgot that I do this every day when Trump's president. Or I turn it on, there's something crazy fucking there, and it's like, yes, it's. So yeah,
the media is making money again. These people are the reporters are just like, oh my god, thank God, finally we can actually interview the president. We actually get some transparency again. Yeah.
John, what's back to is the midnight tweets.
Hell yes. You don't have True Social? You need to get it.
Yeah, right?
True Social. I say Trump Social? Oh shit. But yeah, True Social. The only thing, okay, the funniest Trumpism that Trump ever did, because he's done lots of companies that have failed. The one that always floored me, that I think is so funny to this day, is when you Trump vodka, because the man does not drink. I'm all, dude, how can you have your name on something that you don't drink, and you're selling vodka? But how do you do vodka wrong? It was expensive. That was the only reason why it failed. It was bougie. It looks like a Trump tower.
That's what he wants to do. Is he tries to make luxury items, and the thing is, luxury items sometimes only have a certain shelf life. They're popular for 6 months, and then nobody gives a fuck after. You gotta make sure you get the correct amount to sell. He had overstock, which is what he does often. But hey, as he's always said, you have to fail 1,000 times so that you can win once. And when you win big once, there you go. It's kind of like a gamble.
Well,
Rick Jones, you're an insane person.
If he partners with my family, we'll do Trump tequila for him.
Rick Jones makes a prediction that he thinks the 25th Amendment will be invoked to remove Donald Trump. I'm wondering, Rick Jones, you don't seem to be an American at all, because not even the craziest lunatic liberal in the United States would claim such a thing, because they've realized how many times they have failed already. You think again that you're going to keep trying? Are you serious? Why should we not have retribution then?
So for the people saying the world does not revolve around the USA, actually, all the other countries look to us. It does. They look to us.
Yeah, the center of economic
are our children, because they have an American allowance. Every country gets money from the United States of America. We give them an allowance.
Why do you think
they're our children?
Why do you think the Brits and the English and people in Australia even be looking at was closely following the election and was so worried about who was going to be president and stuff, because we directly affect the rest of the world. So yeah, it does revolve around that.
Both allies and foes. Here's something that you guys over there on the other side of the world don't know yet. We don't have allies. We may call you allies to make you feel good, but what we have is something called non-aggressor submissive states. That's what you are. You are non-aggressor submissive states, which means that you do what the fuck we say and you don't fight us when we tell you to do it. That's all you ever will be. You're not our friends. You have been our foes before, and you can be our foes easily again. As Beaver said, we are better than you. We are citizens. You are subjects to kings and queens and subjects and parliaments and all the goofy structures of the old world. We are the citizens of the Republic, and you will never be that.
But we also have to remain strong. I mean, that's why America First is so important, because if we continue to spend all our resources elsewhere, and we get weaker and weaker and weaker and run out of money, that's the best way to defeat us. I mean, I said it from the beginning. The whole September 11th was just a one way to ignite us becoming poorer and more in debt as a country, because it got us involved into other things for a very long time. And that, honestly, that was exactly what the terrorists wanted us to do. They wanted us to expend our resources elsewhere, spend our money. And of course, we typically do, not even just in Afghanistan. Every war we've left billions of dollars worth of equipment. I mean, what do you think Al-Qaeda used? They used the equipment that we left with them when we were supporting them in the Afghan-Russian war. MAGA Wednesday? Did I say Tuesday? MAGA Wednesday. MAGA Wednesday. I took Monday off, so it does feel like Tuesday. I was celebrating the inauguration day.
And
MLK
the
Day.
same. I took Monday off to watch the inauguration with my daughter, and I needed her to understand how important this was. And, you know, I want her to know that she needs to go out there and vote when she's old.
A lot of chat in the chat. I'm not reading it, but is there any good going on? I see there's some chatting going on in the chat.
No, it's just a guy with an AI photo pretending to be that. He's definitely a foreigner. Because, not like I said, not even the dumbest liberal American would talk about, you know, we're going to invoke the 25th and impeach him. We're going to revoke him. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard right there. It's like, are you serious? After 8 years, we've gotten to this point. Not the dumbest of the dumbest liberal would say it. So he's obviously some type of European troll. You know how they come over here, those fucking dirty redcoats.
Hey, did you guys watch the? If you watched the inauguration, did you see the Capitol Visitor Center where all the military were? Did you notice so redcoats, and then the you know that the band would wear red to separate themselves from the soldiers, so that they knew that they were the band. That's why they wore red. It wasn't like necessarily supporting England. It was more about the historical value of the band wore red. There was more to it than that, but it was an interesting thing because it's like, why are they wearing red? What's that stand for? Right? What's with the wigs and the red? You know, the whole garb. I don't know if any of you saw it. That's why.
Oh, I did, and I thought there were some really good silent messages being sent out. Everything from how Melania dressed to, all the pageantry of the military. I thought that was very powerful.
Also, the photo of Donald Trump, Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and their wives waving at the helicopter as it flies off, and Joe Biden is looking out the window just with like this dumb old man look. That was the most amazing photo I think I've ever seen. Like, he looked like scared, like, I'm waving and they're there now, he's taking over. Like, it's just amazing stuff. People ask how I know God is real because there's not a single story I've ever written that's as amazing as the story that we're watching now.
I love jokes, and I don't care if they're towards anyone. I think good jokes are good jokes. The one I loved the most was the one where they were talking about what Melania wore, and someone was comparing it to with the Hamburglar from McDonald's. I thought that was absolutely hysterical. I was like, oh, no shit. That's fucking hilarious.
I saw a lot of V for Vendetta, so I kind of like that too.
The only thing I didn't like about her outfit was that I didn't mind the hat, but you couldn't see her face.
Yeah, I think that was intentional. Yeah. She didn't want to make eye contact with all those people that had disparaged them over the years. Don't forget, she had her personal closets raided, and God knows, what they did. I'm sure they took souvenirs home just for their own sick gratification.
Yeah, that was sick. That was disgusting.
Is this Rick Jones guy a prick or what?
Yeah, that's just like I was just saying, he's a European troll. One of the dirty red coat Brits. He's angry that we don't like beans on toast for breakfast.
Go sit in a corner, Rick, and suck your thumb.
What you guys think of Barron? I thought.
No, I'm American.
It was pretty amazing.
I don't know. I have a bad feeling about Barron. I don't have the same feeling that everybody else does. Everybody else I've spoke to, they're like, oh yeah, Barron's great, it's like this new legacy thing that we're going to make this dynasty family, and I'm like, yeah, I like the idea, I like Don Jr. kinda, but Barron, I don't know, you're looking at a fucking, how old is he now? Like, people were saying this when he was like 14 years old. I'm like, what is this royal shit? This is a 14-year-old you're putting your hope into. That's crazy.
Oh, I think he was responsible for getting a lot of the younger vote. He really helped his dad out, kept his finger on the pulse.
I don't think at all that's what happened.
Well, I mean, you're certainly entitled to your opinion. That's fine, but
you think that people my age and younger than me all went to TikTok and everything and started sharing stuff because of Barron Trump?
I never.
Are you being real?
I never said that. You're kind of putting words in my mouth. I'm just trying to have a little peaceful discussion and a little banter here. So there's no hostility on my.
Well, Barron Trump, and this was Trump said this on Aiden Ross's stream. I don't know if you guys know who Aiden Ross is, knowing the demographic here, but I'm 25, so I know who Aiden Ross is, and he's a streamer. And Barron Trump watches Aiden Ross and told his dad, hey, go on Aiden Ross. He's one of the largest streamers in the world. And then he also told him, hey, the Noke Boys, a few years ago, and Trump's been on the Noke Boys like multiple times now. And I think that he's a big reason why Trump decided to do like these big podcasts, like Joe Rogan, like Theo Vaughn, like things that he wasn't really willing to do because he first got introduced to the Noke Boys and Aiden Ross. And
so you're saying you never supported Trump until he was on the Noke Boys and Aiden Ross and all these podcasts? He was a 25-year-old.
That's at all not the point. The point is
my point is that group has always been very hard in supporting Trump. It's not a new thing.
That's not true. That's not true.
It is true. It is. I've been saying it for literally prior to
If you look at voting demographics in 2016 and then in 2024, he had a larger turnout of the Gen Z vote. And I get the Gen Z vote, and I'm one of the Gen Z votes. Was again not fully in the voting sector. Right, I was 18 in 2016, but in 2016 though he didn't get the Gen Z vote, and this time he got a larger percentage, especially the male Gen Z vote. He went up to like 60%. So
yeah, but that's because people became older to be able to vote. That had nothing to do with the podcast. When people age up, they become 18, there's a larger, it's 4 years later. Each time there was a new population, 4 years, that became 18 and was able to vote. That's the reason there was an increase in that group. I've been speaking to this group for my entire life. I've known the entire time that they were, like my very first time voting was for Donald Trump. That's how young it started. So as we get older, the Gen Z is going to be more and more stronger because we've always been there. Not because of podcasts or anything, but because we are simply there. I just think giving credit to Barron Trump is ridiculous. It's a dumb thing.
I'm just going to disagree. I think that a lot of people who wouldn't have voted at all decided.
It's like giving credit to Steve Bannon because he went on Fox News. We like Donald Trump because we like Donald Trump. It's not because of Steve Bannon's weird ass. It's not because of his kid. It's not because of this or that. It's because of the things that we've always believed and think that this guy will get that stuff through. It's always been there. That political ideology has always existed. It's not a new thing that started because of this.
Why even campaign then, James? Is your point that you're making is we were already all going to vote for Trump, so why did he campaign? Right? To sway the independent voters. And Gen Zers was a lot of just non-voters to begin with.
Well, I mean, when he goes to campaign, where was it at? It was like a steel mill. And I'm sorry to tell you, but that's not a bunch of Gen Z voters that are, 18 years old just starting out. That's 30, 40-year-olds. He was targeting the older men in that.
To the Noke, but that's why he went on the Noke Boys and Aiden Ross and Andrew and the Schultz podcast, Andrew Schultz podcast. I mean,
I think you're being ridiculous if you actually think that did anything to increase Donald Trump's support. I mean, he was always going to win this. The support was already there. You're in an imaginary world if you give that support to people who did absolutely really nothing. 200,000 people, 300,000 people watching their show does not do really anything. 1 million people watching their show does not do anything. It's 700. It's 76 million people that voted for Donald Trump. And they did not vote for Donald Trump because of the Nilk Boys or anything ridiculous.
Hey, shut up. One mic.
It's the same point of him going to Pennsylvania to steel mills to try to get the independent voters of the working class. It's him going on a stream that's going to be watched by 3 million people. That does the same thing. It's just trying to get the votes, and that's all he was trying. I mean, it's a good campaign strategy. That's the reason why we're going to see you're going to stop seeing CNN interviews and Fox News interviews. You will now see the next presidential election, 2028, will just be podcasts. It's going to be Joe Rogan and Theo Vaughn and Dax Shepard and Andrew Schultz and the Noke Boys and whoever's going to be out there. That's going to be how you campaign to the masses. And then you'll do your stupid campaign show through your, through middle of America, like you always do. This is how it's going to work. And Trump was on it.
Yeah, it's just crazy to say, he showed up on like 10 podcasts and that was the thing that did it. I'm sorry, but that's not the thing that. No matter how much credit you put behind him, no matter how much you're a fan of these people that do not really are relevant, it's not Donald Trump. It's not part of the movement. There is an actual movement happening.
Looks like I missed a pretty interesting exchange.
Just a viewpoint disagreement in the importance of the podcast streamers in the MAGA movement.
So are you thinking that they didn't play a role? Is that what your stance is, or what?
Well, my stance is that Trump was going to win whether he went on those podcasts or not. That there was a political movement that backed him and gave him power, not the Nelk Boys or Aiden Ross.
Yeah, it's tough to tell. I mean, obviously it didn't hurt him. Like, clearly we wanted him to do it. Whether or not that was the tipping point, yeah, it's a good point. I don't know. I haven't really thought it out in my head yet.
The question I ask is, like, you go to an 18-year-old and you ask him, hey, did you vote for Trump because Aiden Ross? The answer is probably not going to be yes. The answer of why the Generation Z has increased in population with males specifically is simply because they are getting old enough to vote. Yeah, I just don't. Maybe I do have a bias. I am a politician, and I don't like the idea of these fucking streamers coming in and possibly being my competition in the future. So you're right. Maybe I cut them down for that. No, specifically, Barron Trump is the one I was talking about. I'm good money. I don't like the idea of Barron Trump becoming some type of legacy politician that comes in that one day I'll have to face in politics, and I have to face some guy that people are all, sucking the dick on, and it's just like, fuck me. How do you compete with Barron Trump, who's just got Trump's name, but he's not Donald Trump? It does for a politician that's similar in age range as Barron Trump. It does. I don't like the idea of princes taking over for their fathers. It just spells for disaster. Yeah, and that's the reason I brought up the Aiden Ross thing, is because Aiden Ross and the Nelk Boys, everybody gives credit to Barron Trump for that. So I want to dismiss them because I want to dismiss Barron. I don't think Barron did anything at all.
So, James, are you saying Barron's irrelevant?
I'm saying that after the Trump era ends, that there's a long period between Donald Trump's last term in office and when Barron Trump can run for office, at least inside of like a presidential race. And I don't want that to be taken over by somebody who doesn't know how to lead the movement as best as possible. I would prefer J.D. Vance, even though I'm completely against J.D. Vance, actually. But over a Barron Trump or even a Don Jr., I don't want any of the Trumps, in fact, to take over the mantle after he's gone. I want a regular politician or a regular businessman to take it over and continue it on. I think it's a bad idea to think that it would pass familially down this ideology or this type of leadership that Donald Trump has. Barron Trump is a completely different life. He has experienced 8 years of the bullshit that we went through in a young age. That's a lot to put on a little prince, is what I call it. And yes, of course, I'm cutting him down because I do see him as competition. And I'm going to start early. Fuck it. I attack first.
Joby, can you bring up I'm Good Money? I think I can't get him up. I don't know why.
I just invited him. Must not want to come up.
Yeah.
Has anybody seen the video of Barron shaking Joe Biden's hand, and then like Joe Biden had this bewildered face after?
Yeah, he did Biden and Kamala, right? He made the rounds.
Yeah, what do you think he said to him?
I think actually I thought I saw him say the words "good job." So I think that's what it might have been.
Because something bewildered him, and I was thinking he had to have complimented Joe, and Joe didn't expect.
Well, Joe's completely out to lunch anyway, so it could have been anybody. But yeah, I get your point.
Yeah, he just looked like he was just like lost at like you said, he was lost at lunch or something. This bewildered look. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he thought, "Is that young Donald? What the hell?" Maybe Barron Trump will be great, you know. And if he is, then it's like I'll go full support behind him. But at the moment, I'm very skeptical.
I like Barron. No Barron bashing. Come on now.
I don't even know him. Everybody says they like him, and it's like, well, what do you know about him other than him like waving at a crowd? Like, come on, man,
No,
you know nothing.
I know, I get it, but yeah, it's just fun to think about a little bit. And we don't.
It just worries me because I mean that there is a support that he has that can transform into a political support, and it's just like shit. You know, that means I am looking for who my age range opposition is going to be. At the moment, I'm like fighting fucking old men in politics. Yeah, I know we don't know anything about Barron, but Don Jr. definitely does, and Eric Trump does. Eric Trump's actually the one that I like, and for some reason that's the one that's just like left out. I'm not sure why. Like they brought Don Jr. on Air Force One to DC, and then told Eric Trump, "Fly on the private jet, you little bitch." I was like, why'd they do that?
You don't hear much about Eric. That's a good point.
No, he's kind of the ugly one.
Because he's the ugly one?
He's the ugly one. He is. He's goofy looking. So that's the reason why I keep him back. He's kind of ugly. But he's smart as hell. That's the fucking brains of the op, if I'm being real. That guy there, he's very smart.
Yeah,
other than Donald.
Doesn't he run all his businesses for the most part? He's the one that does all of it. For the most
Yeah, I'm
part.
pretty sure he's the guy who got put in charge. Or it was Don Jr. and then Eric Trump. Don Jr. was like Natasha, whatever girl he had that meeting with, and they're like, look, it's the finally the whistle. He met with Russia. They really thought that was going to be the end. Yeah, like what Good Money said, the only time I've actually heard Barron Trump say anything is in a video when he was like 4, and he's talking in this weird accent to his mom. He's reflecting his mom's accent, because then he turns to Donald and talks in a regular accent. But it's like, that's the only words I've ever actually heard him say is in that home video from like 2012 or whatever the fuck. And he'll be a force to reckon with if he does enter politics. That Trump name is going to be fucking big. It's going to be big to fucking deal with. And he looks just like Donald. I'm not sure if you look at it, but he looks just like the fucking guy.
Like when he was young. Yeah, he has the same look. They did a comparison, like side by side. It's like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, what I think is the most crazy thing is I remember in 2002, Donald Trump, they had some type of interview with him on like NBC, and I just turned on the news, and they were asking him, will you ever run for president? And he said something like, well, I don't know if I'll ever run for president. I think I'd win if I did. He goes, and I think I'd win because I've said it so many times to so many people. He goes, call it a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think I've said it so many times that people would just know the name Trump and president and they would vote for me. And that right there inspired me to say that I was going to do the same. Since 2002, I have told everybody I've ever met I'm going to be the president because Donald Trump said it. And now he's president, and I'm like, holy shit, he's right. I'm going to keep doing it, guys. I'm going to be the president, okay? Remember that? James Snyder, president. I'm following Donald Trump fucking roll there. 2002 is when he said that, and it's like 20 years later. It became real. It's crazy. Well, Russia, I'm not sure is necessarily an enemy as it's so far been described. As far as I can see all through history, Russia has been historically an ally to the United States. We have not one single conflict that we've ever had with the Russian state, but we have had with England, Germany, Spain, Portugal, Canada, Mexico. All of our allies we have had wars with, but our enemies, China, Russia, never a single one. Odd. These people talking in chat need to come up here so that we can speak, so I don't have to wait for you to type and respond.
I think No Way's here to bring it up.
What's up to all my Trumpies?
What up?
What's up, bro?
I know y'all are hella happy.
Did you get the meme coin yet or no? No way.
Hey, I bought a couple, but it went down. But I'm going to stay in because I learned about crypto is all about the long run. So I'm going to hold on to it.
I'm the same with my Hawk 2 coin. I think it's going to go, dude.
I just wish I would have found out the first goddamn day. Black people are always last to the party. God damn.
Did y'all see the knives that Trump posted on Truth Social? That he given? I mean, you got to pay the shipping, which is like $10, but they're decent Trump knives.
What is it?
Trump is partnered with somebody, and they're giving away knives. It's a pocket knife.
You're saying knife. Okay.
Yeah.
Your accent's real thick. I thought I had a thick accent.
Trump has
From West Virginia, born and raised. Yeah, a pocket knife. He sure does.
Hey, I need a pocket knife, but I don't know if I wanted to say Trump on it, though.
Oh, it's nice, though, brother. It's nice.
You can get a pocket knife and a Bible. That's a pretty good deal.
Hey, that's
a good
crazy work. To get a Bible with Trump name on it, that is crazy.
What he needs to do is start selling fucking AR-15s, and then I'll buy one. As long as it has, it's coated in a Trump latex filter.
He's already got the 9mm. That's the next one.
Dude, I'll buy that. I will straight up get a 9mm with Trump on it.
Yeah, it literally. I think he missed out though because he could have done a 45 for the It's the Trump 9mm 45 is what it's called. It's the 45th president. Got 45 and it's like an engraving of his face on it. and it says Trump down the barrel. But if he would have done a 45, he could have. Man, that would have been wicked.
Wouldn't it be wicked if, like, Pablo Escobar was found with that pistol? You know, like he was still alive and he's got that fucking Trump 45. We need to find something like that.
Hey, but like, can y'all be honest with me, to my white brethren? Can y'all just be honest with me? Did Elon throw up a Nazi sign? Just be honest with me.
No,
I didn't see Elon do nothing Nazi-wise.
Every few weeks they say somebody threw up a Nazi sign. Why would you believe them now?
I mean, hey, I don't know. Elon's South African, but he's not really African. I know he don't really like black folks, even though my little brother works for him. But I'm just saying.
He doesn't like black people now?
I don't know. I'm just saying that, but I don't know if he does or doesn't.
I think he's too autistic to not like black people. That's kind of a regular people thing.
Being autistic myself, I can vouch for that. That's totally a regular person thing.
All people are kind of scary to autistic people. It doesn't matter what color they are.
Yep.
Now, do y'all think Elon is running the show, or he just has a major influence?
I think he's just happy to be part of it. He's like the Make-A-Wish kid that you brought along.
I have to agree.
Okay.
A great, intelligent genius, but he's there to do his genius shit and then clap and feel part of the.
No pun intended, but I think he's got Trump's ear.
So now,
yeah, he definitely does when it comes to the science stuff. Like Trump said, he saw that rocket come down, and he was like, "I can't." It was funny the way he described. I've never seen something so great. It was like chopsticks caught a building, you know. So I think we're going to Mars. That's for sure. Hopefully in the next 4 years.
Oh Lord. So, all right, I got one more question for my Trumpers. What about these Mexicans? Are y'all gonna miss them or not?
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier. We were saying that we should annex Mexico into a U.S. state. That way there is no immigration problem. They can just freely travel left and right. There would be free economics left and right. There would be free law enforcement left and right. We could fight the cartels. Economic benefits such as wage increases for them. There would be no jobs lost. We could work whichever way we want. That is the solution. So are you against that?
Wait. You said turn Mexico into a U.S. state?
Yeah, we take it over. It's hard.
Hell no.
We're going to take over the entire.
You don't want that? Are you serious?
Hell no, because then no. All right, let me be serious now. Yeah, hell no, because then that's really going to take away a lot of jobs from people. Because we're really, you know how many Mexicans is in Mexico, and you allowing them free, all of them citizenship? We
They would have
to learn fucking Spanish.
Well, I mean, Spanish is a language that the Americas speak. We should probably have. There's two languages of the United States of America in my vision, and that is when we take over North and South America, there will be English and Spanish. Yeah, 100%.
No, fuck that. Because not cursing at you, but the black community.
It's okay if you're cursing at me too. I'm cool with it.
The black community already struggles with these Mexicans. Well, I'm in Los Angeles. Now, I don't know about the black folks in the South and the Midwest, all that bullshit, but I'm in LA, and there's too many of these motherfuckers out here. Now, if you allow the whole fucking country to be citizens, hell no.
But see, if their wages increase and we do some job work down there for them, they ain't gonna have to move up here. They can stay down in Mexico.
There would be no need for them to move up here. In fact, people from us would start to probably move down there. And we would start to take over the area. There would be a mass, which you would call gentrification. It would happen. The white people would come in and the black people would follow, and they would become less Mexican and become more of what we are.
But why them motherfuckers can't handle they cartel?
Because the cartel is the government.
Yeah, that's why we've designated them terrorists. We're already beginning this conquest of Mexico. It will be achieved. It will join the United States.
So then, should we just take over Canada too?
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, yes, 100%.
And
Greenland, and then we should continue all the way down to Brazil and go further and further and further until we have all of the America.
Leave the Brazilians alone.
No, they would be wonderful combined to our amazing republic. Imagine, I mean, how many people live in the Americas?
It's about 300 million, 400 maybe, give or take.
No, that's just America. He means the entire
the whole.
two continents.
Excuse me.
Yeah, I think it'd be great.
I don't know.
We'd be like, we would control half the world.
There
Literally.
would be 1 billion people. We'd have 1.04 billion people in this republic. Let's see what the combined economic status of that country.
If we had 1 billion people and had both continents, ain't nobody trying to fuck with us.
The combined net worth of North and South America would be almost $100 trillion.
That's good shit.
That is an amazing number. We would be the most powerful entity to ever exist in the entire world. The United States of America. The true United States of America. That's what Manifest Destiny is. To remove all the others from this side of the world and become the new... No more kings and queens. Only the Republic. Yeah, I mean, $100 trillion worth of fucking 1 billion people. That would be a powerhouse of economics and industry. Holy shit, why have we not done this? What is holding us back?
All right, now, what about this? What if now we get all of these illegal immigrants that's willing to take low-wages jobs? We have them replace all the workers in the country, and us citizens just live good.
But we had that, and you guys didn't want that. We had to free you before.
Fuck you.
I'm just saying, that's what you've just described. That's the reason I gave you that analogy.
Did I really describe
I wanted to shock you a bit.
No. My people weren't getting paid. We didn't get paid. It was all free labor. I'm saying...
I mean, 8 cents on the dollar is not really getting paid either.
Well, that might be, yeah, that could be slavery. All right, let me take that back. Ay.
I'm just saying, there's a better way we can do it where we can have the most amazing republic to ever exist, and I hope that Donald Trump sees it, because if he doesn't, well then fuck it. James Snyder as president will achieve it himself. That's me, by the way, third person talking. I am not a crazy person. I just believe in it.
I'm just saying, there isn't a way that... But I don't get it. It's so much money in America. Why can't everybody just have a decent life?
I don't know. Your question seems a little fanciful. However you would pronounce the word I'm trying to say.
Yeah, you're trying to get fancy on me.
Yeah, I tried a little bit. My mouth doesn't do the same as my brain. I can think of the word, can't say the word. I'm not sure what that is.
Yeah. I never won a spelling bee either.
Not once, damn it.
Not once, never.
Didn't even qualify.
Like, I probably made it to like the third.
They said the qualification is spell your name, and I fucked it up on the first letter.
It sucks. I would have loved to win a spelling bee in elementary school. It would have been amazing. Have you ever won a spelling bee, Matt?
Yeah, plenty of times.
Oh, you're one of the lucky ones.
James.
I know Dr. Joe B. won a
Yeah, he definitely has. That's true.
I failed math, but yes.
Did you? Oh, God. James, did you?
Well, you're just not good with numbers.
James, you're qualified for president, right? Like, you meet all the requirements.
I mean, hey, if Trump could be a president, if what's that wrestler name? He was a governor.
Ventura.
Ventura. If Arnold Schwarzenegger could be a governor, hey, anybody could run for office, any kind of office.
Oh yeah, what you don't know is that all this is leading up to the presidency of James David Snyder. J.D. Vance, you know what that name is? That's James David Vance. Do you think it's all coincidence? It's not coincidence. It's divine intervention, my friends. It will happen. Self-fulfilling prophecy is that you're robot. You're not even American. Go vote in some other fucking country.
Fuck up, racist.
Oh, okay. Maybe you are American. You sound like it now. You muffled it first. You sound like sound like an Indian signal you had there.
But it was just, you were able to say I'm a racist. He was gonna.
But it's okay. Yeah. Being called a racist is just a normal thing of being in politics, isn't it?
You know, it's just when white people abuse their power.
Mm.
Yeah, I've abused my power so much as a poor white man. Let me tell you that I've abused.
I think
You're right. You shouldn't be
I think we were debating whether or not whether Elon Musk was African American, right?
Hey, that is kind of crazy. No, he's Pan-African American.
So he's a PN European.
Yeah. Because he's white, so you can't really say he's from African, because no white people are originally from Africa. So let's just scratch that.
Right.
Let's just scratch that. But I guess he is born in Africa. But you got to throw the pen in it somewhere. You have to.
Why?
Or Poland or Russian or wherever other country white people come from.
No. You don't do that in America. You just call them Amer.
I prefer that.
And that's for all people. I don't care where. Once you get over here, you're a citizen. I don't care if you're from Nigeria.
Everything. We hyphenate everything these days. So.
Yeah, fuck hyphenating. Just American citizen. American citizen.
Is there anybody opposed to that? Just being American citizens, or?
Yeah, because we still ain't gonna be treated the same.
Right.
Well, how can you be treated the same if you never embrace being an American citizen?
I mean, I don't mind being.
If you never, in your soul and in your ideology and in your community, embrace that idea that you are part of the republic and citizens of that republic, then how can you ever expect to be treated in that republic the way that you need to be treated?
I mean, a lot of my people believe we're indigenous, so a lot of my people believe
that's not the point of the argument. The argument is that we live in a government that is a republic, and you are a citizen of that government, which means that you are a government official. A citizen is an important thing, and you need to. What I'm saying is that you have to embrace that ideology that you are a U.S. citizen, a government official of the government itself. You're not subjected to it, and you need to. The whole community of the black community needs to do such a thing. I know it sounds bad to say that, but that's what needs to happen. To be part of the republic, you need to understand that you are a citizen, and you run it. You're part of it.
Can we get our reparations first?
You're asking reparations from yourself. You do realize that, right? That you're asking you to pay you.
As long as it comes
Again, you're a citizen of the republic. If the republic pays you reparations, then you are paying you. It's like, fine. Go ahead, pay yourself. I don't care if you pay yourself. That's fine with me. Pay yourself a bunch of times.
Jeez, goddamn, nobody talk. Sorry. You get reparations if my Irish potato slaves get reparations.
No, because that was white on white crime.
Slaves.
That was white on white crime.
No, it was not. I have the paper to prove it. It's indentured slaves. Indentured slaves that never got out of the contract.
No, it was white on white crime.
That was white on white crime, and that was in the Caribbean.
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't.
It was in the Caribbean, Bobby.
Maybe in your mind.
No, it was in the Caribbean. Any black person can confirm that.
Yeah, right. But I'm Irish. I have an ancestry.
Wait a minute. Is the claim being made it was in the Caribbean? I'm so confused. Indentured servitude for the Irish? I'm like,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yes, it was.
They grow potatoes in the Caribbean.
Is that climate work?
No way.
I think our kids should learn history in all silos. It's a problem.
They should learn the correct history.
Yeah, I learn about black slavery, learn about indentured slaves who never got out of the contract. Yeah, I
learn about how black people were kings and queens and had their own civilization before the white man
Oh my
came.
geez. You see, then you wonder why you're not treated the correct way in the Republic when you think like an insane person. Oh, we're kings and queens.
No,
you're a
he's
citizen
not
of this
insane,
government.
Bobby.
You need to act like it or you'll never be treated like it. It's just crazy. The assimilation has not worked on you. I'm not sure why. You understand what the importance of a citizen is in a republic? Because you're right. You are a king or a queen of the republic. You are a citizen.
Why did that trigger you?
But you're separating it to like some midget Matt. I almost called you midget.
Because
masterful,
grow up
mystical.
No, James. Calm down, James. So why do we grow up in this country learning about white Egyptians such as Cleopatra and stuff, but y'all don't tell us or make movies about the black Egyptians, which came way before Cleopatra, and it's just common fucking sense.
Because it wasn't interesting. It was uninteresting bullshit.
It was only interesting when we see pale people in Egypt.
No, look at
Well, that's when they started to build stuff. Sorry to tell you, but I don't know what to tell.
Lie, James. James, that is a cotton picking lie.
Look at who owns publishing houses and curriculum. There's your answer.
James, are you a little
We could tell stories about black Egyptians all day, about them chasing, lines through the fields and throwing spears at them. But that's like 200,000 BC.
Yes, he is.
Are you a little racist?
It's not racist. It's talking about history as you wanted it, right? We're talking about 10,000 years prehistory when Egypt was black.
Can y'all teach when y'all was Neanderthals in the caves eating each other?
We do teach that, do we not? I could have sworn that they would teach about Neanderthals.
We do in
Yeah, they're in France and Europe. That's where the caves are.
Well, that's where James came from, the cave.
Y'all don't
Again, 200,000 BC. I'm not sure. You wanted history. You wanted it to be correct. There you go. It's correct. You're right. There were black Egyptians 200,000 years ago, and they did not build anything, and they chased a bunch of animals around with sticks because that's what native people did.
You see, James is saying this lie.
And it's not racist, but guess what? Every single person 200,000 years ago chased animals around with sticks. That's called normal human behavior.
So let me ask you a question, James. Do you think you Europeans are the first people who created a building, who created architecture?
What wild world would I think that? Is that what you think? Is that what you think you've been taught? Is that Europeans are the first ones to ever build a building?
James.
No, of course I do not think that.
James.
That would be an insane thing to.
So it has been proven that the ancient Africans invented math, created math. So you think if they could create math, they didn't create buildings?
Counting one stick versus two sticks. How hard can that fucking be, guys?
A lot, because your people.
Oh look, now there's another stick that's added. There's three sticks. Math was invented.
Do you know who taught the Romans in the Greek, James? Hello?
Y'all are bickering over stupid stuff.
Maybe Dr. Joe, but hey, we need to bicker over something.
I'm not sure what the point he's trying to even make is at this point.
I'm just trying
what
to
is
say,
your goal? Your goal is what? That you.
My people deserve their reparations. And your people owe
you deserve reparations from my people. My people being what? The citizens of the Republic. Your people being what? The citizens of the Republic.
Being fucking assholes and racist.
You're saying the citizens of the Republic. Oh, the citizens of the Republic. All right, there. I'll page you.
So no way. I have a question for No Way.
The one thing I give you.
Ask your question, No Way.
Yeah, real quick. The one thing I give your people is that you guys were so much warmongers that you adapted to y'all surroundings, and y'all invented the gun. Now, when y'all invented the gun for yourself, that's when the world changed. When y'all invented the guns for yourself, because y'all was killing each other when y'all first made the gun. But some white
that was not quick.
Wait a minute, doctor. I got you, doctor. One white man woke up and said, "Hey, we need to stop killing each other, and we could take over the world." Now that was genius. That was fucking genius right there. I give y'all that. But outside of that, I don't know much to give y'all.
That's sad.
Can I have reparations?
No way.
I need
Hold
reparations,
on, Jeremy. Hold on one second. No way. Can you just mute up a little bit there? Thank you.
Okay, I'm eating chicken, right?
Oh,
wait.
stop!
There you go.
You say you eating chicken. They say that's what we like. Stop it. That's racist.
Everybody likes chicken.
Well, black people like him more. Stop.
I hate the wings. Not the wings. You can have my wings.
Hey, Matt, do you like chicken, man?
Yeah.
I thought I took you for more of a beef guy.
I mean, pause.
You can't like both?
Joe B, you're gonna say something. Go for it.
I was gonna ask. No way. No way. Have you ever done the history of indentured slaves who were Irish?
Shout out to my Irish folks. Shout out to them. But
so you don't know the history?
No. Listen to me. I can't get mad at what the Scottish, what the French, what the Italians, maybe, what the Europeans and British done to the Irish. I can't get mad at that because you know what? What y'all throw in our face is, oh, your own people sold you into slavery. Your people sold you into slavery. So why should I care if other white people were whooping the Irish asses?
Because we were brought over to be slaves, 300,000 of us.
Well, maybe 300,000, maybe, but what happened? Y'all weren't strong enough to stay slaves?
No, we couldn't get out of the fucking contract.
You know, Irish has...
What fucking contract?
Sorry. They've always been, like, poor. Irish, like, low income.
No reparations, eat shit, fuck you, I'm leaving.
Like in Rihanna's family, they're poor.
What was wrong with James? He's
He's
scary.
You got him mad.
He's scary. That guy is scary. Like, jeez. It was just an opinion. A statement. You're going to kill me over my constitutional right? Jeez. It doesn't work for us, but it could work for you? Jeez. I'm just eating french fries with a lot of ketchup on it.
You're making me hungry.
Go get something to eat.
No, you sound like you eating wingdings.
I'm at Wingstop. They had a 20-piece boneless wing and french fry meal for $20.89. I normally don't eat boneless. I normally eat bone and paws. But I just said, fuck it. Let me try it out. But Dr. J, enlighten me on the Irish.
You need to
what
close
happened to
your
those
mouth
people?
when you eat crab.
You might have a point. All right, I'm not eating now. No, there's no food in my mouth. I swallowed. So, pause. But tell me, what happened with the Irish? Why did white people bully other white people?
That same reason black people bully each other. People just don't always get along. Some are oil and vinegar. Personalities, traits. They don't have any personality.
Are the Irish people the white people with the bagpipes? Who are those people?
That's Scottish.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I like the Scottish.
They wear skirts, right?
Oh, yeah, those are punks.
Not too much. My dad's side.
Shout out to your pops. No. All right, I just want to ask one more question. What is the difference between, like, how are the Russians different white? Like they're white, but they don't seem like the white people like y'all. Like, who is where did the Russians come from?
They're Asian, European.
They live under a dictatorship. No freedom.
No, but I'm saying they're not as evil as your white people. They seem like they're different.
They're Asian.
No, they learn to be empathetic and passive. No aggression, just passive.
Violence is not.
Because Putin, he doesn't seem like, he wants beef with all you white folks. But he's white. So why doesn't Putin like y'all?
That was Hitler. Fuck it.
Hitler
fun eating.
We are not all the same.
Yeah, you guys are all the same. I'm joking.
Hey, I heard that Hitler was on cocaine. Is that true?
Probably.
Good shit too.
Probably. They had drugs. That old? Wow.
I heard that there were American airplanes that would fly over the fields of the Nazi soldiers and drop them Coca-Cola as a resource, but it was the Coca-Cola with the Coke still in it.
Imagine that. What a time. What a time to be alive.
Isn't that called war?
It's liquid cocaine falling from the sky for hydration.
What a time to be alive to get cocaine dropped from the sky.
This nigga was hungry.
Sound like a little piggy.
I'm just saying. Now, I don't want to offend anyone, but was Hitler really that bad?
Yes.
You're offending the Jews. You're offending the Jews. You're offending Jews.
Oh, my bad. Shout out to the Jews.
All eyes on this guy. Everybody's looking at you now.
Maybe he should watch some Holocaust shows.
So now, to all my Jewish people, my white Jewish people with the curly hair.
Oh my gosh, could you please chew and then speak?
Exactly.
Please?
We've been telling him that, Monica.
My bad, Monica. All right, I swallow.
Your mic is very good, which is cool, except for when you're chewing in our ear.
My bad.
You're doing it on purpose now, I can tell. Move it.
I'm not.
Yes.
I'm not him
You're
murder.
swishing your tongue around your teeth. We can see it.
He's gonna choke on a bone any minute now.
Oh, it's boneless. It's boneless.
Damn, bro, you starving?
Yeah. I have food poisoning.
You need to remove
After
it
that.
down, man.
Let me tell you something, man. Let me tell you,
Goodness.
Monica. Let me tell you something
I
about
don't
my
want to hear from you.
But you're speaking to me. Well, that's the only way you can get out.
Monica, stop. Why did she leave?
I don't know. She said she didn't want to hear from me. But she was speaking to me. It's ironic. It's crazy. It's just so weird. You want to speak to me, but you don't want to hear from me. That's only some white shit right there. I think we all should give each other. If I'm going to speak to you, I should give you the chance to speak back to me. Like, isn't that fair? You only think. But to my Jewish homies, got a question. The ones with the curly hair. How do y'all feel about the black Jews?
Oh, Hebrew Israelites, they hate y'all. They hate them.
Why do they hate us? Or them? I'm just saying. Oh, I'm getting into my lemon pepper boneless wings now.
Damn, that's, oh gosh.
I have 4 flavors. I'm almost finished.
No, you said you had food poisoning yesterday? Ew.
Yeah, I did. Monday night, after I left the club, I went to Taco Bell. That was the number one mistake. And I ordered a Mexican pizza because I love Mexican pizzas. And I don't know, it didn't smell good. And it didn't even taste right, but my dumb ass continued to eat it. And that should have been a sign once. If it doesn't pass the smell test, you shouldn't eat it. But then, if it doesn't pass the taste test, you shouldn't continue to eat it. But I kept continuing to eating it, and I paid for it yesterday. I literally shit it a minimum 30 times yesterday.
TMI.
Yeah, but I mean, we all been through it, so it's okay. Well, yeah. So I was.
I had an appetite and was supposed to go out to dinner with my kid.
Smacking his mouth. Oh my god.
Yeah.
This guy said he's almost finished a 20-piece. That's crazy.
He's smacking his mouth.
Yeah.
Ew. He's doing that on purpose.
Matt,
No, I'm not.
do we do
Yes,
3
you
strikes?
are.
Matt, do we do 3 strikes or just
Wait,
put up with it?
I had an important question. I wanted to ask Jose a question.
Go ahead, brother.
Jose, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Which one?
What's going on, man?
Jose or No Way Jose?
Oh, Seaway Jose. What up, Seaway?
What's up, brother?
What's going on, man? I was digging the PTR, man. Did you make that yourself? Was it the sketch or?
No, I didn't make that. I just took it off online and I just pasted the MAGA 2024 on top.
Oh, okay. We were asking questions about the Mexican American alliance. How do you feel about us annexing Mexico and South America? Any opinion on that?
Nah, not really. That's like at the bottom of my list, to be honest with you. Yeah, my biggest thing right now is when do we set up ERS and when do we get rid of IRS and then when do we start living free? When do we start?
What the hell? Go to Mexico for that. What the hell?
Yeah, man, this is America, man. We don't pay taxes around here.
I'm good.
Don't say you're good. You can live a good life in Mexico.
I don't like socialist governments. I'm good.
That's where your people's from. What the hell?
That's true. My people's as in my mom and my dad were from there, but then they escaped and became naturalized American citizens. So therefore, I was born here. Therefore, these are my people.
How did they escape and become a naturalized citizen?
You're chomping food. Next one.
My fault. Let me swallow real quick.
Thank you. Next one.
I swallow. Otherwise, you just eat your wings in the gear.
All right, I swallowed. So, how can you escape and be a naturalized citizen?
Oh, who are you talking about?
He nasty. Keep eating.
That's Seaway.
Seaway, my bad. Yeah, no, they became American citizens. You know how it goes.
Okay, but you can live in 2 countries, you know? Okay.
That's fine, but we don't live in shitty countries. We like to live in the greatest country.
There we go.
He's a fake ass Mexican. Nah, he's a fake ass Mexican right there. He could tell. You think he's white?
Again, I was born here.
White people don't know that. There's a lot of
proper.
No. Black people know
the term is Chicano, right? The proper term is
no,
Chicano.
You're not a Chicano. You act like you're white. I know a lot of Mexicans act like they're white.
I like white. What's wrong with white?
You act like you're white. You're not white.
That's the
You guys are not white. We always have to tell you that.
What's wrong with white?
Tell you that. You're not white.
White people own property. White people, own businesses. White people make money. What's wrong with white?
Wait. Quick question. So wait, you said that Mexican people don't own businesses?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
Oh, I thought Seaway just said that. He said he likes being white because they own businesses and
yeah. If that was Mexican, I would be proud of being Mexican. He's not. That's what I'm saying.
Why would I be proud of a shithole country?
What?
That's your shithole.
What? I would never date a Hispanic man.
Don't you dare talk about America this way.
Okay.
Yeah, don't do that.
Be proud of your shithole.
Yeah, be proud of being Mexican. Like, what the fuck? You're not fucking white.
Wait, why can't he be white? What's going on here?
What the fuck is not white?
Check it off on applications, or check off white on applications.
It's lived experience. He wants to be
I
white.
told you. He said he checked out white. No, you're not white. Stop.
That's too much. Y'all get bent over this too much.
Like, I would never date a person like you who act like they're white.
Now, are you guys happy that men are men again and women are women again?
Yes. Let's go.
No, it's clearly defined. I'm really offended by it. It's like that bishop, that really hot bishop, was saying that shit, that Trump was at, and JD Vance, that really hot bitch, she was saying, be nice and compassionate, and remember, these guys might be, picking your crops and shit, and so we gotta think about that. That bitch was hot, right? No? All right, sorry.
Scat man, what the hell are you talking about?
I'm kidding. Hey, listen, Matt. Are you actually black?
What?
Matt, are you black?
No, he's white.
I was gonna say. Someone told me he was black the other day.
Would that be a problem?
Oh, a huge problem. That'd make me really scared of him all of a sudden.
What? What?
I mean, he might be a Oreo. It's okay. So what if he's an Oreo? He's not an Oreo, so he's on your side.
He said gotcha. What the fuck?
He's on your side if he's an Oreo.
No, I just was like, wow, that's a really, white-sounding black man. If he is.
He's white.
Well,
that's racist.
At least he isn't. He wouldn't be a Flintstone. He'll be a African warrior.
Right.
Yeah, man. I am foundationally white.
Oh. But you are black?
Yes.
Matt's not black. Hey, Matt, how you like them Trump executive orders?
Is that ML? I don't even see him on stage. Hold on, let me refresh.
Shit, ML, the black American with the accent.
Who's this?
Wait, ML, what was your question?
ML, you unfriend me. I didn't do nothing to you.
Oh, shit.
Did he have his inauguration on Martin
That's a
Luther
different
King Day
account.
on
We used to be
purpose?
friends on here.
Oh, I don't even know you. I don't remember you.
You do?
But it's a different account.
You do.
This is a different account.
I recognize the voice. I know who it is.
So, Matt, how do you like them executive orders? Any of them hit home yet?
I just so much winning, ML. I'm just like in shock right now. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so good.
Your dream list of everything possible under the GOP. Every party that overreaches loses the next couple of elections.
Yeah, you guys know. You know that pretty well.
Because Democrats be fucking up, and now you're about to fuck.
You gotta admit, you guys fucked up. Yeah, you just said it, right? Yeah.
No, Democrats didn't do shit. Democrats didn't realize that how much the population has moved, and how much people were willing to give fucking fucked out a chance just to get rid of their asses. They were just fucking. They like to sit in the ivory tower and talk down to the masses. I guess they just didn't get it. I don't know. But Trump's about to tax y'all more and give me a tax break. So I'm smiling.
Oh, you're a rich guy.
Good, I'm glad you found some common ground.
You rich?
But to my Trumpies, are y'all ready for this recession that's going to happen? That always happens under
Republicans.
Four Republican presidents.
Oh yeah, they poor. The Trump.
Are y'all ready for this? Trump?
See, they don't.
Oh, they're poor, like the poorest of the poor.
I'm just saying, like I know
voting Democrat is always me.
I know it was the recession the last time Trump was in office. I know the recession when Bush was in office. I know it was a recession when Bush daddy was in office. I know it was a recession. I don't know about Reagan, but it probably was a recession when Reagan was in office. So all I'm saying to my Trumpies, are y'all ready for another recession? And do y'all have money to buy all of these houses when the housing market goes down?
They don't. You already know they don't.
I thought all Republicans were rich because since they subscribe to trickle-down economics.
That's only on Clubhouse.
Reagan economics. Reagan's stupid.
Trickle-down, Reaganomics is the same. Because he was the one who...
Fuck Reagan, because he put dope in the hood. And the cocaine that was put in the hoods funded this government.
Yeah,
Whoa, Matt, Matt, you know Trump's deploying troops to the border already? Trump ain't playing around.
Oh, thanks,
That's timing, Mel.
the border. Oh shit.
Matt's all
I don't like the fact. I don't like the fact Paul doesn't say anything.
And Paul's an Italian American man. He's ignoring us. They don't like niggas and the Italians. I heard that.
So when I come in the room, Paul just gets quiet.
Hey, so I did have a question. Now she said that reminded me. Are Italians like the top of like the racist totem pole?
Yes.
And then like everybody else falls under their...
No. It's them England. It's them dudes from England. Them British.
British, really?
Yeah, no.
Come on, that's not true.
Oh, hell yeah.
Like the white guys that want to fit in and be racist, but they're not really that tough. But they run behind all the other white racists and they try to act tough.
You remember the Irish, the Polacks, the Italians. They had to be accepted into whiteness. They were just not white off the bat. So they used to hang around the Negroes. Yeah, they used to hang around the Negroes. Because that's the only place they could have lived, in the ghetto. The Jews, everybody, when they came over here, they were not into whiteness. But the Brits were always on top.
Yeah.
So you guys are right.
Those guys.
Like Matt, you see Matt's British, so I could tell.
Like those British, they have cool accents, but I don't like them.
Oh, shit.
I kind of agree. Listen, man.
Hey, me mate. Hey, mate.
Go ahead, Scatman.
Wait a minute.
Well,
I just gotta say,
one mic on Scatman. Go ahead.
All right. I just gotta say that you guys keep on saying there's gonna be recession and shit like that, man, and that these Republicans have fucked up so bad. Not all of them been perfect, that's for sure. I didn't like Bush's and stuff, getting us in the war, but we have been under Democratic rule for basically 12 fucking years, and the one that really fucked us was Bill Clinton with that NAFTA, these free trade agreements, like I talked about. Like when he passed this shit, he told everyone that at the end everyone was going to win. Well, fast forward to 2025, we've lost our manufacturing capability. Our items are getting smaller and more expensive. We can't fucking sustain this. We've lost all of our fucking industry because of NAFTA. So, I don't want to hear this fucking shit that you guys are saying Republican president. Democrats have really fucked us over, man. And so this is what Donald Trump's trying to do. By bringing these tariffs back, it's going to actually bring industry back. It's going to actually, make it to where they don't get a fucking free ride. It's destroyed our industry by giving these other countries a free ride.
Y'all love them.
Man, I don't know about NAFTA. I don't know about NAFTA, NASA, or FAFTA. But I just know every 2 days ago,
Samsung fucking just announced that they are bringing their dryer division into America. They're thinking about it.
Every time a Republican is in office, the fucking country goes into a freaking recession, and I don't get it. You white people need to make up your mind, because you white people say when Clinton was in office, the economy was great, but now all of a sudden he fucked the country up. Make up your goddamn minds.
The economy was great because
the problem.
It was great for him. The fucking Soviet Union collapsed. We were the sole superpower of the entire fucking world. And I'm not going to say this shit. I don't really like saying this, but it is true, man. A lot of Reagan's accomplishments went into effect, you know what I mean, with this motherfucker. It was a great time for
Reagan. It went from Reagan to Bush.
Yo, literally, Reagan started the wealth inequality and changed the tax code. When Reagan came into power, he added so many thousands of pages to the tax code. That's what has allowed the huge wealth transfer from the middle class to the upper echelon of society. And then you have huge... When Reagan was in power, a CEO of a company made sometimes 50 times what an average worker made in a company. Now, do you know what the number is? It's thousands of what a regular worker works in a company. So Reagan kicked off this whole trickle-down thing and rewriting of the tax code, and this is where we're at right now. And now, mind you, now that I am up in the echelon, I love the tax code.
And another reason why black folks should get reparations, because it is known, and you white people know this, that when Reagan was in office, all that good cocaine he was dropping in the hood funded America. And it ruined my people. So we deserve some reparations from that also.
You're not.
I heard that was some good cocaine back. So I heard that was
the white people will literally burn down America before they give reparations.
Correct.
I just heard that was some good cocaine back then.
That's right.
You're never getting your fucking reparations, dude. Never. It's not gonna happen with Trump. That's for damn sure.
Are you against this scat, man?
Guys,
I am.
I'm a unifier.
They all get reparations.
We're all gonna get reparations.
You want to give Negroes money? What's wrong with
We're
you?
all gonna get reparations, and the only way we're all gonna get reparations is when your president Donald J. Trump gets rid of the federal income tax.
Why do y'all always gotta get something when we get it? Why can't we have our own party without y'all? We want to throw our own party
Your
without
reparation
y'all.
comes in the form of the IRS being completely canceled. You're completely right.
You guys are fucking selfish.
And if that doesn't make you happy enough, go on and move to a state that has zero income tax if you're not satisfied with those reparations. So then you don't get taxed on the state level nor the federal government level. You're welcome. Thank you.
So I live in Las Vegas, and over here we still pay taxes. We don't pay income tax, but we still pay land tax. There's all the regular taxes in place, even though the income tax is subverted.
Same thing with Montana. What happens is the property taxes, the property owners get fucked by it. You know what I mean? So,
Yeah, exactly.
Here's the thing, bro. Hold on. Let me just say something for a second, okay? I'm from, my family's Blackfoot Indian. Like my mom, my sister, all my family is born in Brown and on Blackfoot Indian reservations. Hold on a second. Let me fucking talk. This is important.
I'm not your woman. Don't talk to me like that.
Yo, shut the fuck up for a second.
You respect.
Just let me talk, bro. One fucking mic. So, reparations, you got the Indians up here, bro, like all over, and they got a free house and they get okay health care. But what happens, man, is because they're, they don't get enough money, they're basically in poverty, and it's just a vicious cycle, bro. They don't get enough money, their houses don't get fucking repaired, and there's no jobs, there's no opportunity on these reservations, high crime rate, and they're on the federal dole, so they vote Democrat overwhelmingly because it's in their best interest, because they don't make enough money with this shit, so they're trying to see who can give them enough money, bro. It's just and I'm telling you, how all my family escapes, bro, is they have to leave the reservation and join the military, or actually, intermingle with fucking white people and shit, and and be part. You on those reservations, you are fucked, man, and that's what's gonna happen with the black community.
Now, Scat Man, let's be honest. Are you a $5 Indian?
No, no, bro.
He is. He told me he's a white man, y'all. He's a white man.
I am white, but my mom, all my family was born in Browning. I mean, I can get health care if I wanted to. I don't, but I can get health care on reservations and shit. There's actually, I'm a legitimate fucking descendant of an Indian.
Wait.
All my family, bro, are straight Indians, man. I'd like your black ass to go and try to tell them they're a $5 Indian. You wouldn't make it out.
That's racist.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. I don't give a fuck.
So let me ask you this in a way, Jose. If you did get reparations, do you think that would damage your community at all? Because if you look at the Indian reservations, right?
How would that damage the community?
Right?
All the reservations are fucked up. Unless they got their own natural resources.
How would that damage the community? If black people were to get reparations, this would really be the greatest country ever. Ever.
Would you say make America great again if you got it?
No, I wouldn't.
So then it can't be a
we would just, what would happen, more white women will leave white people and fuck with black guys, because white people really like black guys. They really like black guys. They just don't fuck with us because we're broke right now. But you see the black guys that have great potential or money, they love us. They love us. So the white men will probably hate us more. The real racism will come out of you guys. But us black people will be living great. We'll be having a great time. We'll be having a lot of money, and we will show you how to really live life. Because you people are boring. You guys are fucking boring. You know, it's when you add a little blackness to it. That's when everything gets cool. You know, like imagine this world. Imagine America if they didn't integrate black people, and if they didn't have the ABA join the NBA. It'll be a bunch of short white boys that can't dunk, that can't really dribble. It'll be boring. Imagine football just being a bunch of white folks. It'll be boring. Look how fucking boring hockey is. It just sucks. Like even baseball, y'all needed some black Mexicans and some Spanish. Y'all needed some Spanish people and some black folks to make even baseball cool. But when it was just white, it was just boring. And y'all don't even know now if Babe Ruth is black or white. People are saying Babe Ruth was black. Now imagine that. He was great.
Jose, I will admit, like, I'm glad that, because, like, we're up in Montana, man, and we got so much British culture. We don't have fucking flavor at all. No, our food sucks. So
You don't have flavor. You're white side.
So, like, I agree, bro. Like, you know, you guys bring a good flavor. You know, it would be a little boring, you know. Though you guys are.
People don't know how to mix seasoning.
No, how about saying that
powder, paprika?
Yo, hold on. And I'm gonna say this just because I can. I'm gonna have my people bring some of my food up there.
You are not Mexican. You're white. You're American. You're not Mexican. You're not a Chicano. Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Aruba, or you even.
Money, and we'll really show you how to do this shit.
Hold on, no way. I want to know what Aruba. What are you? Are you African American?
She's a sister.
But is she FBA though?
No, it don't matter. She's a sister.
Look how quiet she is. She doesn't want to answer because we all know what it's all about. Carry on, no way.
She's a sister. I can hear it in her voice.
Probably not from America like that.
FBA, NWA.
Why does it matter?
Those tacos up there.
WNBA, yeah.
Holy
shit. Yeah, imagine a WNBA without black people. Now I know y'all got that one white Stephen Curry bitch, whatever her name, or whatever. But she didn't have shit on Cheryl Swoops, Reggie Miller's sister, whatever her name is. Candace Parker and all those old school black girls. She didn't have shit on them.
Blake Griffith's baby.
Tina Thompson. Yeah, those are really great.
No,
but y'all all of a sudden want to watch. Well, I like Diana Taurasi. I ain't gonna lie. There's, you know, everybody has a Larry Bird. We're not tripping. We fucked with Larry Bird, but we don't like this new white chick. All of a sudden, y'all got a white chick that could shoot 3-pointers, and y'all think she's invented goddamn basketball.
Caitlin Clark.
Yeah. Pisses me
Could
off.
have been a black woman or Asian or Hispanic.
Bro, that's our white queen. All right, don't you say that.
No.
She could be a queen. She could be your white queen and savior, but that doesn't mean y'all gotta act like she invented the fucking sport.
I don't actually watch basketball, bro. I watch a little bit of UFC. Like, I got kind of, you know, I used to watch a little football, but then the politics got into it. You know, the dickheads were. I used to be a big Steelers fan growing up.
Hey, how do you feel that the baddest person, the baddest guy on the planet in UFC is a big old cocaine sniffing black guy?
Who's that?
John Jones. Ain't nobody whooped his ass.
Oh, John Jones. Okay, that's cool. I like John Jones.
So just imagine that. See, you white people were training for UFC like 10, 15 years before black people got into it. Y'all try to get a head start on us. Because I was watching a lot of shit, and I was wondering, like, why whenever I see black people and white people fight, y'all always putting us in a chokehold? It's something y'all know that we didn't know. And we figured it out. Y'all was training. Y'all got ahead of us. But we caught up now. We ain't getting choked out by y'all.
I'll tell you what, though, bro. You know who's beating you guys, who's beating all of us, is the Russians, the Dagestanis, and the Chechens, dude. They are fucking different. They are different.
But But once we caught up in the UFC, you white folks ain't really, and it is what it is. Fighting hand to hand, fight ain't y'all thing. Now that gun, y'all are masters with that gun.
Bro, I fight really well. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. I knock the fuck out of people, and I do it for. I don't even like to play. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. I fucking swear to God, you don't even know. And I'm telling you, Sean O'Malley, he's from Montana, bro. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. My best friend, dude, we are fucking fighters. Like, we grew up, bro, we get in a fucking argument, we put on the boxing gloves, we go out and knock the fuck out of each other. And it's been that way since I was a little kid, dude. That's the way we do. I don't know what you're talking about.
What's your record against black people? Be honest.
White boys do fucking fight, and you don't know what you're talking about.
What's your record against black people? Be honest.
You just ran into the wrong white boy or the right one.
What's your record against black people? Be honest.
What?
What's your record against black people? Be honest.
I've never had to fight a black person.
So how do you know you can fight then?
Because I fucking fought a bunch of other people. I know I can fight, bro. It's not about that shit. I guarantee you I can fight.
Until you fight the king of the jungle.
Oh my God, dude. You guys get destroyed by Chechens and Dagestans and Russians all the fucking time. You are not
John Jones. Not John Jones.
You are not the top of the world, dude. People destroy black people all the time. Look at Khabib, dude, destroying the fuck out of, what was that guy, that black dude?
But who whooped his ass?
No, he's never fucking lost.
He hasn't?
Never. He is undefeated, never lost, and fucking destroyed a bunch of black people. Like, I don't know what you're talking about.
All right, man. Hey, man. At least one of y'all can fight. God damn.
Dude, this is a Dagestani. Okay,
but look, still one of y'all.
What happened?
Yugoslavian, Czechoslovakian.
Sean O'Malley beat a black guy too, bro. He was that champion. What was his fucking name? Jose Aldo?
He ain't black.
Yeah, he is.
No, he's not one of us.
Yeah, he's a black guy, bro. Who was that fucking? That's not a black guy. That guy's from Brazil. But you know that black guy, you know, who was champion for a while, and Sean O'Malley fucking destroyed him and took his belt from him. And he's a white guy. I'll look it up right now.
There should be at least one of you tough guys, maybe three of you, but it's not a lot.
Man, you underestimate your opponent, and that's the problem with you, dude. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. You obviously haven't fought that much because you underestimate people, and that's your biggest problem. You can't underestimate people.
No, I'm 2-0 against white people. I'm 2-0.
What?
I'm 2-0.
2-0?
Yeah, against white people.
Oh, dude, like, I don't even know, man.
I'm undefeated.
That's great, bro. I am too. That's great. Like, I don't even like to play, bro. I'm from Eastern Montana, bro, and I got a bad reputation, so I don't even like to play.
Are you a bad guy in Montana?
Yeah, I got a bad reputation back at home. I'm not lying. Like, I really do. Like, I hate to say it, man. The last one that I just got into, a guy tried to attack me in my grandparents' grocery store, and I was working there, and I had to knock the fuck out of him. Like,
your grandparents has a grocery store?
Two of them. One in Montana, one in South Dakota, and they wouldn't let me have the fucking video, dude. I was gonna release it too. He was a mechanic from across the street. Phil Desitoff, 6'4", came over to beat my ass, and I fought that fucking dude. I'm telling you, I'm 6 foot myself. I'm 200 pounds, and I don't fuck around. Like, I've made grown men cry. That's what I told Brad. That's why I want Brad on here. He's such a cocksucker and such a bully that I want to beat that guy's fucking ass. You know what I mean? Like,
do you put people in chokeholds?
I do all sorts of shit, dude. I mean, if I have to,
that fucking chokehold. Y'all mastered that shit.
I don't choke people out. That's fucked up. I've never had to get to that point. I just knock them silly, dude. You know?
Wait, back to your grandparents having two grocery stores.
Let me ask you this, Jose.
How did they get grocery stores?
Because they worked their fucking ass off. They lost their ranch in the 60s. And had to work.
Opened grocery stores?
So they lost their ranch in '64 during a terrible blizzard, and because like we were they were all raised on a ranch, and all the animals died and shit, all the sheep, and so we had to sell the ranch. I wasn't even alive. We had to sell the ranch, and so my grandparents bought a grocery store, you know.
So they bought a grocery store.
Bought one in Broadus, Montana, and then they went off to Bridger, Montana, had a couple there, you know, I mean, in different places, and then they went back.
So they have contracts with like the farmers and stuff out there?
I mean, well, they have goods that come, mostly meat and produce that come from the farmers and ranchers, but it's like you have to list it as like Montana made and shit and Montana grown, and you know. But
have you ever ate bison?
Yes.
You sound like someone that ate bison.
It's really good for you, dude, and it tastes better than so like it doesn't leave fat. Like, I mean, it's got a little bit of fat, but it's just really lean. It's amazing. It's really expensive though. It's too expensive. The Indians actually run the bison over here. So like that's what I'm saying. Like the Indians get to run the bison. We don't even, white people don't get to raise bison, buffalo in Montana. Like the Indians get to run that shit.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Well, you want to know something? I ain't never been to a black grocery store. We were having that motherfucker.
They have them, dude. They definitely have them. I mean, they just have them in different communities. Like, you know, you just gotta lay. I don't know. I mean, they definitely have them, dude. We've had black people work for us too. I mean,
no. They worked for you.
But that's what
have you ever been to a black grocery store?
That don't sound right.
Well, what's wrong with a black person working for us? I've worked for the grocery store.
Because you're like a worker manager. You were working, but you acted like you were the manager.
I had to earn my stripes, dude, and eventually it wasn't my thing, and I went off and worked in the oil field because, you know, I don't.
How did you get in the oil field? Look at all the opportunities you have.
Bro, it's called applying. You have to apply for these jobs.
Oh.
I had to quit smoking weed, you know, like I got tired of making chump change in the grocery store because you know, I mean, you don't make a lot of money unless you're the owner, dude. You're not even making a lot of money then. I mean, you're making 1%, you know, like.
What kind of weed did you have in Montana?
It's all medical grown shit, you know, it's legal.
Yeah, I quit smoking weed about 5 months ago. It kind of sucks. I feel your pain.
What'd you do it for?
I was trying to get a county job, but I didn't get the job, so I'll probably go back to smoking weed.
I was gonna say I eventually got out of the oil field, you know, like, and went back to smoking weed.
Don't you feel great that you smoking weed again?
Yeah, I mean, I feel pretty good about it. I mean, it's kind of, the only thing is it's expensive, but it's kind of my choice. But I went off to work in the oil field because I grew up, you know, in the fucking grocery store, and I got tired of that shit, you know. Like, I wanted to work like a man, and so I went off to work in the oil field. I got
tired of being a man, huh?
No, I'm still a man. I just did shit. Thing of the oil field's different, bro. Like, it's, you know, you have to live out in North Dakota. I had to go and live in North Dakota, dude. Fucking freezing my dick off. Living in a fucking fifth wheel, you know.
Nasty.
Imagine how cold it is if you freeze your dick off.
Right.
Like I'm in LA. It gets cold when it's 50 degrees.
I'm not lying.
It's 50 degrees out here.
It's negative 30, negative 40 in wind chill, sometimes negative 50. Yeah, dude, it's dangerous.
That will freeze your dick off. Yeah, that will.
Yeah.
Literally.
So, like, I went and did that, man, and after I worked for the workover rig for neighbors, you know, with a service rig, and then I went pipe wire as well. Got tired of that fucking shit, you know, and got an opportunity to do paving road construction.
Because doesn't life suck when it's so cold you can't even jack off? Like, that's a horrible life.
That's what a lot of people want to do. You know what sucks, man, is the oil field is horrible. Because, like, you just, you know, they charge you a lot more. Like, it's, you know, you might make more money, but then it's almost like they gyp you, you know. Red Bulls are more money, gasoline's more money. I paid $1,000 a month for rent just to live in my little fucking camper. I was pissed, man. So, I mean, I'm tired of that shit. Not to mention, there's a lot of testosterone there, a lot of fist fighting there because if not,
pussy, all the coochie is cold. It's frozen.
People, dude, fucking women are gone. It wasn't safe there. You know, a teacher got fucking kidnapped and murdered there, up there in City, Montana, not far. People were getting fucking murdered and raped.
Was that white on white crime?
Well, yeah, well, any type of fucking crime. Drug crime.
White on white.
It's an oil field, bro. It's a you know, it's a boom. You know, it's a boom, oil boom. So, you know, there's lots of drugs being brought in, lots of prostitutes, lots of strippers, lots of shit that happens to kind of feed that appetite when you're up there, you know, in North Dakota, and it's real, bro. And so, I got out of there eventually after a couple of years. I went and worked road construction, and then was like, dude, this is gay. Like, all this type of shit is not my thing. And worked for the county, like you said, bro. You know, I got an opportunity to work for the county over here in eastern Montana. Took that retirement money because I got tired of that shit and bought a plastic welder, extrusion welder. Went off to training in Chicago and certified. And bought a hot air welder, and now I'm a certified plastic welder on the side. But I actually do landscaping full time. I don't know what I do. But so I make as much as I did for the oil field landscaping, but right now we're laid off because it's job attached, you know, wintertime.
Yeah.
But next year I'm going to be plastic welding full time, and I want to be building boats. That's what I want to do, bro. It's all hard work, bro. All hard work, bro. You just gotta, you know. Just because I'm white, I haven't gotten opportunities. I'm telling you, I've been treated like absolute fucking dog shit, and that's why.
Stop acting like a victim.
No, bro, I have been treated like absolute dog shit because when you're starting different places and moving around and starting up, you know, you're gonna get stepped on and treated differently. So you gotta work your way up, or you gotta fucking move on and find what you like, and that's what I finally did. I didn't settle. I found what I wanted. So it wasn't because I was fucking white. You know, and don't feel bad for me, folks. It's just, this is what you have to do if you're not smart enough. You know, I don't have a bunch of fucking education and shit. I'm not a college, you know, shit. So, you know, this is the choice, the way I had to do it, you know, to get to where I'm at.
You deserve it, from freezing your dick off to be treated like dog shit to now.
Haven't you been treated like that?
It seems like you deserve it. Seems like you deserve all the good deeds that's coming towards you, because my life sucks right now. I don't know. Now those jobs you done, I would have never thought about doing. I'm a punk. I like computer. I like desk jobs. I like typing and bullshit like that. And that's probably why my life sucks right now. You know, can't find a job. Well, yeah, no one's trying to hire me. I don't know why. And I have education. And I can't find a job for fucking shit. But someone like you, that's a man's man, that's doing all this manly stuff, you're persevering.
Well, bro, that's because, you know, that's what drives me nuts when people try to tell me that Americans won't take these jobs that immigrants take. Like, motherfuckers, do they realize I take these jobs? They don't even know. Like, bullshit. I'm a landscaper.
You work at a slaughterhouse where the opportunity where you lose a limb is like 90%.
I'm a landscaper, bro. What are you talking about? Supposedly landscaping.
Well, I feel sorry for you then. I'm sorry.
I make $22 an hour, bro. I do pretty good right now.
Life's hard sometimes. You made some bad choices back in the day.
I mean, honestly, it's just, that's the way it is, bro. If you don't have, you know, if you're not a fucking engineer, or if you're not, you know, just, you know, if you don't have those credentials where you're, you know, honestly super intelligent, then, you know, you don't, that's what you got to do. You got to work, bro. And that's what I'm saying. Like, I've done landscaping, I've done construction, I've done fucking carpentry, I've done oil field work, I've, you know, road construction, I've ran scrapers, I've run skid steers, you know, I mean, fuck, dude, you just got to do all sorts of different shit, you know? I mean, it's just, yeah, different experiences, man. Made knives, you know, I don't know, like, you just got to work at it, bro. And, And just because you're educated, like this guy was saying, he's educated, he can't find a job. Lots of people have education and don't have fucking jobs, you know, because it's just, it might not be hiring, you know, he might have found the wrong field.
Yeah, fuck education shit. College is cool, but all college did for me was leave me $50,000.
Oh, don't say fuck that. Stop.
No, I mean, see, the thing is about college, I understand college is a game, it's a system. You gotta know
What was
how
your major? What was your
you
major?
gotta know how. Wait, see, that's where I'm gonna get to it. You have to know how to college. You know, see, I went to
This
college.
nigga said you gotta know how to college.
Yeah, you have to.
And that
I went in there blind. I went there with no guidance. You know, none of my parents, really, family, really graduated. The only thing was go to college. Just go to college and get a degree. So. Due to my lack of immaturity, I went to Xavier, Louisiana, fresh out of high school. Went to Xavier, Louisiana. I wanted to pick up computer science, and this was like 2001, 2002. But I was young, and I was smoking that dirt-ass weed out there, and I got suspended. So I came back all the way home to LA, had to start from the bottom at the junior college.
So you were just a perpetual fuck-up then?
Well, yes and no. Because I made it back up to the university. I ended up graduating from Cal State Northridge. But since I was in college for some years, my parents was like, hey, you need to hurry the fuck up and graduate or you're going to get kicked out.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. So I started off with computer science. Then I thought about kinesiology. Because, you know, I was still young, you know, thinking I was smart and could do something. But when I started getting the pressure, I just needed a degree. I said, let me just get out this bitch. So I ended up settling for sociology. The worst decision I probably could have made in my fucking life. And with a sociology degree, it didn't get me nowhere in life. It got me into a bunch of doors. But I remember
try to become a social worker and get
$40 grand a year. But see, you gotta have you need to have a master's degree.
Okay,
in order to make money, to have a BA, but see, I'm already $50,000 in debt. I don't want to be 70, 80,000 in debt just through the education.
You mean to tell me you're not good enough to get a scholarship?
I didn't know how to get one.
Really? How old are you?
Well, now I am. I might could get one now if I ever decide to go back to school, but I'm old now. I'm old.
How old are you? Because I'm old.
How old are you?
I'm in my 50s.
Oh, you old as fuck. I'm 41.
Exactly. So I've been around.
Yeah, I'm 41. Let me give you some more respect. Because you sound young. You don't sound like you're in your 50s. So
I don't look like I'm in my 50s either.
Oh, yeah, because I was going to start this.
My wife's 40, so.
Oh, that's nice.
No way, you can get a master's degree. Go for it. You're still young.
But not in social, not in that degree, dude. The key point I told all my kids that, hey, when you go to college, you gotta take a degree to live the lifestyle that you want to live. So so you go to the Department of Labor website and you look at all the jobs and see what are the projections. What are the projections for those jobs in the next 20 years? Because a career is normally 20 to 30 years. So you want to make sure that the job you're taking is going to be around for 30 years. If the job you're doing ain't going to be around 30 years, you didn't know that halfway through that career, you need to offer them to do something else. And a lot of people don't have that type of advice from their parents. A lot of parents just don't know.
Exactly. And see, that's what I was saying. See, I learned that as I got older and started looking at certain jobs and going on the counties. Like I'm in LA, so I started looking for county jobs. Why I didn't look for county jobs when I was younger, I don't know. But I started recently looking for county jobs, and I'm seeing all of these jobs that have that's high paying. But I'm like, where do you learn this shit from? I know now. But I know now if I ever have, I don't have any kids. I want kids one day. But if I ever have kids, or I'm gonna tell my young nieces and nephews, hey, when you go to college, before you start going to college, go on these certain jobs. Look at county jobs.
No, that's why you gotta have internships when you're in high school. I would tell all kids, if you're interested in a particular job or even in college, in the summer you need to apply for internships to kind of get an idea if you're gonna like work in that particular in industry. And if you're not, then I mean, the thing about it is that I think in America, the information is out there. People just want to be spoon-fed. People don't want to go out there. And it's like people ain't got common sense no more. People want everything to come easy to them. And listen, all the jobs they have out there, all the information that is on Marks, all the information that Harvard has a lot of free classes, MIT have free classes, everything that's available out there. And I still find it, I mean, when I went to college, I literally had to go to the library and do research. My references were, you know, I didn't even have the internet when I went through college. You know, I had to handwrite all my work to turn in. And them kids now have everything at their disposal. The internet, I utilize the internet to do everything, and they don't want to go and do the work and get the information. Because I speak to a lot of kids. I mentor a lot of kids. And when I have like career, I always volunteer to go do career advice in some high schools just to really have a conversation with the kids so that they have a more thought out plan than just going to college. And some of them go to college because their parents want them to go to college. That doesn't mean they're going to go to college. A parent should not live vicariously for their kid. Your kid should want to go to college, because kids who want to go to college tend to be more successful at college versus the 50% of kids who go to college and they flunk out in the first year or two and they never went back, but they still have debt to carry because their parents obviously forced them to go to college and they took student loans in order to go.
Yeah,
so,
that was my fault.
You said it.
That's what happened to me.
You said it, ML, you said it. ML, you said it.
Hold on.
The parents.
Let me say something real quick.
The parents.
To No Way Jose. Jose.
I mean, some people like they don't have the privilege to have like both parents to encourage their kids to go to college, like you experience. But what you just said to me, I mean, I fully I understand it. Some families, they don't have the privilege to send the kids to college because they're monoparental families as well, and you know, all the stuff as well.
But like you said, Emil, the information is out there, but even though the information is out there, a lot of people don't know how to find or seek or access that information, and that's what I'm learning.
But in high school, I mean, I won't say all guidance counselors are built the same, and I guess my kids, and obviously me being educated and my wife being educated, my kids have those role models at home. They've seen what success looks like. They've seen what, you know, so they have that. It comes. I don't know if it becomes innately because the apple doesn't fall too far from the tree. So kids tend to get at least some of the smartness from their parents. If you're educated, then the likelihood your kids are going to be educated. But still, I just find it so amazing that when you have conversation with kids, for instance, like a couple of jobs I work, we normally have some summer interns. We have college kids and high school kids. And what was so surprising to me is that both the summer kids and the high school kids, some of them, and the programs we had was we would go into the inner city and get kids from the inner city. So they're actually being exposed to the corporate life, to see exactly how corporate is and all the numerous amount of jobs that are in corporate, because kids cannot seem to in high school to figure out, okay, what major I'm going to do. And I was like, there's a definite lack of education in high schools, especially when it comes to guidance counselor. I guess there's only one per school, so I guess they don't have enough time to actually take every kid under their wing and make sure the kid has a plan for the future. But a lot of kids do not know what majors lead to what, and the majors they tend to gravitate to when they get to college. They would say, oh, I want to do sociology, I want to do psychology, I want to do well, everybody will say basket weaving as if throwing off.
And that's the
basically,
bullshit.
you're taking degrees or African studies. You're African. You're black. What is it you want to study more about yourself? Because in the end, you don't get a job. I remember one time I met this young lady who had a PhD in African studies.
Doesn't make sense.
And she had $300,000 and something in debt. And the job she got was making $68,000.
But see, that's why ML, I go back to saying you have to know how to college. Not every, see, a lot of people just go there and they go for those degrees, psychology, sociology, arts, English. Now, if you now, for the ones that are fortunate, they may go to business administration, get their BS's, business of science. They may take some engineering classes or shit like that. But when I look at these jobs, these county jobs, I'd be like, what the hell? I never heard of this shit. How would I have found out about this shit?
Hey, yo, Jose, real quick, if you're into a change of pace, I would recommend going to like water treatment. Take some junior college classes on water treatment, and that could get you into a county job pretty quickly, especially now in California, where they're about to revamp their whole water system. I'm sure the cities are going to be hiring, but I would go into water treatment. You can get up there 80, 90 as an entry level position. Yeah.
Water treatment. I'm going to put that in my notes. But that's what I'm saying. But listen to how you just said water treatment. Nobody ain't thinking that in my community. Let me go to school for water treatment. And that is huge. It just sounds like a huge field, a huge industry. Like we a lot of in my community, all we hear about being teachers, social workers, psychologists, bullshit like that. We don't hear motherfuckers ain't really talking about being engineers or shit like that. I'm just saying, like I'm looking at the county website right now. Chief Public Health Administration. I don't hear people talking about that. And that starts off at $132,000 to $205,000 annually. What the fuck?
Bro, I'm telling you, you see a city worker working on a hydrant or something, and stop by and let them know what they did, what their path is. But honestly, it's a couple classes at junior college, pass an exam, and then I think it's a CAT4, T4, AT4, I forgot what it was. That's been a minute. But yeah, you'll get entry level. I mean, I don't know what LA pays, but I know Orange County was paying handsomely just to start off. I think you were at like 75, 80. And then you get awesome increases, and not to mention the benefits. But shoot your way, bro. It's always somebody you know.
Yeah. Associate Agricultural Weights and Measure Inspector. What the fuck? Who knows about shit like that? Associate Civil Engineer. Starts off at $113,000. Like, what the fuck? What the fuck is an ideologist? They start off at $90,000. Like, what the fuck? Building Engineering Inspector, starting off at $86,000. What the fuck? Capital Projects Manager, Public Works, starts off at $126,000. What the fuck? How do you know they get to learn this shit? Who tells you this shit in high school? Nobody. They just tell you just
That's
go to
why I
college.
told you. Tell your kids, go to the Department of Labor, the Bureau of Labor Statistics, and you could get all the information you need on jobs, the future, and what degrees are required, blah, 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 what major you should take. So and you need to talk to your kids at a very young age about what is it. You don't have to tell them which career to choose, but you just need to introduce them to all the different careers so they have an idea that, hey, this information is out there. I can do anything I want to do. And then when it's time for them to make a choice, they know exactly how to go about the process.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. A lot of us, the information is out there, but it's all about having access to it and being known. The information could be all in the world. It's all kind of information out there. But if no one isn't guiding you or helping you seek that information, it's pointless. So it's knowledge. Having the knowledge. Knowledge is key. And like I say, a lot of these high school, well, your parents only could guide you, could teach you only so much. They only could teach you what they know. So now, outside of your parents, especially if they didn't go to college or whatever it may be, all you could do is all you can do is lean on is your your high school counselors and shit like that. Maybe, hopefully, some other adult that you came across in your life took you under their wing and they gave you advice and shit like that. But this shit is tough trying to figure this shit out.
That's tough. How is it very difficult to figure this shit?
You gotta speak louder, Dave.
Through my whole 4 years,
it's very difficult to figure this shit out.
You said what? Oh yeah, he didn't shut up anyway. But throughout my whole 4 years in high school, I did not have any guidance from my counselors in any career fields. And that's a fact. And I'm pretty sure the majority of my school had the exact same outcome. The only people that had career fields that they were going directly into were people who were guided by one of their relatives who already told them the steps of the process to go through. Should I know?
Exactly.
I know a white girl right now. Right, she is 24. She just turned 24 years old. She was in college for 5 years and has no degrees. She has no guidance. She has no idea of exactly what she should be pursuing because she was not guided also. And she went through, semi-private school. Parents are paying for this and rearing her to be a upstanding person individually, but she still had no idea how to hone in on one particular thing to pursue. And that's what a person with privilege, her parents, live in the suburbs, $1 million home, but her thought process is just as fragmented as a disenfranchised black youth who lives in the inner city, may have some housing complications either between the parents not being financially strong enough to afford certain things for them, like enrichment programs and things to guide them, or they may themselves not even have the instruction or the guidance or the information in order to pass on. So then it's just this. I'm just noticing this is something going on in our schooling system where it's making this happen. And then you always hear people who already are established or people who got a leg up from somebody that they know always, coming by and just nonchalantly just saying that, oh, it's just the fact that you guys aren't trying enough. You're not applying. That's the reason why you're not getting these jobs. But, a lot of the time is people don't even know where the information is to see exactly. To find, and it's crazy because I don't know if it's a more recent American issue that we need to try to overcome, especially since we're ushering in this whole last 4 years of Trump, and he's supposed to be helping the country become great again. We need to have more programs or at least more access to the information, more prevalent access to it, especially through the high school years, so that people aren't stumbling through college trying to figure it out. Getting degrees and then going into the job field.
What do you mean about that, mate? What do you mean about that? That we need the white people, we need you guys to access to this. Donald Trump was elected as the president. I actually like it. No problem. To me, no problem. But do you say to us as black people that we need you guys to access to a certain level? Or what do you mean, mate?
Can you repeat that one more time?
I said Donald Trump is president, and all good for me. said. Do you think that we need you guys to access to what we need to be? I'm not trying to be like Kamala Harris talk, but you know what I mean.
I mean, as each generation goes by, you know, the population or the group, let me just say the group is going to get better, you will hope, because it's just more information, more knowledge, more experiences your people went through. But if you want, you know, when it comes to black people, I don't care what nobody says, we're still behind the 8 ball. We're still behind. So in order for us to reach our peak, it's going to still take a few more generations, because a lot of us, I mean, shit, a lot of us, if you really focus on history, shit, our people start being able to go to college, what, in the 70s, in the 60s? You know, so that's not a long time. You know, and I don't want to compare us to any other culture, because you can say, you know, you got the Hispanics and you got all these other motherfuckers. They didn't go through what we went through. And skin colors.
But the kids nowadays, like black, browns, Hispanics, everything, they don't give a fuck about this shit. You know, they don't give a shit. They don't know about any of the history, but
no, but see, they don't even. But you cannot give a fuck, but that don't matter though. You don't have to give a fuck, but when there's still people.
No. The thing is, the people that I've listened to, all the people tonight. Seriously, I've listened to all y'all on all platforms tonight. People tends to be like, oh, blah blah blah, black, white, blah blah. And me, I don't give a shit about this. I'm caring about the kids nowadays, today, what they're going to do tomorrow. That's
okay, exactly. And you could say you don't give a shit about it, but you have to care about it. You have to care about it. You just can't say I don't give a shit, but I just care about the future. No, in order to care about the future, you still need to understand what happened historically and what's still going on.
Yeah, but that's
each generation. See, you gotta understand, the last generation made it better for the next generation. The last generation made it better for the next generation. So for these kids to not give a shit, it took for the generation before them to fight for them to not give a shit.
No, okay.
I mean, there were HBCUs in like the 1800s. So
the kids, they need to learn a little bit about the history, but that's it, a little bit. The rest is the future. Is
because these kids
in the hands.
See, the thing is with these kids, a lot of these kids thinking that due to technology and due to shit going on now with these kids, they not having they're being a little bit more removed from the past. A lot of these kids want to be fucking TikTokers and bullshit like that. Not saying you can't be successful, but come on now, let's be serious. These kids don't give a shit. They don't look at real professions and real careers.
Why would they give a shit? Why would they? In 2025,
these kids think it's easy.
2025, why would they give a shit? Seriously,
why shouldn't they? Why shouldn't they?
We're looking toward the future now. We're looking, tomorrow, maybe some AI gonna tell us, all humans, blah, blah, you're nothing to us, AI. And what we're going to do, we're going to all unite against fucking AI. That's what's going to happen. But the thing is, that's just, but the thing is, what I'm saying to the kids today is, don't look to the past, look to the future. Fucking build your fucking thing.
Can I jump in?
Wait, where's Trump?
Shit.
Yeah, you can jump in.
I'm tired of this.
Hold on, Dave.
I'm tired of this shit, man.
So here's the thing,
Call Trump.
Dave.
I got a migraine.
Go ahead.
All right. So, okay, when you talk about the future, great, let's look towards the future. But you have to look at, like, what is here now. And what's here right now is, like, what resources do you have? And when it comes to a lot of, okay, because I can go a million ways with this. So right now, depending on where you are, you have certain access to certain resources. And I got my degree in education, and I went around to all different kinds of schools and all different kinds of areas and saw how it was very different, the education and the schooling system, depending on the area. So, like one area, you got, people who are making a lot of money, and the freaking school has like every damn technology there is, like unbelievable amount of resources for these kids to thrive. And then I was working like at an inner city school in Chicago, one of the poorest neighborhoods, and the reading levels for these high school students were at like a first grade reading level. They kind of didn't give a shit about school because they did not have any resources there, and they didn't care because they're sitting there fighting. Listen, hold up. So they're sitting there fighting just to survive in the streets there. And there's one kid in particular that I did a career assessment on to see like what he would want to get into for a career. Well, he had no clue, but also his family was homeless. They were living in the basement of somebody by there, and he didn't even have clean clothes. And when it came down to it, the one thing that he wanted was money and to play basketball, and that's all that he knew. And all he knew was that they didn't have any money and he was poor, and he wanted to play basketball because he thought that was going to be the only thing that he had going. And it was really crazy to see the disparity between all these different schools and whatnot. So basically, we should look towards the future, but you also got to focus on like what's available to you right now. And it's not to say that somebody in these areas can't excel, but it takes a great amount of work, and it's just not there. So you gotta, to have these conversations, you gotta kind of like look at where people are starting from and what do they have. So I just had to throw that in there.
Well said, Mel. Well said.
Thank you. Well, they don't have to propose all the times. You can teach them about literature or anything that they can actually do, anything else, actually, besides basketball or football. That's possible. Not only, sport.
Who was it that was also in on this conversation before this? I think he left.
Yeah, it was the other Jose. No way, Jose. He was on talking the whole time.
Oh, okay.
So, what? Not Seaway, Jose. Seaway, Jose.
I had to do that real quick. I just thought it was funny, but I'll change it right.
So, what do you make of Trump? If we just steer back to kind of like Trump and all that, where are you with what's going on with his picks or executive orders or anything?
I honestly have not been paying any attention to anything political lately. I when the whole like starting of the cabinet picks was going on and whatnot, I know it's just like a big change, but it's just I got really freaking burnt out with the politics stuff big time. So I get bits and pieces here and there, but partly why I'm here right now too. But I've just been staying away from like the news and everything because I just don't want to hear people's bullshit. Just like, let's see the actions, I don't want to hear people talking about shit. I just want to see actions speaking for themselves.
Yeah, I'm excited for the future. You know, I'm definitely looking forward to all this shit. You know, some things are happening. We got, I already heard Anthony today. I like Anthony, a really cool dude. But he was saying how he's kind of feeling bad for the migrants now. Well, unfortunately, man, like the people that allowed all these people in here, I wouldn't even just say it's the Democrats. Whoever allowed them all in here, they're the ones to blame. They allowed this shit, and this is where we're at. We come to a tough point, and we got to, send these people packing and worry about our citizens because we're in a tough spot. So that's kind of where I'm at here, man. We got to send them back and worry about, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I just like the idea of us bringing back some money to our country. I mean, this seems like we are just spending, just going on a spending spree with everything but ourselves, of course. So it'd be kind of nice to actually see if this works, if we can't just bring in some more money back to our country. Yeah, I know that's kind of hopeful, but I know. But go ahead, Scott.
No, that's all I had to say. I think that's...
No, you have gone to tariff, so yeah, you're going to tariff all the countries in the world. So yes, the money is coming to the U.S.
Correct.
You're going to tariff everyone. Yeah, no, that's real, man. You're going to tariff everyone, so yeah.
Biden did tariffs too. He never got rid of them. So I don't know why you're kind of being sarcastic right now.
Say again?
I said Biden didn't get rid of any tariffs, so he's pro tariff too. Biden, Joe Biden. What?
Yeah, Joe Biden. Yeah. Did Joe Biden tariff anything?
Yes, he's kept all the tariffs that either Trump had or already made. He already made his own. I don't know, but all I know is he's definitely had tariffs. Yeah.
No. What I know, I'm going to tell you something, mate. I'm going to tell you something very specific. Donald Trump is going to tariff France, seriously, in a way that the wine and everything that we can export from France is going to be tariffed 100%. That means it's over for France. I mean, we're going to have to negotiate with Donald Trump now.
Exactly.
Seriously. We're going to have to negotiate because the thing is, I live in France. I'm a French guy. I live in France and I know business in United States and France, what's going on. And I know that Donald Trump said, okay, I'm going to tariff everyone now. Well, France is fucked. It's fucked as fuck. Seriously, we're fucked.
Well, then it's going to cause you to try to figure out other ways to make money. Why not be innovative? Figure it out. Because, I mean, really the reason why we are going to tariff your guys' stuff is because we have all your stuff here already. We have Napa Valley, which is like the wine country.
Yeah, but how can you get some more of that great wine and the greatest wine that you can have?
We have great wine here. Have you ever had our wine? Yeah, I know. Come on, good wine.
Don't get me started on this.
Come on, we have good wine too. I get it. The French have good wine, but come on, man.
No, we have the best wine. Italian wine. We're the best in the world. So
the point is that we already have what you have. So why wouldn't we?
For me, the point being is that you're gonna still import French and Italian wine in your country, but the thing is you're going to tariff it, and the fact that you're going to tariff it as much as Donald Trump won, I mean, France and Italy, they're going to behave as well. They're going to be like, I guess, we're not going to be so bad against, it's not going to be like before. So, yeah, I understand Donald Trump's position on this, I understand it.
It's just funny, man, these people, when you say you're from France, where their fuel's over $6 a gallon, their fucking country's fucked. and they're talking about how we're going to be suffering.
And by the way,
bro,
that had nothing to do with Trump either. That's your own problems, Dave.
That's your own problem. Yeah. Their country's completely fucked. Their government's out of control. They've lost the plot.
If you don't have, seriously, if you don't have any French wine, I mean, I don't care. I don't care.
Diesel for $2 and fucking 70 cents a gallon.
Californian, have your Californian wine if you want, like red wine from California. I mean, I don't care. In France, we have all the wine possible, like all the red.
Oh, great. Oh, no.
We have all the wines possible. But,
hey, I don't even like
if you want to import, French wine,
if you want to do business with us, you have to.
It's going to be 100%.
I'll take the Jimmy Bean over Clico.
Yeah, the way this is going to work is if you're going to play ball with America, you're going to have to pay up. It's just the way it is. Like, we want our money.
Yeah.
No more free rides. It's really simple concept.
I have no problem with that. Seriously, I have no problem with that. Seriously. I understand what Donald Trump is doing. I understand it. And I have no trouble with that at all. Because the United States haven't been able to actually send anything to Europe. Their technology, their cars, anything. Nothing has been in Europe from the United States for many years. We don't have anything apart from platforms from Facebook, Twitter, and everything, technology, but hard stuff like cars, and no, we don't have anything from you guys because we tariff the hell out of you. So
that's why it's all going to change now.
Donald Trump is like, yo, we're going to change that shit. And I agree with that shit.
Dave, you're going to be driving a Chevy very soon. Just saying.
I don't know. The Chinese is very good. I mean,
maybe
Chinese,
a Ford. Who knows?
Hey. No, bro. Seriously, I was in my city today, and I saw so many Chinese cars driving today. Like Chinese electric cars, like BYD and stuff, driving. I'm like, United States, you guys are, you got to do like a serious game to be back in the game. Chinese, they're in France.
France is allowing a bunch of fucking Chinese cars from these communists into their fucking into their country, and what the fuck? Fuck France, dude.
Scatman, you know what Dave looks like? Dave looks like a Ford fucking Ranger type of guy. I'm just saying. Say look.
What I'm saying to you, I don't really care. I don't really care about the United States as well. You guys do what you do. I understand the guy. Donald Trump being very protective of his country, being like United States and blah blah. I understand that. I believe that. What I want to see later is what is going to. It's going to be funny because it's been global for so many years, and now it's going to be protective. Now from today,
it's been free trade, completely fucked.
It's gonna be funny. Seriously, I want to see it. Seriously, I want to see how Donald Trump is gonna be as protective as We're gonna build our stuff and sell to other people. Ford. We're gonna sell Ford to France. I'm like, what?
I don't know. This French guy's not making a lot of sense.
Nobody's gonna buy Ford in France or even in UK or Germany.
Whoa, Dave! Don't forget.
It's gonna be a real fight.
Hold on, Dave. Hold on. Don't forget.
A real fucking fight.
Don't forget. Trump sold rice to the Chinese in his first administration. Don't forget that. Before you know it, you will be driving that Ford fucking Ranger.
Hey, like,
No, we're gonna be driving Chinese. No. Let me tell you something.
yo, bro, like, stop,
In
bro.
France and Europe, we're gonna be driving BYD and all the motherfucking Chinese cars in France and Europe before Ford come back. Actually, before actually many policies that hear me out. Before
Yeah, man, so,
any policies that Donald Trump's gonna do, BYD, all the fucking Chinese cars, they're gonna be in Europe before you guys come. Seriously, I'm telling you. It's over.
Like, I'm half Chinese and half Russian, bro, and I'm illegal, you know. I will see, like, if Trump gonna deport me, man. I'm gonna trade in, like, I'm gonna bring from China, like, the electrical cars, bro. I will sell it, you know, for a couple of dollars to American, man. Just, you know.
What city are
Anyone interested here?
What city are you in?
DC, bro. District of Columbia, man.
Washington, D.C.?
Yeah, come over, man. Find me.
We're looking for your cousins. It's $1,500 a piece.
Yeah, I got you know, electrical cars, bro. If you're interested, Chinese ones, bro.
I'll do better. Just guess maybe deporting you for $1,500. Maybe at this point.
I will, you know.
That big.
I will.
I'm gonna put it in crypto just to let you know. I'm gonna make money off you, and then I'm putting it straight into crypto.
XRP, baby, XRP, man.
XRP?
That's what's up, man. Yeah, man. Donald Trump is back.
Daddy's back. Pink ticket, folks. Please follow the house. Mo, Big, I'm. And I know who this other one is. I'm not even going to bother to ask her to do it.
Yo, Donald Trump is back. What's your words?
What are you most afraid of, Big, with Donald Trump?
They should call, White House is Erika House, bro. Not White House anymore, bro.
Wait, what kind of house?
What's the word said?
What was that? Wait, why didn't you hear? What was it again? What is it?
What's the Donald Trump wife, man? She's Russian, right?
Oh, yeah. No, she's like Slavic.
Yeah, Slavic, bro. She's immigrant. You see, bro? She doesn't even speak English, bro.
Oh, God, you guys. Come on now, she's not an immigrant. Let's not do this right now.
No, she's Slovenian, and actually, she's American now. She's American.
Not our first.
Nah, bro. Don't talk about it, please, bro. Like, it's a wife for Mr. President, bro. Like, you know. Yeah, man. She's a Trumpy wifey, bro. You know?
Hey, I had this conspiracy theory, man, that actually it's Melania that's running the show, and Trump is just like a puppet, you know. That's why she doesn't say.
Melania House, bro, not White House, you know.
Yeah. I think you got mixed up with Jill Biden. That literally is happening, I bet.
No, she gets direct correspondence from Putin, and she just whispers it into Trump's ear while he's sleeping, and he wakes up. He starts repeating it, like those Russian experiments where they were able to hypnotize people. You know what I'm talking about?
Oh man, no, sure, man, come on.
Imagine, because check it out. She's the only person that has that close of access to it, and she's not an American ally. You know, that's why Putin won't attack us. You know?
No.
You don't think LSD or something? Melanie taking over Pennsylvania Street, man. Be careful.
No.
Melanie House.
Do you know where his wife is from? His wife is from fucking Slovenia. It's a small country.
Yeah, but you know, like her.
She doesn't even know that. I think she's from Russia. She doesn't even know what that is.
She's like, she got,
But you guys have
Russian
no
roots,
idea.
man.
No. The thing is, you know, this is what I love about Americans. You have no idea about European.
She's undercover in a Russian.
You don't know about European geographics at all. You don't know about European geographics at all.
Ooh, I watch Family Guy. Sounds Russian. Ooh, it's like, God damn it, bro, you're embarrassing. Stop that shit. Right? I agree. But dude, that's ridiculous, man. She's from Eastern Europe. She's Russian. God.
She's undercover Russian, man. Like, everybody knows that, you know?
What? Oh, man.
Yeah. Not even the leftist media had that fucking bullshit, dude, so I don't know what this guy's even talking about.
Yeah, that guy is a Republican barking, man. You, bro? You the Trump, with the Trump, you know, group?
What?
He's from Montana. He's a United States citizen, yeah.
Yeah.
He's white, bro. Like, he's into Trump, man. Yeah. It's still doing that, bro.
Being white is right. Never forget that. Thank you.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, Trump is the president. He's the man. He's gonna save our country. What's the matter with that?
Yeah.
What's the matter with bringing back manufacturing and you know, and being proud of our country again? You know, not having fucking leftists taking over our country and cutting our children's dicks off and shit. Like, what's the matter with that? You know, we got transvestite men playing against women, you know, in their sports, beating the shit out of them and stuff, and taking advantage of the whole situation because they're losers in real life. They can't beat a man. They can't, or they're not satisfied with competing against a man because it's too hard. So I'm not trying to be disrespectful to women, but how do they fucking do, bro? Like that's just weird. You know, men are
true, bro.
Women like
gonna make America great again, man. For sure.
We just want sanity back, bro. We want sanity back. We don't want with dementia in the fucking White House. You know, and let's be real, that wasn't Joe Biden running the country. It was Jill Biden taking care of him, yes, but it wasn't those two running the country. It was Obama and his fucking cronies. And we won. We're past that shit, you know? We got to be careful now, though, because they're going to try to release another virus or something, I bet. I'm not lying.
Virus, bro? Virus? We didn't hear that, bro. We already, we always already, American, you know. Don't forget that, bro. Yeah. We already vaccinated, bro.
You know, we want fucking sanity back. We want, we want to take advantage of our energy, you know, things like that. Things that make sense.
We are vaccinated, bro, like, from the, upcoming, attacks and viruses, cyber attacks.
Yeah. Off that bogus vaccine that didn't work. Yeah, okay.
Like, we're already vaccinated by God, man. So we don't believe in like artificial, vaccination, like built in laboratory. So
you don't think it came from a lab? I think it came from a lab.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay, that does lead me to a question I want to ask y'all, right? Because Joe Biden just pardoned a number of people like Anthony Fauci, right?
Yeah.
Who is a pure weirdo. He lied on TV about the efficacy of his vaccination and all of that. So I'm guessing that he pardoned him for that reason specifically, which is weird because he said all the shit that he said during the presidency of Trump, But then as soon as Trump got in office, because he did this apparently the day before he left office. Biden himself pardoning those people, and then now Trump just got into office, and now he's pardoned a bunch of people. Right? He's pardoned the January 6th rioters for one, amongst other people that he's pardoned for other crimes. And the real question that I have is, how, as Americans, do other people feel about the fact that these presidents are just able to pardon fucking criminals? And the thing is, the criminal acts that they're performing are towards us as the citizens. And that's the real thing. It's not just about them being criminals on their own part in their own little interpersonal lives, but the fact that they're perpetrating on the public and they're getting pardoned by our government officials. How is that sitting with the average?
I'd like to say something, but after.
I was trying to hear from the.
Very good question.
I was trying to hear from the average American.
I just gotta say, man, that the pardon power, whether we like it or not, has always been with the president, man. It's just that's just the way it has been, man. I mean, when I heard about it as a kid too, I always thought that's kind of strange, that you could pardon actual, criminals who have done stuff. It's just the way it is. So I don't know why we debate it. Like, it sucks. Even with this whole thing with Anthony Fauci, it fucking sucks that they could do this shit. I don't know what you guys think about the January 6ers. I think they should have been pardoned myself, because I think that was a setup, but definitely just pardoning Anthony Fauci and the January 6th committee is really fucked up. I think that there's some criminal. Pardon his son, which I'm not going to lie, I would have done the same thing, even if my son was a crackhead.
He pardoned his family. So I guess we're kind of debating what degree of pardons do we like and don't like, I suppose, because to me, if, I'm all about, if someone did like a crime, like, I get what you're saying, January 6ers, there was probably 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 that, okay, maybe abuse a cop or 2, and maybe they shouldn't have been, let go, whatever. That's the big controversy right now. But on the other side, we have, like, a pardon that's, like, a whole family, which really begs the question of, like, what were they doing? You know what I mean? Like, there's levels to this, if that makes sense. And a U.S. general, I mean, think about that. A U.S. general could be pardoned. There's just, like, just levels to this.
It's fucked up. Yeah.
No, to me, is no fucking question. Fucking hell. Like, Joe Biden actually pardoned fucking Anthony Fauci and the whole fucking Biden, family and everything. I'm like, what the fuck? Because I've followed your politics for like 4-5 years, and I know what happened with the Bidens. I don't know what happened with the fucking the doctor guy, bruh. The fact that he actually pardoned this guy at the last minute, to me, as a French dude that's been following all this shit for like 5-6 years, fuck you.
Yeah.
There's no pardon. I don't forgive you, man. Seriously, you need to be accountable for what you've done. Seriously, you need to come to the public and say what the fuck you've done, mate.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit about your fucking pardon.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't pardon you.
I agree. So I think the problem, I think this is what you're talking about, is that you kind of get into a tick for tat, right? Like, I'm going to do it, and I'm going to, like, take it to its extreme, like, in my opinion, Biden did, and then, like, okay, fine, then Trump's going to do it. Like, I don't think they envisioned this whole, like, tick for tat kind of pardon kind of system going on. And that's where it gets kind of, I can see where that can be kind of abusive.
When you're in power, you don't say it. When you're in power, you don't say it. It's after when you realize, oh shit, it's over. Oh shit.
No, because see, the question is that because of the fact that they were able to do it, and there is no type of pushback from the citizens, doesn't it like seem like it's kind of setting up the precedent where the government can see that they can just do anything to us, and there's no consequence for any of their actions, because as long as they're doing it under the color of whatever party that they're, whoever's in charge, they can get away with murder.
Hold on. What if, let me pose this idea. I was just thinking outside the box. What if they were pardoned under the guise of the corporation, meaning under the United States corporation? Because I see Guantanamo Bay out in public eye. I feel like Guantanamo Bay is going to start getting a lot more coverage here shortly. So since we're back to the constitutional republic, why or who are we to know, or I mean, I don't think we'll find out, but won't that direct them under a military tribunal? Yeah, they might have been pardoned under the United States corporation, but will they face charges in military court because we are now a constitutional republic? A whole different set of scene, I guess you could.
And you can do that, like, so pardons don't cover that kind of stuff. Like, you can find yourself in a military tribunal. As far as I know, you're onto something there, Jose, where they could fire up a whole mechanism for trial that doesn't have anything to do with U.S. law in that per se. You know what I mean?
And that's not the same thing. I can compare, not the same thing.
Well, so, I read, because I was researching about impeaching and convicting people in, you could say, like, levels of Congress, say if it starts getting into conflicts of interest with, like, beyond House of Representatives. The only person who could try any of them would be the Attorney General of the United States. Is that correct? My assessment. So from there, I was thinking, so a lot of things were happening under Trump that, wasn't fully Trump's fault. A lot of, there was a lot of social issues being seemingly forced into conversation. And because of that, Trump, with his inexperience and his being guided by misguiding people, there's a lot of things visibly and recorded now in history that he has done that, could possibly, he could possibly see some people should be seeing some type of conviction about the activities that they were into. Like a lot of the riots, there wasn't really the need to attack the public in many situations. That's why they did a lot of that, the visual propaganda where you started seeing and hearing about on Fox News for people who were completely removed from the situation to be ill-informed and to be thinking that there really is buildings just burning in every single congregation of people out in the streets in all these different cities, when really it was fires that were started specifically for photo ops by people who seemingly worked for the people who were trying to push this story for this civil unrest and to keep, propel this whole racist dynamic into the, the 2020s for the new generation, because they started seeing that people stopped really being that fixated on ethnicity, and they started to worry about upward mobility, because all of us, who are not like what Jose was saying, is people who found, great jobs to be working at where they're upwardly mobile and they don't need much, outward seeking for, some type of way to expand and grow like most Americans are, that, they just saw that it was going away, so they just wanted to bring it back with all of this fake purported race-based propaganda. And because of that, they just created more of this focusing our attention at each other, worried about who's from which country, and if they're, it started getting a little murky when you get around the issue with immigrants and people who are here illegally, especially. We're not really talking about people who are here and being productive. We're talking about people who are just here and, you know, finding their ways into our system to capitalize off of it. But it's just the fact that they have us looking at each other and worried about who and in between with all the, even when it gets to the reparation talk, and then we're still not actually noticing like who are the people who are perpetrating this. And really it's the people who are pushing the information on the TV, which a lot of time in this current time has to do with politics. And it's almost like the politics is another way of dividing the people from actually looking at the government officials who are doing the activities that are actually hindering this country from, you know, getting to where it should be. We're talking about Betsy DeVoe from Department of Education, who's stealing money. You know, she's enriching her friends. It's crazy that these people are able to go without any prosecution or any persecution even. They just are able to do whatever they want to do, and they just keep living their lives with all their ill-gotten gains that they've made off of our tax money. This is crazy that nobody's speaking about that, because we're still worried about, oh well, you're a liberal, and you're a part of the GOP, and it's just so confusing. I don't understand how we're still in this situation. And I'm trying to get to the fact of why are we not worried about the fact that these people are violating the law, and, you know, the insider trading when it comes to NVIDIA, dealing with, you know, Nancy Pelosi and all that. We get to all these different levels, and it just seems that they're really have like a corrupt government that are allowed and permitted and given passes by each other to commit all of these crimes against us, because, you know, they're all doing the same thing. So, and nobody's doing anything against it or giving any pushback. It's just, it's a crazy time right now. I'm trying to figure out how are we going to get to making this place greater.
So I said this earlier because, you know, for all the shit that the January Sixers did, they were in the right place though. That's you want to hit the government where it hurts. Like that's where you want to go. And minus take Trump out of it, because I know that's most of the reason why they were there was for Trump. But at the end of the day, all of us should have been there. And I know that kind of triggers people, and that thinking is like, if kind of where you're going is that you don't really care for the government, that they're hurting us. So where do you go to solve that? And that's what you do. You protest the government in their buildings. And I don't know. I just say, like, it should have been more of a united front. I just happened to have Trump in the middle of it. But I think you know where I'm going. But go ahead, yeah. Keep on.
Yeah, I get exactly where you're going, because we should have been there. But and see, this is the I think this is the game that they're playing with us, and this is the way how they're able to get away with it, is because they're spinning the actual reason why we would be storming the Capitol. Because, see, you wanted to storm the Capitol because of Biden. You see what I'm saying? It starts getting to a it's like a straw man. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a straw man that throws everybody off of the actual target.
It's a distraction. It's a distraction, yeah.
Yeah, so when you make it about Trump and Biden, then you're talking about, oh, we want to go over here to hang Mike Pence. You really don't want to hang Mike Pence. You want to hang the vice president. You get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, but they twist it.
Are in charge. That's all we want to do. That's all.
Yeah, so you're trying to get to the people that are in charge at this current moment, who are doing this specific thing that you feel is seditious. You know, something that seems like it's going against the foundation of the country. But the thing is that it's being twisted against us. It's almost like a reverse psychology. It's like a Jedi mind trick.
Well, it's warfare. It's kind of warfare. Like the government is actually doing kind of psychological warfare on us. saying that we don't know what we're talking about, what to believe. Like, they would look at you and I discussion right now as some kind of like delusion, and we're on to them. They don't want that. They don't want this discussion of why do these folks all hate us. I mean, like both parties have like what 11% approval rating. I mean, come on, like. How are they shocked that there's actually people inside their buildings at 11% approval rating? And make it make sense, you know?
Right, because we are the people, and we're the people who are selecting. Supposedly, we are selecting them to represent us, but really, it doesn't even seem like we're really even selecting people. It's a lot of preordained government officials. You know what I'm saying? These people are. I don't know if you've ever seen this Netflix show. I think it was called The Family. It is a very weird story. It has to do with the person Doug Coe. Have you ever heard of him? He's a Jewish guy. He was known for basically doing. You know how Jeffrey Epstein's father, he was kind of like a spy. He did like a lot of international
CIA operation. I think I remember hearing this.
Yeah, this guy Doug Coe was on that type of level where he was doing like this multinational, like he was almost like a shadow controller behind the scenes of the governments in these different countries, because he had actual friendships with all of these diplomats in all these different countries. So he was using that as his advantage to basically, manipulate world affairs, because now he can go to one person and tell him, hey, I can get you to get this going on in America. Then he goes to some American, government officials, and he has their conversations about, hey, this sounds like a good idea for you to get into this. And next thing you know, there's this, these things happening that weren't created, that would have not happened if it wasn't for his, instructing or creating of it. So the show The Family now that I was basically trying to correlate it with was that this supposed family, what they would do is these people lived on like ranches out in the middle of nowhere where there are no people that can interact with this group of people, and they were literally farming government employees. Basically, they have multiple varying races of people, different families. All of these people are having children. All the children are going to the same school, having the same upbringing. They all know each other and they intermingle, and they're made to intermingle. And then they go into different school systems, basically, higher learning, collegiate fields, and they're all there specifically to get degrees for going directly into the government. Like, they basically, if you've ever researched the actual biography of Joe Biden to figure out how he even got into politics, it's a very weird story. He has literally been in politics his entire life. I'm talking about when he was a kid. Like, this shit is weird. It's not normal, I don't think. I don't know if it's normal or not, or maybe this has to go to the point of what No Way Jose was saying about the average layman not really having access to know about pursuing government roles, like even waste treatment factories or water treatment factories. The normal civil engineer jobs. A lot of people are raised to be police officers and firefighters, doctors, or store employees go and work at the local Pizza Hut or whatever. Whatever jobs you can find in your available reach. Nobody's knowing about traveling an hour outside of the city to find a career field like that. So it's wait, give me a second.
Well, one thing is for sure, we've always known, well, at least since the early 90s, late 80s, that Joe Biden has been and will always be a traitor. Mind you, there is a memo, and you can search it up on whitehouse.gov, where JFK Jr. sent a memo to Joseph R. Biden calling him a traitor. You can pull that up on your own, but we have that as a fact. And, to coincide with what I said earlier about how these people just come into politics. Some people are raised to be in politics for a specific agenda. Hence, the guy Mohammed something who paid for Barack Obama's Harvard education. You know what I mean? So there was an agenda behind it, and a lot of these people are put in places. I know a politician out in California who I went to school with, and he's a district councilman now or whatnot. And his biggest fund, his biggest supporter or whatnot is Disney. They throw $250,000 on his campaign to make sure he gets that vote secured. And we all know what Disney promotes, right? We all know what Disney is. So it's like, these big companies also are breeding some of these younger politicians because they support certain agendas and so on and so forth. So we got to cut that shit out. We got to figure that out and make sure we end that somehow, some way.
I think you're speaking of term limits too, right? This all coincides, right? I mean, it's pretty shocking. Just Mitch McConnell just freezing up. I'm sure you guys all seen those videos. And we got basically Nancy Pelosi's a gridlock.
Sign, by the way, if you freeze up like that, that's good.
Yeah, he did it twice too, I think, or maybe more times. Who knows at this point? And that's what we got going on in our government. I mean, and Dianne Feinstein, and just go down the list of they wheeled her out for a vote. She was literally was dead in her wheelchair. And of course, Biden. I mean, we literally had our leader, the leader of the free world, was basically a vegetable. So it's frightening how much we're willing to put aside the good of the country just for people that we have to back, probably with money or what do you call it, trade-offs or payoffs at this point amongst just to get their guy in, regardless of what where he is in his health or something,
Yeah, that whole all that celebrity stuff was that was embarrassing for the Democrats. They should have known it would have been, but I guess the way how they have this social engineering going on, they're just like, well, everybody loves the media. How about we just we target the media, the media hubs, the comedians, the entertainers, just have everybody come up here and dance and shake their butts for America. I don't really think that
Yeah, Becky, I gotta go harass PhD.
All right, go do it. Represent us good, Scatman.
Well, their title is DIE is over. Now what's gonna happen to the black people? It's like Jesus.
Oh boy, here we go.
Fucking goons. I'll be right back.
Some people just choose peace. You know what I mean?
Not Scatman. You don't know Scatman. He's all about the war.
I think his name was his secondary name was Poopy Hands or something like that.
Poopy butt. Yeah.
Oh, Poopy butt. Yeah, I guess he likes throwing. I thought he likes slinging shit. Poopy Hands. I was like, oh, that's clever. That's a new one. Yeah, man. If I was trolling, man, I do want to be on some, some type of enlightening or some type of something that elevates, and brings it to a different level rather than being low level and talking about the same things that don't even exist in now time and space. It gets remedial, and it starts feeling like the people who are all about that they must be remedial. They just like that energy they get from just saying the same thing over and over and just making people argue about it. You know what I'm saying? It gets so it's so redundant. It's like we've heard this before, but they'll keep saying it. And it'll come in various numbers, which does make people start thinking that maybe they do believe this isn't. That's the sad part, because it's like it's a different type of troll. It's almost like we were talking about that earlier in the room. Though it was about, I don't know, maybe about 30 minutes ago. We were talking about the the race thing. You know, it's like a weird concept because like a lot of black people when they hear you know, like a racist come off with like some of those little racist, you know, little stereotypical talking points, they kind of want to enlighten them so that they would have a different worldview or at least have a different like have an expanded worldview so that they would know more, so that they would not believe that that is true, the things that they believe, which is that, you know, lower IQ based off of ethnicity and all kind of weird, you know, whatever misnomers they want to put in there, just kind of make up things to talk about.
Which is why I was, you know, earlier in the conversation of everybody, or I forgot, there was two people that were getting offended because I said I'm not a Mexican, I'm American. That's precisely exactly why I say that, because it tends to bring out the inner racism in people, right? People that are caught up on race, ethnicity, and shit like that. Like, those are the people that tend to just be the loudest in the room. Every time, it always happens that way. Whenever I say I'm not Mexican, I'm American because I'm born here. You know what I mean? So that it just brings them out. It brings them out of the woodworks. And you get to see it, you know. I'm not caught up on race. I know what I am. You know, I know what blood runs through me. You know what I mean? So it's beside the point, but you know that's a way. That's what I was doing. You know, just so you can see it, that it's still an issue, a deep-rooted issue for whatever reason. I just, you know.
So I had this thing, right? Check it out. I know you won't believe me, right? But in when was it, when that George Floyd shit happened? It was 2020, right? So in 2020, there was a lot of conversation going on the media, especially, I was seeing it on Tucker Carlson's broadcast, because apparently he was not on syndicated TV at this time, but his show was being casted on the online platforms like YouTube and stuff like that. Because I actually sent a letter to the FCC that he should actually be fined for false reporting the news based off this one story that he was talking about. I actually have the YouTube video, sent it to the FCC. You know, they sent me back a letter saying that they can't do anything about it because this is not over-the-air television, or at least the clip that I sent him wasn't over-the-air television, which means on a regular cable broadcasting, you know, which was kind of weird because I started thinking like, wow, so that means that they could be putting out news and they could be, you know, not be held penalized for any false information they say or anything like that. It's starting to get to a very spooky place about the fact that they can do that. So what I ended up doing was I felt like kind of like I should take some sort of matter into my own hand, because I also was on social media. I've built a following over, you know, the different things that I post online. Like I've done comedy Twitter profiles. I've done music. I've created music that's on digital platforms right now. Had music in commercials and stuff like that. So in the midst of me doing that and garnering, you know, people, you know, receptive people, I thought, you know, a good thing for me to do would probably be to kind of dispel some of these things that I see that are getting pushed out throughout the media channels. Like a lot of this, like I said, it was like they were radicalizing people. It was like very blatant, and for some reason it seemed to be going on unabated with nobody bringing any attention to it except for on a political basis, where it's like, well, did you see what that Republican person said? Oh, that's egregious because of that. So that means you should vote Democrat. And that was the whole problem that they have with the things that were going on. And they're never actually getting to the fact that there's actually the actual issues, you know, the actual problematic activities or behaviors, or, you know, mostly activity, because there's a lot of activity that's going on that's illegal. And they're not being... There's like no checks and balances going on right now. So you end up in this situation, like I'm saying. So what I did is I posted a TikTok, just an image that I downloaded off of Twitter, and I posted this on TikTok, right? It was just a video about basically it became a video. It was just a picture about basically like a multi-part picture, a 3-series picture that just said basically a quote that said, well, in 1954 or something like that, when they were doing integration, police weren't abusing people when they were rioting in the streets. And then it showed like a picture of like some black people were driving down the street, and like there was a crowd of white people that were like trying to flip the car over. Like the car tilted on 2 wheels, like getting ready to be flipped over, and there were police officers standing around not doing anything. But then it was just basically doing the compare and contrast of now you see when there's crowds of people protesting something, there's large police presence, there's tanks, tear gas is going to look like Fallujah very soon. You know what I mean? As soon as you see a bunch of black people around, it's going to get real, explodey around there, And the thing is, that post that I post went viral. This shit hit over 10,000 likes. And this is like, I posted this on a blank profile that I made specifically because I knew that it might get flagged, and I didn't want my normal accounts to get shut down from posting any of these political views, because you're not really able to talk politics, especially, well, me personally, I wouldn't really want to talk politics on my business pages, because that's not what the pages are for. They're just for that specific purpose. So I didn't want to mix it just because of the fact that I have the audience, but I kind of wanted to like lead them there by like liking the post or something, just so they could see like notifications and they could just look at it. But it went crazy. And then very shortly I started hearing like on this news channel, I don't know if it was on the actual news, it was a young white kid having they made a news report, maybe it was on CNN or something, because I heard it a couple of times, that this kid was saying, oh, I've learned more about history on TikTok than I've learned in school, which is weird, because when I go on TikTok, I don't learn shit. There's nothing to learn on TikTok unless you want to learn a dance. You want to learn a little routine, and get hit with your grandchildren or something. There's no real information on there. Everybody's doing dance challenges and trying to run up as many milk crates as they possibly can. So I'm trying to figure out, where is this information that they're talking about? I searched on there, I didn't really see anything, but I'm pretty sure that kid, whoever that kid was, he saw that post that I posted, because that post went crazy on like this it's a very underground level. It's like all the posters who replied to it, because I had like 1,000+ comments under it too. I was reading through it because I was surprised that this post had so much interaction, because most of my other stuff has never went this crazy at all. I think that was probably the biggest thing I've posted over doing this a few years. And the comments under them, you could tell that they were from a very young set of people. Like, these people had to be younger than 18. And there were thousands of comments. They're having arguments and debates amongst each other about the ideas that they're having, and the way how they're raised creates what would you call it? I'm looking for the right word, but like it gives them like a like rose-tinted lenses, So they hear this information from, say, one of their parents saying, you should watch out for some racist. The regular stereotypical race stuff. Hey, you should watch out for black people, because they're the boogeyman. They're gonna get you if you get too close to them. So don't get too close. They're not as educated as you, and all this other just mumbo jumbo. I don't know what it is. If that's just something just said out of just hatred, just for maybe something happened to them when they were younger. But it actually starts to permeate the children, and then they react to it in the real world. Like, I've seen it in that comment section. Like, you could tell who was raised with an ideology that this post conflicts with. Like, this post literally would jar people so much that they would want to argue about this post. Like, they would literally want to start fighting. They would say, yeah, but what about that news report I heard about in Chicago? or some very. I don't know where this is coming from, but it's like a new wave of racism. It's not the same like it was back in the days. It's like a very like an isolated. You know about the thing that they call 4chaners, right? It's like a website. It's basically like Reddit, but it's not as mainstream. Yeah, so
4chan turned into 8chan or something like that, no? And then that's when the keyboards came about, the 4chan.
Right, so I don't really know too much about it, but I know how that specific group of people were getting like these type of messagings that mainstream people were not getting. It was like a very insular group. I don't know if you've ever used apps like this one they call Discord, but when you use this app, there's like a community type of environment to it, but it's very much closed off, because if you don't have an actual link to click on to access this portal, like from a community, you won't be able to have access to this community. It's like a very weird thing. So within that, they were able to isolate people and to create a community of isolated individuals. And that's the weirdest thing. They created a community of isolated individuals, and then they gave them a lot of antisocial ideologies for them to latch onto in this isolated, dark corner of reality that these people are going to be sitting in because of the internet, because of the fact that they have these channels on their phone that they're not even like a Twitter space where I could see it if I don't have, if I'm not subscribed to this channel. So it would, and a lot of it came through video gaming too, like in more recent times. That's why a lot of people who have been like these school shooters and things like that, they all have been in these types of channels. And usually it starts from gaming. They'll get into gaming, they'll follow a couple of specific content creators, and they're all adults. None of these people are children, and this is the weird part about it. It's a lot of adults creating content for children, basically to rope the children in. They'll preface it with it being a video game, so that when us normal adults are seeing these kids watching these videos, we're like, oh, this is some little, kids just watching each other play video games. This isn't worth me watching it. But you don't know that while your children and your nephews and all of them are sitting around and they're, watching other people play games and they're playing games themselves, that there is content being pushed in between hours of video. They literally mix it up like in the middle of hours of video and streams and stuff like that. They just put very adult themed ideas in the children's heads, like a lot of prejudices. There's a lot of sexism. There's a lot of very weird things that you would not want your children having access to, and if you knew that they were having access to it, you would definitely take it away from them or prevent them from going on those channels. Or you might take it a step further and get that removed off the fucking internet, because it really needs to go. A lot of these, there's predatorial gamers who are they're adults that are specifically catering to children. Like they're going off with the little accents and like trying to make like little kid voices and imitating like kid-centric characters, you know what I mean? And it's a very...
Ew, that's gross.
Yeah, those type of guys. Exactly what they do. And these guys are 35, and in the middle of their lecture or their little game streams, they'll start throwing up the Heil Hitler sign, and then the next stream, they'll wear an actual Hitler suit and be like, I'm just a Halloween costume. But then they'll keep saying like things of a Hitler-esque, sayings and quotes and stuff like that to actually radicalize some of these children who have no reason to even know that these things exist or to even think about them. And that's where it's starting to get like we would say, this is 2025. People are worried about working and building up their family legacy. Nobody wants to worry about racisms and all this stupid shit. We're trying to get away from thinking about that. We're just all worried about upward mobility and making sure that the country that we're in is sustainable, so that our children can live in the same country and they can, reap the benefits of all of our work, and all of our ingenuities and all of our, basically the fruits of our labor. But it's getting into a time where, I don't know, like it's some other actors at play, and they're not us. They definitely are not us. It doesn't matter what ethnicity, doesn't matter what country. It's something else going on. It's deeper than commerce too. It's not just capitalism. There's something else going on. It's a little deeper than capitalism. It's almost like I don't want to start getting into conspiracy, but it does seem like a kind of like an alien takeover. It's like some foreign entities. These aren't even. They're not even necessarily Chinese and Russians or Yugoslavians or anything. They're like just a specific set of people, and they're just like kind of hell bent on stirring up some shit so that they could keep everybody tussling with each other while they run off with the trophies, And that's what I'm talking about. Where you said that's where I'm agreeing with you about the capital thing. It's to that level, but we need to have a better direction than worrying about fucking Mike Pence. It's not really Mike Pence that you want to do that act to. It's the idea, it's the position that he holds, it's the activities that he's getting into and that he's able to do without impunity, that you guys want to, give him some consequence for the action. So it's bigger than just him, because even if that happened to him, there will be another person in place that will get paid off by the same people and do the same.
Yeah, and that's the one thing that Trumpers messed up on is they could have, just kind of forgot, just kind of push Trump aside, don't even think about him, and make a statement to the government that we're not putting up with this bullshit anymore. Just kind of get past Trump and that whole deal, and just be like, this goes for everybody, not just Trump. That you guys are not going to just be controlling us like you are, Yeah,
that's exactly what I'm trying to get to, and that's where all of this dividing is. I think that's the trick to it, because it could just be that simple, There was a rapper who said this thing. He said, "Rob the rich," not really the rich as in people who are affluent. We're talking about the people who are pilfering this world. There are people that are pilfering this world. You start thinking about it. When you work, you get taxed. That's about 12% on the low end. It's always going to be more than that. And then when you go to the grocery store and buy something, you're spending another 12% in tax. So you're basically getting taxed like about averaging around about 25% of your income at all times. And that's for everybody in this country, and that money is going somewhere. But infrastructure in America is failing. So where is this money going? It doesn't really seem like it's going into the infrastructure. It seems like it's kind of going into some people's pockets who then, are not only enriching themselves, but apparently they're building weapons to prevent us from ever, wisening up. And then if we do wisen up, will prevent us from doing anything about it. Because we do have a pretty solid law enforcement sector in America. The police are pretty militarized. They're not. I don't really think that any even group of people can really even go against the police of America. I don't think there's any faction that'll be big enough that a few counties of police couldn't handle. Which, you know, is going to make it hard for this, the whole idea of taking back the country to happen. We've allowed them to have so much of our tax money to buy so many weapons. I mean, there's no way we can. There's no way you can go ahead up with them in any way. So the storming the Capitol, the idea and the spirit is completely solid. I think that is the idea, but it's misguided. It was poorly instructed. It was mistargeted. It didn't cause the stir that it wanted to. The most that it did that was close to being on point is just showing that people will physically get in your face. And more than get in your face, they'll open your door. You know, and they will, and even more than open your door, we will grab your ass out of your chair and tie you up and drag your ass down to the parking lot, throw you in a car, and get to the business. If it is, you know, if that really is the point that we need to be getting to, which it pretty much is, but the thing is, see, it has to be to the right people. It cannot be to these little symbols of whatever the fuck you want to feel like is important in your life. It's not the democratic head that you want to grab. That's not the people you need to grab. The people that would need to be grabbed will be the people that, you know, after you've already tried and exhausted all the proper channels to get rid of these people, they're still, you know, they're still around wagging their stick, you know, and every time they wag their stick, is something else happens to us, you know, personally, and it's just, you know, it just has to be the right people, you know. It can't just be Mike Pence, because Mike Pence isn't the right person. Like, I don't think, has anybody heard from Mike Pence since he left office? Like, what is he doing? He's probably gardening or something, you know. He's just doing something very homely, you know. He's probably sipping wine or something, or Pinot Grigio.
Funeral was the last time I saw it.
Oh.
And obviously the inauguration, he was there, but...
No, I missed that one too.
Yeah, but I haven't heard him speak in a while, that's true.
Yeah, like, he wasn't the person to hang. Like, if you were going to hang him, like, what would that accomplish, you know? Like, it would just be symbolic, and that's what I'm getting to, is just the symbolism. It's very elementary, you know? I'm starting to think about it. I think, like, because that's like what I say about racists, you know? It just seems very handicapped of a person to really feel like there's a difference between a person based off their skin color, you know? There's no, I mean, each individual person has differences. Some people are more literate than others. It doesn't matter. They could be the same skin color. They could be in the same household and have different literacy levels. It's not all, you know, nothing's all the same. So I don't understand the whole mindset of a racist, other than they'd have to be a person who's never been around people who they're talking, you know, and making these points about, for them to let that foster in them so deep and be so ingrained that now when they go around said people, they have no other way to interact other than out of, you know, a bunch of like jump scares, you know, like, what are you doing, you know? They just think like there's just something, he's about to do something. You see him here, you see his skin color, he's about to do something. And you know what's crazy? I feel that way today when I walk in the grocery store. You know, it's weird. I walk in the grocery store, all of a sudden security has tensioned up from his relaxed position, and now he is being seen in almost every aisle that I walk through. It's a very weird thing. I don't know if you've ever encountered it. You know, you probably encountered it once or twice in your life in very small situations, you know, certain circumstances. But for it to happen so often is like, it starts to feel like, man, are these people like, like the short bus people? Because, like, you know how, like, you don't really see the people who are in, like, the modified ed, like, you don't see them after school, and, like, you would think, you know, that they, you know, you would hope that they've done better, but then you realize that that's the person at the cashier register that you're trying to cuss out. You know, that's the person who is following you around the store. You know, that's the person, the people who you're upset with in society a lot of times, you know, they just didn't have the education, or they were in an environment where their parents didn't really care to like do things like sit down and read with them. Think about enriching them in an educatable way, or in an educated way, in some way that enlightens their that strikes their thought process, so that they start having actual unique thoughts instead of having reactional responses to the outside world, which a lot of people have. And that's why I feel like that every day, like they say, the layman needs somebody to kind of help them, see things that are outside of what's in front of them. And that's where, like, even where the guy Jose earlier was talking about, wow, he's just seeing these jobs and he's 41, and that's crazy. That our education system is set up like that. Because, like, when I was in school, like I said, all they did was, like, the most that they did is they gave me, like, SAT prep and stuff like that. Like, get ready for your exams to see what college you're going into. And the only person I've even known that had an idea of a career field to go into was my little cousin, who went to a technical school. And the only reason he had the idea for that field is because they actually had a program that was an apprenticeship program where they would actually go to this oil refinery that was, but also we lived right next to the oil refinery, so therefore, that industry being an option is right in front of your face. His dad works there too, so you see the opportunity there. But when you're a person from the inner city, you're not thinking about working at the water treatment plant. You don't even know that there's a person who works at a water treatment plant in that capacity that you can, and that could actually be you. You're thinking that people already are seasoned in these jobs, they're going to be working there until they retire. But you're thinking, you don't even have the information in your eyesight, in your earshot. You don't have anybody who's done this career field, or you've never, there's no. It's almost like, in America they have a lot of information, but you have to actually look for it, as opposed to information being readily available as it should be. So the only people who really are finding this information are people who are so far removed from the American experience that they have to actually look to find things. Because you would think, as a normal citizen, you're going through a day in life, you see all these stores around you. You're like, oh, maybe I should get a job over here. I wouldn't mind working at Best Buy or something like that. So really the upward growth isn't really, it doesn't really come into the picture for most people who are leaning on, needing guidance. People who would love to be a civil engineer, but never even knew that the career field existed. They were thinking, oh, when I go to college, if I am able to go to college, because a lot of people's, like you were saying, the parents can't even afford them to go to college because of the fact that these jobs aren't paying enough. At the mundane job, or the daily jobs that now, that's why everybody was pushing for a higher minimum wage, which is now a whole generation too late, because now this generation is having to catch up for the fact that their parents didn't have it, which they're starting to, but now they're having to start from ground zero, where other people had inheritances that they were living off of, and things that could, propel them above working at Pizza Hut or something, trying to pay off their school loans until they could get into the career field that they wanted to, and stuff like that.
So why don't you move to like Switzerland or something?
How much would that cost?
Yeah, where you would have to pay lower rates instead of, the American sad experience.
So how much is like the average rent in that country?
You have to look for it, but I think it's way cheaper than America.
Because I heard they
go live there somewhere in Africa. You could live in. I think Africa is way more cheaper. You can live there. You could become a lawyer there or something. If America isn't good enough.
I think you don't understand English that well.
I do understand English. You're the one crying that high school was hard for you, and you couldn't do anything, and your
I don't think you.
Your wayward cousin had to help you. Sorry, I'm a graduate. Okay.
Oh yeah, you definitely didn't.
Waywards. Yeah.
You definitely didn't hear anything.
Yeah. That's why you're aggressive, because school would have taught you emotional control, right? Yeah, I will definitely to go to Sudan. Go to Sudan.
Mental health is very important, because when you have people like you who lick dogs in the mouth, you don't really have any
if my father has come
on
to Clubhouse to
reality,
cry to other men, that'd be so embarrassing. But okay, we're seeing
Are you stupid or are you?
No, that's just your father and your kids, not me.
Oh, okay. Oh, you are. Okay, thank you. Thanks for proving a point. Okay, yeah. On from the pointless shit that you were saying, right?
Right, you're crying about how your cousin begged you for something, and you're still a.
No, that's not what I said. So that's why you should listen.
What have you
in
accomplished
your
life?
You should just stop talking because you're completely talking about something that nobody else is talking
me about what you've accomplished instead of what you're waiting for the government to do for you.
Yeah, you're very uneducated.
Right, I know. Why don't you talk about things that you can do?
You weren't even listening to
You're just a failure. It's fine.
You're just talking about
it's
something
really
that nobody's talking about.
You're an aggressive failure.
Do you know what we're talking about?
We need to start having fathers in the home, because this emotional control of these type of men is becoming.
You haven't even said anything yet.
Why don't you?
This lady is talking to herself. This lady is a psychopath.
Why don't you take your emotions and put it in your pockets? And talk like someone who actually had a father.
Yeah, handicap. Anyway, the point was that was not you talking because you just. Who are you? Like you just came
the man that barely could make it out of high school wants to use a disability as an insult. Ooh. So boring. We're yawning. What else?
I mean, you haven't said anything yet. All you're doing is just talking over me.
Disgusting, literally.
What's that?
Is that dog in your DNA that got you barking?
Also have the cash app on file. Don't worry, I'm going to send you $50. You could definitely pay 2 years worth of child support with that. And feature your baby mama. Probably take yourself back to school.
She's definitely.
It could probably pay off the school.
This is exactly
probably
what
$10.
white people create. It's such a weird thing.
You have your cash app on your bio. Dressed up ratchets. You have no emotional intelligence. You're loud. You're aggressive. Please.
You're just talking.
You're complaining to people in Clubhouse about your high school experience and in what, the 80s? When did you go to high school?
You're still talking about nothing. You notice that, right? This is what education is in the white community.
You went to the high school in the
freedom, sitting online, and make up stories about.
We have opportunities in 2025. I don't know whether he's going to high school in 2025, because I would expect somebody your age to be talking about grad school. Not fucking high school. I'm sorry.
Yeah, put a muzzle on it.
The stereotypes are really stereotyping right now.
Yeah, the dog in your DNA is making you bark.
Yeah, the dog that fucked your ancestors, right? That's very embarrassing.
Cool. Yeah,
I'm happy to say that a dog is more than you.
These people are weird on the internet. I swear to God. This person who came on the internet to talk incoherent nonsense to random people.
Right. So, tell me why a dog earns more than you and have your cash app begging the same dogs to feed your kids. And isn't that embarrassing, emasculating? Isn't that
This is a mental handicap that needs to be rid from this country.
I know.
This is exactly what needs to go.
Mental handicap is feeding your ass for dinner. I would never live in a world where somebody riding a wheelchair is going to be earning more than me. But then here your dog ass is begging for those dogs to pay your bills. Say welcome. Say thank you, Mrs. Paw. Say thank you.
Matt, where'd you find this person?
Right.
Yo, Matt, come get this critter, man.
You wanted to troll. You couldn't keep up with the trolling, and now you're giving up, like your race,
You haven't said
like your
anything.
stereotype.
You're talking to a person who's not even me.
Go back to
I don't know
high
who you're
school
talking to.
failure.
You're a nutcase.
You don't have any stamina. You're a failure. I'm sorry. That's just plain and simple. You're not a man. You're a bitch. Do you want to cry about your high school life one more time so we can all ooh. Oh my god. Men in 2025 are emasculated. No testosterone's left.
What? I don't know, lady. Whatever, man.
Nothing. It's just I am crying about his high school.
That's your girl,
that happened like 50 years ago.
She just followed you for the room you just came.
I don't even know who she is.
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Pa Kitty.
Oh, Pa Kitty. Okay.
That's what I'm saying. That's a handicap, yo. This is crazy.
You could say it loud.
Oh, we need resources.
But then you're not a man. I mean, an average woman's clit is bigger than your dick. Again, you can make me hear it.
She's a living stereotype. Spewing stereotypes. Thinking that she sounds cool.
She literally stereotype cry. Ooh, come help me. Look at your coward ass. Please, stand for yourself. You don't need to beg any other person to have your back.
Nobody's even talking to you. You're talking to yourself.
And you're replying me like a little bitch. That's what you are. If I spit in your mouth, you're gonna
clearing up the stage. You're taking up the stage. You know, you're just wasting oxygen, breathing.
Before I came up, you were speaking alone about how you got fucked in high school. You fucking piece of shit. You're a failure. You're a loser.
That's not what happened.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. You brought this psychopath in here.
I don't know where she came from.
Anyway, I was responding to what Scat said about how he was going through schooling. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, lady.
I am.
Go drink with
Tell
some of your
us
sink.
about how, you got, you didn't have the opportunities in high school.
No, didn't have the information, lady. That's what the fuck we're talking about. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Oh my god.
We can all cry
Go somewhere. Go where you came from, man. You're such a weirdo.
Oh my god, it's so embarrassing.
Who birthed you?
Definitely not your mother.
Yeah, they should have swallowed you. That was a waste of a birth.
This is so embarrassing.
This is what you do with your life, lady?
Yes.
Yeah, you're a weirdo. Okay.
Yes, I put men like you in their place, and I walk them like dogs.
Oh, bitch. That's enough.
It's great. Yeah. You know what I think? Wanted me to start saying some like prejudicial shit too. That's what I'm saying, man. Those are the people that we need to get rid of. That's what I'm saying. Those are the people that are holding back progress. That is a textbook example of the person who was born under this type of indoctrination that I'm talking about. It's like, I wouldn't think the average person is racist. I wouldn't even try to, I wouldn't presume anything about a person that I don't know. I would meet the person, and then from there, I would be able to assess them based off of the things that they, their own behaviors and actions and choices. I wouldn't just come and turn on, oh, you, I could tell because your skin, look, your baby daddy, and black people. That was weird, That had nothing to do with what we were talking about. It was just talking about the fact that information is not readily available for a lot of people who are coming up, into the adult world. That's all we were talking about. I don't know what the hell she was on. That lady shit.
That was crazy, dude. It was entertaining for a small bit, but it got old, man. We're just trying to, enjoy the conversation, have some, and then she's talking about, it was just getting a lot of hand. You can't let her abuse the whole fucking crowd like that for too long, Like, bitch, go take that corn cob out of your ass, and then maybe come back and talk. God. Sorry, man, I don't mean to be, modding up like that and then kicking people, but after a while I didn't want to run people off and shit. It was, it was getting out of hand.
Yeah, it was just remedial. I didn't want to I don't even know where she came from. She's talking out left field, not talking about the topic, not saying oh, you should have went to school, like, this stupid shit.
I just don't understand. Yeah, like, God, this bitch is all sad, mad because Trump won or something. I don't know what is up her ass, but, you know, I mean, goddamn. I mean, after a while, like, give it a rest, lady. Go somewhere else. You know? By the way, Trump, they said, is at an all-time popularity right now, man. So it's, you know, which is pretty cool.
It's interesting, right? What one man can do and bring out people's true colors. That's one of the reasons why. Another one of the reasons why when I'm so headed, you know, I guess you could. I'm so caught up in the MAGA movement or the Trump movement is because when I put on that MAGA hat, I saw people's true colors. I lost quote unquote friends. Family members wouldn't talk to me. Everybody's true colors came out, and it's interesting what a phrase "Make America Great Again" can do to certain people. Like if it's some psychological television teleprogramming that people endured. It just when they seen that orange man on the television come up, just it made them act a certain way. You know, and I loved it, man. I love to see people's true colors come out. It just shows how intolerant people can be and ignorance of some people. And, you know, you found out who your real ones were. And long story short, you became, you know, great friends with the most randomest people because y'all supported Trump. You know what I mean? So it's 4D chess, not 5D yet. It's 4D chess.
Yeah. But this is a celebratory moment, so we're not going to let some woman come in here with fucking sour grapes come in here and abuse us and shit. I don't know. I was too high. I was sitting in the background listening to the shit for a little bit. I was smoking and I kicked her out of here early. Like, what the fuck? Like, what's your problem, bitch? I understand.
She came in pretty hot. Can you hear me, by the way? I'm in the car. I'm going to be in the car for an hour or so now.
I was loving that energy, man. That was chuckling up a storm over there.
You're good, Matt. You're good.
I see.
Hey, and like the true capitalist we are. Next time there's a sour grape that comes into the room, let's just turn her into some wine and make some progress off of her.
Where was that guy that was talking about his French wine?
Yeah, I know. Yeah. That was
got
funny.
a bottle right here. That was at least 2 bottles. You seen her neck? That was crazy.
That was funny though, man. Like that fucking
cat. You didn't see that? Oh my god.
That French guy talking about like, oh, if Trump implements these tariffs, you guys won't get French wine. Like, dude, we got bigger fish to fry, motherfucker. We ain't worried about it. All right. You remember that earlier?
You would drink gasoline if it was good for her.
No, I'm saying, man, like,
take 2 cups. I'm gonna head up.
I'm not saying French wine isn't good, I'm sure, but dude, I've only drank like American wine, so I don't know what the fuck that guy's talking about. Like, we're gonna be just fine. As, you know, not having if we lose access to French wine, we're not going to either. That's the point. Is our market's too attractive. You know what I mean? Like, they're still gonna sell their French wine to America. They ain't just gonna make off like fucking bandits anymore. They're gonna, like Matt said, they're gonna get a price, you know, to do business with us. That's bullshit. How the fuck did they I think that's bullshit. Like NAFTA, the whole premise, oh, America, they thought that we had such a leg up that it was just a good idea to hamstring us, tie our hands behind our back and just make it to where every country can send their goods into us in our country with no fucking tariffs at all, for completely free, but anything we send into their country, we get tariffed up the ass. Even like that guy said, that French dude. He said, yeah, you know, we tariff the fuck out of you guys. Like, of course you do. You know, motherfuckers. And then we give you a free fucking ride, and then what do? You don't even buy American cars. You're buying Chinese cars, dickheads. Like, what the fuck? Just hurting ourselves. Just killing us, man. So, you know, a few men can make just a lot of money while the whole country in general suffers. You know, any industry, man. I mean, it has to suffer. If you're competing with companies that, you know, for like China and Mexico and different countries and companies, and they don't have to pay any taxes on the goods that come in, like, what the fuck is that shit? How do we compete with that? You can't. And that's why we've lost all of our manufacturing.
I mean, our government's be getting bought out by those companies, so that's what I was talking about, having to find the particular people who need to get removed. Has to be very particular, very well researched, you know, and get those specific people out, because they're the ones that's, you know, they're robbing us from the inside, and there's no way to get inside unless you want to get in a fight with the Secret Service and National Guard, you know.
Yeah, we got the unions are fucked up, you know. Unions are, I know people try to say unions are good. Maybe like the idea of protecting your the employees are protected, and they, you know, they're kind of the owners or whatever. You know, I don't know how that, but just what happens, they become too powerful, and then they fucking become ineffective. You got like teachers unions that demand like crazy shit, and then they're really bad teachers, and then they can't get fired. I think that's the worst thing about unions, is that they're so protected that even if they're shit at their job, they just can't get fucking fired, you know?
Yeah, a lot of them do also support Democratic politicians. A lot of unions do. So if you have these big ass unions supporting these Democratic agendas, then, you know, that's all. It's like I know there's a phrase to it, but you're literally stabbing yourself with your own sword.
Yeah.
I don't see it.
I will say that there's the flip side of that, though. I always, you know, worked in Montana my whole life pretty much, you know, and they pay okay, you know, construction, they pay a little bit more.
But then easy Rip. I'm gonna call you Rip from now on. I'm gonna call you Rip.
Well, I'm just saying, I did that shit, but then you know, my grandparents got a couple of rentals in South Dakota, and they wanted me to stay in one time. So I lived in Belfast, South Dakota one time, and moved over there and shit, moved into their house, and there was these, well, first of all, I noticed, dude, like, the jobs around there don't pay for fucking dog shit. And South Dakota and Wyoming, it's at-will employment, or, you know, like, what do they call that? Basically, it's like, you know, where they can fire you for anything, dude. Even like there's no employee protections, you know. So and they don't pay for dog shit there. So you know, I, you know, did get fired from one of my jobs, but the other jobs, I just noticed, you know, that they didn't pay for shit, you know. And how I got fired from my job was I hurt my fucking ankle off the job, and wasn't able to be there for a week, you know. And I came back, and they had somebody had filled in my position, and they just said, "Sorry, bro," you know, like, I just got, you know, and that wouldn't happen in Montana. They can't just fucking fire you, you know. You get hurt and shit like that, or, you know, they can't just fire you. There's a little bit more employee protections, you know. But I'll just say, like, so there's a flip side of it, you know. You got to have, you know, justified reason to let go of your employees, I would say, you know.
But see, that's the real problem that's going on here, and that's what I'm trying to get to, where we can get past all this Democrat Republican shit, because these employers have way too much fucking power. The real estate owners have too much fucking power. They can basically evict anybody at any time, collect as much as they want, and then not even uphold their end, because all they have to say is, well, my house is important, I need to do something with it. And you're out of that. You're out of your job if you get injured, like you just said. And they're just like, well, we don't know if this is what we can compensate for, or they'll make up some red tape about, well, it didn't happen on the job, so, you know, you're going to have to be in work tomorrow at 8. You know what I mean? And it's fucking crazy. There's no leeway for your humanity, for your actual, your being, you know what I mean? Your personhood. They don't, it's almost like they just built this, like they've, through the bureaucratic means, have made it where basically really are just a cog in the wheel. Like we are being overseen by the government now. It's not the government is a reflection of us and people who we put in place. It's like there are overseers, like they need to educate us. No, we're the people who have placed them in place to represent us while we have more important things to deal with, like our families and our communities, and they're supposed to do the oversight of the other things. But why are they not? For one, why are they not doing it? And then two, why are they not being held accountable when they're not doing it? Is the real issue. Is the real question that should be getting asked. You're not worried about Kamala or Biden or Trump or whoever the hell he has as the vice president. Who is the vice president now? Do you guys know? Actually don't know.
J.D. Vance.
Oh, J.D. Vance? Oh, okay, he did get through.
I can't fucking believe it. I just found weed in my hair from the weed shop. Hair in my weed from the weed shop. What the fuck?
Sounds like a happy new year to me.
I don't know. I'm not supposed to find hair in my weed though from the weed shop. That's not. But anyway, no, dude. It is out of hand, and that's the thing is, the American dream is fucking almost dead because the old American dream was you can own a house, and have a vehicle and, a family. Bro, I can't fucking afford a vehicle. I can't afford a house. I mean, I can't afford a big house. I can afford a small house, but that's what I'm in right now. But like, I can't afford a family. That's really it. Like, I want to have kids. I want to have a fucking family, but I can't. I can't afford it, bro. And that's sad as fuck. People should be able to afford a house. Should be able to afford a family with a wife and kids and a dog and shit, bro. Like, I got a dog, thank God. That's my family. Like that's my kid. That's what I can afford. And that fucking hurts, man. That bums me out. Like my last girlfriend, I didn't want to have kids with her. She was younger than me, a little bit, and we just weren't right. She was a city girl. I was a small town boy, however that goes. And so, but I just didn't want to fucking get this girl pregnant, I do eventually want to find a girl that actually I want to have kids with, but thing is, even if she was that perfect one right now, I can't afford it. Like, I can't afford a kid. That bums me out. I want to have 2 kids eventually, but what the fuck? Like, the American dream's struggling right now, right?
Yeah, because it's the inflation. This shit is crazy. Because basically, the way how they're making it, or how they have made it, I believe is fully instituted. You basically cannot exist out here on one salary. And if you're existing on one salary, you are cutting it close every month.
Dude, you are. That's true. It's really true. And, man, that's fucking tough. You do. You almost have to wife up or get married up, and then, then you're fucking fighting about money because that's the number one issue that's the number one cause of marriage breakups is money, financial strain. And
it's like the only way to make it functional is you have to find a career-oriented woman who is also on the upwardly mobile mentality of thinking about security and longevity and all of that, which
so important,
now it's starting to get further in between because you got a lot of people who are just living in the moment and a lot of people who are now getting spoiled because of the internet with this whole live fast lifestyle. All you got to do is hang out, go to parties, slut out a bit. You can live vicariously through just partying as a woman. You don't have to pay for drinks. You could just go around and meet guys who will give you a little, ability to hang out for the next couple of weeks without having to, be working anywhere. And it's just making it harder for just the average person to, and I'm thinking that it all has to do with, this social engineering that's going off on the top level that's pushing it because they are actually coming for the physical after all of the conversations like that cat lady came in here spouting all of that that separation from men, this men anxiety, this misandry viewpoint, in order to make sure that men aren't being able to be with women to be able to go and get these houses, so that all these houses are going to be on the market. And after a couple of years of people going through their little back and forths about men versus women and all of this, all these properties are going to be bought up. Everybody's going to be looking for real estate, and all they're going to find is just places to rent that are $25, $3,000 a month.
Yeah.
When you're dealing with that, they're also going to put the what do you call it, the little rule in place where you have to make 3 times the amount of rent, like what's going on out here in LA right now. And nobody's going to be able to afford it because nobody's making $9,000 on average right now. So that means if you're making $85,000 a year, you still couldn't qualify for a rental. You know, that's basically what they're trying to get to.
Yeah, it's crazy, dude. Living in California is not the way. You know, I don't know. You can tell that woman, man, things probably going good for her, so she's got to take it out on us, you know. But, bro, it is bad. Like, struggling financially in this country, a lot of people are. And having a family, you know, like that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm so strong about these tariffs, that we need to implement them. And people say, oh, if you do that, goods are going to go up. Like, bro, don't you understand? Goods are already going up. Like, and with no end in sight. And goods are shrinking, getting more expensive. Things are becoming unobtainable, bro. We've gotten to this point because of things like NAFTA. Not just NAFTA, but, you know, selling us out. Selling out our manufacturing. Currently, bro, we're not sustainable. You know, this wasn't implemented that long ago, you know? I mean, if you think about it. And we have drastically, like, changed. You know, where we can't make another 20 years at this rate. American families can't afford it, you know, and we're just going to lose all of our jobs, lose all of our manufacturing, and make it to where everything's so small and so unaffordable that we're just all fucked. That's what's happening here. So we got to change it. We got to get back to it. If we would have had Kamala, that would have been the nail in the fucking coffin, guys. I really believe that. And so Trump was getting us right on track, man. These tariffs can get us back to where we can bring our manufacturing back and bring jobs back. It's already working. You know, Samsung has already said they want to bring the dryer division here because of the tariffs. We got John Deere that was in Mexico. They want to come back to America. You know, a bunch of fucking companies were leaving so they could make off like bandits. Not pay have cheaper fucking labor, but then have to pay no tariffs when it comes into America. So they were losing nothing. They were gaining everything. You know, it's just really fucked, man. So we got to get back to it, you know.
Yeah, like the company AT&T. I don't know if you know anything about AT&T.
I know who they are.
But so a few years ago, I was living in the Caribbean, and we have AT&T as our major, most prominent, most strongest signaled service provider for cell phones and more like hotspots and more like digital data and stuff like that. And just one day, out of the blue, we received some notification that no longer was this company called AT&T that we were connected to, but it was called something called Liberty or something like that, like Liberty Mobile or some weird company, right? It was like it ended up being like some Venezuelan annexed company with the towers and stuff like that. But apparently what was happening at that time, which I didn't really realize, that AT&T was pulling out of America completely. They're not even they don't even have offices in America anymore. And this is crazy because they're like one of the most major service providers in America. Right now, if you call AT&T and get to any person who's speaking, it's going to be a random Filipino person.
Or and I know fucking India or Pakistan. I used to have AT&T, you know, like their version of Straight Talk and shit. Right. And you could never talk to an American. It was always a guy from Pakistan or India. Bangladesh, you know.
Yeah, the ones I were talking to were for the Philippines because I remember having full conversations with them. And I started realizing, I'm like, wait, how are you guys getting these jobs at these call centers? Because I was interested in that at one point in time. Because I was thinking, like, if I was working at a call center, like for one of these major communications companies, I wouldn't have to work in an office. I could work from where I'm at because apparently I'm hearing a bunch of times that I call in, I'm hearing like roosters in the background and stuff. I'm like, wait, are you working from home? That's interesting. Like, I would. Now that I think about it, I would like to have one of those jobs on the side of my
problem is that what they're doing is that they're, what do they call it, outsourcing?
But they haven't outsourced. This is the crazy part. They have fully moved the entire company of AT&T outside of the United States. It is no longer a company that is based in the United States. They don't pay any United States tax. All they have in America are the storefronts.
Oh, wow.
So when you walk through the mall and such, and you see the AT&T logo, you're still thinking, another company. But to realize this company is not even in America anymore. All they have is the places where they sell you the iPhones and charge you for the subscription to use their internet. I mean, not the internet, but the radio frequencies.
Yeah.
For your phone signal.
Because, like you said, they can escape the taxes. They can escape the labor costs, right?
And then they're charging those people probably like $6-7 on average an hour to be working in those call centers. Because a lot of them sound like they're so busy at home still. Like, I'm hearing people cooking sometimes on call. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell is going on here?
Yeah, that'd be fucking tough, man. Because they do have call centers in America, and one time when I was in Kalispell, I remember I was looking for jobs years ago, and I went and applied there and went through the whole interview, and they showed us all the whole, because you get paid anyway, like if you go through the training. But they showed me what it was like, and I was like, wow, like I'm not doing this, like, because I mean it's just you sit all fucking day for 8 hours. You have to sit there for 8 fucking hours, man. And I have ADHD, and I was like, nope, I'm gonna go do something physical, like I can't do this. Like I cannot sit still for 8 hours.
I wonder what's going to happen with all the companies and people who move or make Puerto Rico their permanent residence just to avoid that federal tax. I wonder what's going to happen with them. I know there's a lot of people. Yeah.
What was it?
People who move to Puerto Rico to avoid paying federal tax will make Puerto Rico their primary residence to avoid paying federal tax. Yeah. That or companies. I don't know of any off the top of my head, but I know that's a thing as well.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know about that, but is that something that he talked about fixing, or?
No, not specifically, but I'm thinking along the lines of just paying taxes in general. I wonder with the new system, the ERS, I wonder what's going to happen with the whole tax system itself.
Yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Hopefully they'll get it under control. Whatever that is. They might not change it. Because Puerto Rico is really fucked up. Like they have no infrastructure hardly. We got a family friend who lives there, who's got a house there. And she used to go there all the time before that big ass fucking hurricane wiped out their electrical system, remember? But that was like fucking 5 years ago. I think almost longer than that. 8 years ago. And it still has not been fixed. They still have blackouts all over and shit. It's not a good situation in Puerto Rico. It's so mismanaged, man. And then, like that comedian said, it's real. They have a real garbage problem, man. That's what he was referencing, actually. No one knew about it, but, like in a wide scale. But their garbage disposal management is really shit, so they're piling up with nowhere to go with their garbage. And so that's what they were talking about. Or So it's just, I don't know, it's liberals running that fucking country, or that territory. It's embarrassing to even call it an American territory, because it should not be run like that.
Yeah, well, the thing with Puerto Rico, because I actually lived, where I lived was like right next to Puerto Rico. During that whole, the hurricane and all of that, because I was there during that hurricane too, it was really fucked up. But Puerto Rico has this problem of imperialists basically taking over the island, where the person who was in charge, it was this, if you ever look up the woman who was, I don't know if they have presidents, I forgot what it was, or their head person over there was
I think it's a mayor, right? Or mayor.
She was basically she looked like a Spaniard, Hispanic person with she literally would dye her hair blonde and was wearing contacts. Like, she was an insane woman, right? So what happened now is America and other countries sent a bunch of aid over there. They sent a whole bunch of canned foods and things for people, tarps and stuff for people to cover their roofs that were, had holes in it temporarily until, they were able to get people out there to do the construction and stuff like that. And the governor and her fucking cronies took all of the money that was given as aid and put it in their pockets and disappeared, ran away, disappeared for months, and basically were discovered later that they had these warehouses that were full of resources that were not spread out amongst the community because they didn't want to actually do the work of, creating the centers for everybody to go and get their resources and stuff like that. So it really is not really managed by a democratic person as much as it's ran by basically pirates. And if you want to get to it, it's really Pirates of the Caribbean going on over there, which is crazy because I really feel like all of this, even all of these small little stories, are all part of the bigger picture. It's almost like these people were trying out strategies in these different locations to see how long it would take for people, the actual people of the country, to get upset about whatever the fuck the government is doing, and when they start rebelling, and they were just testing the limits just to see, that was one of the stress tests.
Pretty fucked up.
Puerto Rico is fucked up. I'm not gonna lie. I would probably not go to Puerto Rico like that.
No, my mom at one time, thank God, fucking she didn't, but she was planning on thinking about buying like a property over there too, but because that's what my family, her friend did, is my family friend, I guess, but so her buddy did, and then that fucking hurricane hit. Now they don't have electricity. Everyone's running off generators and shit. Like, that would suck.
Yeah, definitely.
Paying for fuel to run your place. It's just, it's almost like it's not America. It's weird,
Yeah, it's definitely not America. It's a protectorate. I don't know if it's actually incorporated in.
They call it it's a territory. Of America.
So what they do is they usually have like an agreement where they're not really they're not recognized as a part of the 48 continental United States, but they still receive aid in exchange for the naval route, because they do have a naval route that runs over there that keeps basically that entire area safe from intruders, because nobody literally can come through that area because of America's presence over there. Like, the U.S. Coast Guard does not fuck around in any area over there. Anything that moves is getting stopped. It doesn't matter if that motherfucker is a submarine. It's getting stopped. The U.S. Coast Guard does not fuck around in the Atlantic Ocean over there. That's about as because there's so much activity over there on a daily basis. They're just so wired. you'd probably have to be on coke to be Coast Guard over there, or you have to be smoking something that keeps you wired to the T, because that place is so volatile and they ride up and down it all day. You cannot take a boat and go from one island to the next without popping up on their radar and about to be intercepted for sure. That's the one military I definitely give respect to, because they're fucking they are ready to go.
United States military?
No, the Coast Guard.
Oh yeah.
They're fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean I've seen videos of them jumping on fucking,
Right. You'll see one Coast Guard boat unloading a boat with like 200-300 people on the shit. And you won't see nobody act crazy. Everybody be very calm. Because you can't get away. Once you're in the water, you're basically stuck there. There's nowhere for you to go. And they're basically gonna treat you like a crab in a barrel.
Yeah, pretty much they are.
They have killed people in the water on a regular basis. You try to jump over, you're going down. You don't listen to commands, you're going down. And that's what I'm just saying. Like as a country, though. I mean, yeah, Puerto Rico is what that is, but that's like, what's crazy? Like, through all of these stories, like, I see, like, there's like a lesson in all of these stories. Like, even with Donald Trump, like, I had this very weird conspiracy theory. Now, tell me if you agree with me, man. This is kind of weird. It's kind of out there, right? I'm gonna just throw it out there just to see if it hits on anything.
Okay.
Donald Trump is very similar to Jesus.
In what way?
This is the way how I'm saying it, though. I'm not just saying Trump is just like this guy. He's like, within that same spirit. He's kind of like like Jesus, but inverted. Not necessarily, not to say that he's bad while Jesus was good. What I'm saying is that, like, there was a lot of things that he was saying, right? He was saying these things out loud. And if you really look at it from the outside in, you'll be wondering, like, why is he saying these things? Like, when he's talking about the national, I think it was not Katrina, but there was a hurricane that happened like the south, like the mid-south or something like that.
Yeah.
And I can't remember, but I remember that he went to the national weather, or the whatever the company is for that.
Yeah.
And they had like this path of a hurricane or a tornado that was supposed to be coming, and he drew on it with a Sharpie, right? He drew like some extension, and he was just like, huh, And it just seemed kind of weird. People were like, why did he just draw that extra circle on there with the Sharpie and like highlight this area too? But then you start thinking about it afterwards, and you start realizing, like, hey, what if it is possible for these people to, maybe they do have things that can create environmental disasters, like the thing that happened in LA this past 2 weeks. That shit has been fucking crazy. Literally, I drive to the beach because I just hang out around and dick around a lot. I'm hanging out at the beach, and I'm taking pictures of the landscaping over there because it looks really photographic, and I try to get into photography, so I like snapping photos. So I'm over there snapping photos, and I just turn, let me say, about a 90-degree to the other direction, basically from what would be considered Venice Beach or Santa Monica Beach towards the Pacific Palisades. And I'm seeing this billowing of smoke that looks crazy, right? And I'm like, what the hell is that? And I look a little closer, and I see the hillside on fire. Like, just the hill, like, I could see fire in, like, I actually have pictures of it. I'm going to change my PTR to it right now. But I look to the side, and I see this fire, and I'm like, what? That looks kind of crazy right there. And then to find out, what it really was the beginning of something fucking catastrophic, you know? And it didn't stop there, because then it spread to 4 other places in the city. Not necessarily because of this exact, because of this one fire and the direction of the smoke and stuff, but it like, when it caught on more inland, like, what's the city name? Altadena, and basically the last 2 places or 3 places that it caught on to, the fact that it was centralized inside of, like, deep inside of a city, the fire, when it went along the path of the wind blowing, it spread, and it just jumped around, and it jumped onto people's houses, and it jumped onto all kind of shit. But it was a very weird situation, because right before that, say a week before that, there was no disturbance in the weather. It was raining. It would rain sporadically, on and off. Like, say, 2 out of the 7 days before, it was raining, or it rained throughout the day, which is weird. And it wasn't really that windy, but particularly that one day when that fire started, the wind gusts were going up to, quarterly, it was reported that it was going over 100 miles an hour in that area, like 105 miles an hour, like between 80 to 105 miles an hour. The wind everywhere was just whipping, and like, I'm talking about stuff on the ground that must have been there for a couple of weeks, some trash that somebody threw. That shit was getting thrown at your car window, like it was getting pitched, like it was throwing the debris off of the ground in, a place that has never been before. Like, it had a weather pattern that I had never seen since I've been in the city, and I've been here close to a year now. But the wind just picked up so strong that one day, and it just whipped fire. You know what I'm saying? It whipped fire to the point that the fire was turning into little mini tornadoes, like fire nados.
So just to add some facts to that, do we have weather modifying plants? Yes, we do. HARP is one. There's also an article that Saudi Arabia. There's an article where Saudi Arabia, they were creating their own clouds to create rain, because of the temperatures that were bringing so hot. So do we have weather modifying technology? Yes, we do. Now, the conspiracy part is, was it a conspiracy to use weather modifying technology to start these fires, to start these earthquakes, or tsunamis, whatever it is, they're planning? That, I guess, that's to the eye of the beholder. Someone like me, do I believe some of this was caused because of weather modification? Some were, maybe some. Others are definitely man-made. I know one thing we did find: there was a lot of paid actors, a lot of people who were paid to start riots, and that's also a fact as well. So, are we at war? Yeah, we're at war within. This is part of the casualty, I guess you could say. Not everybody can be saved. It's just a matter of where you're at and how far you can think ahead, and got to make that choice on your own.
Because what was kind of part of the idea, what they were talking about the Palisades themselves, is that if you ever been to Los Angeles and like the Beverly Hills area, like behind of Hollywood and all of that stuff, like the houses are so tucked off in like these like bushy enclaves, like they're so far away from like normal paths of travel or other activity in the city itself. And it's kind of weird because all these houses in that area and around, even in the Pacific Palisades, all of these houses were probably at the very minimum $2 million and up, going up into the hundreds of millions of dollars. And like, I started thinking about you know, when people were talking about, oh, this could have been conspiracy, because they were talking about that they found a couple people that actually were starting fires that actually did become sizable and needed to be put out by the firefighters in the city. Is this the thing? Because, you know, that whole area is just full of very expensive houses that I feel like, you know, a lot of people, like, that whole area was, like, unattainable to the average person. Like, nobody could live in those areas. And most of the people who even lived in those areas, in even the current time, were living there because it was a house that they inherited from their parents. Like, literally, probably about a week ago, I had to drop off something to that a friend of mine sent me to go drop off, and the location that it gave me, I didn't know anything about it until I got there, and apparently this is the house next door to the Playboy Mansion, or the old Playboy Mansion, and the owner of the house, he had like a very weird energy to him. You know, he didn't seem like a person who was very energetic and business oriented to be able to afford such a thing like this. So maybe, you know, really just made me start thinking like, oh, I'm pretty sure he was given this house, like, definitely, because like he didn't even want to open the gate. Like, he walked to the front, which was weird because most people over there, they also have security. You know, they have a whole staff of people there that would usually do things like answer doors and stuff like that. But for some reason, this guy was very humble. You know, he was very, very down to earth, and it just made me think that, yeah, I could tell for sure he didn't, rob people of their, insurance funds and stuff like that to be able to buy one of these houses, because, you know, a lot of these super affluent people, you know, I don't know exactly what job field they're in, but it seems to be that a lot of them are obtaining their money through it being handed to them in lump sums for them to be able to do things that are, you know, outside of even our wheelhouses of people who work for decades out of our lives and still struggling with the housing. I mean, with the basically the real estate situation. Starts to make you, start thinking about, there must be a real conspiracy, and I don't think it's anything about party. I think it's a collaborative. I think it's all encompassing. I think it's more than just the Democrats are trying something. I think they're teaming up to try something, but they're kind of like playing good cop, bad cop.
Yeah. Oh yeah, dude. I mean, they're gonna try to do whatever they can to stop them, which really sucks because I really want some stuff done. I don't know what the Democrats can't do too much, but there's also people that are on our side, supposedly our side, the Republican side, that are gonna, like Mitch McConnell holdouts, that fucker who, Mitch McConnell, he retired, and so we got a bunch of senators that are pro Mitch McConnell, maybe not necessarily pro Trump. So we'll see what happens there. What's up, Holly?
Hey, so just having dinner with my nana, who is hates Trump to pieces. She watches CNN all day long. Oh crap! I just missed my. Anyway, I was asking her what the news was, and she's always watching. She said that apparently, is it true that Trump pardoned all J6 offenders, even the violent ones?
Yes.
Why? Why did he? I thought that was not what was ever going to happen. Why did he do that?
Because it's crazy.
Well, that was always the plan. I think I'm pretty sure every one of the ones that were actually like violent against cops, like their sentences got commuted. It was obvious that they just weren't given like trials that were fair. They were political prisoners. So the best thing to do was pardon these people, commute their sentences. A lot of these people were shuffled into the Capitol definitely, and so the ones that cause problems that, we just kind of have to just let them all go, is kind of what I've always thought too.
There's a handful of cases that are still being looked at according to what the man said. But yeah, I think a lot of them were pardoned. I doubt that this is where it ends for a lot of them, especially the violent ones. But if there are any sentences for the violent ones, then where does that leave everybody in all of like Antifa and the people through BLM and so on and so forth? Where does that leave them? Do you know what I mean? Are we going to go back in time and retroactively ping their cell phone location to see if they were the ones who started the fire at the Civic Center in Seattle or in Oregon? You know what I mean? So it's like, either you start fresh, you start a new playing field, or, you go back and just kind of, knock on the door and just say, hey, remember that time you threw that?
Yeah. Yeah. She was
I do remember Vance saying that they weren't going to throw the violent. It wasn't for the violent offenders, though. Do you remember that?
Yeah, 100%. That's what I always heard the rhetoric was. Wait, let me finish.
Go ahead.
I can't hear you that great anyway. And I'm probably about to lose y'all. What I was gonna say was, she was saying that supposedly a bunch of people on the right in politics are upset about this. It's causing, like, he's pissed a lot of people off, and that there are apparently on CNN, and they're showing like some of these people were turned in by their family or girlfriends, what have you, and some of the the bad guys, like the violent ones, like these people are now saying like, hey, we're scared. Is anyone going to protect us? So I guess there's a little bit of worry about that. I wonder if y'all seen that.
I heard all that too, Holly. I heard the same thing that your Nana heard.
I love the hypocrisy because, we could say the same thing about BLM or anyone with the BLM sticker on their car or something like that. It's just, yeah, I really hope Trump's...
Wait, the question is, though, like for Holly and Brian, is what do you say to Nana? How do you explain to Nana or think that that's even a good thing?
Man, that's tough, but I think what I would just tell her is just say, Nana, MAGA. That's it. Move forward.
Yeah, that's not going to win an argument with her. But I think there's legitimate concern. I mean, it's interesting, Gigi, you heard this too. Did you hear that on CNN, or did you hear that stuff on a different...
I'm sure I just... I don't know where. I don't watch CNN, so I don't. But I might have seen it on Instagram. I might have seen it on Instagram that way, because I do watch. I try to watch a bunch of different things.
Yeah, because it does. That is interesting, like aspect of, like, is there culpability in the government's part since they've pardoned some of these people, especially the ones who are violent? Like, what does the one who maybe is now like, oh my gosh, are they going to come after me? Like, I guess they could just have a restraining order or something if they feel really afraid. I don't know.
So the ones that feel afraid, I did see, like I saw some girl say that she had turned her uncle in or some relative in, and I didn't hear the one that you talked about. So they're afraid now because they are getting out and could hurt them because is that what we're thinking? Is that the process of thinking?
I guess so, yeah, right?
Yeah, versus that they are violent people and they're afraid for them to go out into the community. Because at first I thought, that they're scared because they're violent people, but then I got it, they're scared because they turned them in. That's why.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, a little fucking twerp who turned in his uncle and then now he's on CNN, I mean, God. Or it was his dad. It was a dad. He turned in his own fucking dad. To go on CNN, what a little piece of shit twerp. I'd definitely sign him out of my will. And you bet if I caught him at the bar, I'd probably give him a couple of slaps, like, what the fuck, prick? I never taught you like that.
But I would really love a list
of all the people and the quote unquote crimes that they committed to see how many of those people were really committed for violence or really were violent. I'm just sort of curious, like, was not all those people were violent. A lot of those people were just walking through, but some of them were violent. I want to know, like, how many did he pardon of the violent ones? That's what I'm interested in.
There was 18 commutations. Those are the people that you're referring to. So, there's pardons and there's like commutations. So I think there's about 18 of them.
18, you said? And what exactly is a commutation?
Yeah, I might have mixed up that order. Do you guys remember we had this conversation like really early in the morning? I got it mixed up. I think pardon is the one where you have a blanket pardon, so that's like the best one. Commutation is like, it's just like this, maybe just the sentence part of it. I don't know. Yeah, commutation.
Commuting the sentence.
That would be important.
It's a lesser sentence, basically, is what it is. So they don't let him out, but it's a lesser sentence.
Okay, so then that's what you could tell Nana. Like, that's what I would, if we know, they're still, I don't know, are they still in jail, or is it a later,
no, whatever I think the ones that are actually commuted, I was just reading, I mean, they don't get out, they don't get pardoned, but they get their sentences reduced. So that's probably for the ones that were violent. The 18 that were violent.
Yeah, I think that's about right, yeah. It's a big difference.
When you're speaking.
Exactly, it's a big difference because it's not saying, oh, you're completely free from everything you've done. You still have your sentence, it's just been reduced or something along those lines, yeah.
So that's something I'm glad that we discussed that. That's something I want to dig deeper into so that when my son comes and asks me, I can explain it to him.
I got it. So grab a nice cup of coffee, bring it to Grandma, sit down next to her. In your phone, pull up your phone, and then you're going to bring up the insurrection of the Brett Kavanaugh hearing when he was about to be appointed during the Me Too movement, right? There was an insurrection of the Me Too movement. Bring that up. And then just even out the playing field, you got to find neutral common ground. Then once you have her entertained with that, grab another cup of coffee and then bring up Antifa and the destruction they did. And then I would pose the question, what type of sentence would you say? Would you give these people? Nana? And then you just have the conversation, try to meet neutral ground, and then, hey, you're more than welcome back to Thanksgiving table.
I also saw that they passed the Lake and Riley bill, which is great. I'm very happy to hear about that. I'm in Georgia, so that's a pretty big win for us.
So what bill is that exactly? What is that? What is that? Like, what is that bill? What's going on?
So I haven't dug into the particulars about it. Maybe Matt has, but from what I've just skimmed it really and loosely been following it. But apparently it basically just mandates that if a non-citizen commits a crime, I think it's for some reason about theft, although I'm sure there's more details to it, but I saw a lot about theft. But that they have to be arrested, and I think Homeland Security maybe needs to get involved. I don't know. When I was reading through it, I was kind of like scratching my head a little because I'm like, isn't this what we're already doing? I was a little confused. Maybe Matt, do you know more about the Lake and Riley bill, the particulars of it?
I mean, you're on the right track. I'm driving, so if I go in and out. Basically, any crime committed by those particular people, they are automatically deported. There's no sticking around for a judge and jury, if that makes more sense. I think, at least, like you, Holly, I haven't dug into the details. I just know it from the surface level perspective,
That's cool, though. Good.
I had a question about birthright citizenship. So it's still within topic range. So I was talking with somebody there a few days ago about Trump wants to do birth. He wants to cancel that, basically. And some people will say that, well, it's unconstitutional, but that would have to be challenging the Constitution. But also, it would have to. Someone told me it would have to be passed by like the Senate and the House and all that. But since Republicans already have the Senate and House, it would be. Do you think it would be expedited very easily and not challenged as much, or do you think? What do you guys think about that, like Matt?
Well, it's definitely going to the Supreme Court. I can tell you that much. I know that's definitely going to the Supreme Court. But yeah, to answer your question, I think it would have a really. I don't think there's any hold up for it. That's what you're asking in terms of the Senate and Congress.
Yeah, because the hold up, I don't think it would be hold up too much because, like, isn't some of the judges?
Isn't it unconstitutional?
They're not. Well, I don't know. Somebody said.
I don't know if that's in the Constitution, necessarily, but that's the law. That's always been like the law of the land, right? Or
right.
What law it is?
And they can smooth fast track that because there's more red in the government instead of blue right now.
The other thing is when he says stuff, he doesn't always tell you exactly what he means, as we just saw. But so he will say things and we will think, oh, he means this, but he has some whole other scenario in his brain. So I just always feel like I have to know exactly what I never really honestly.
Right, because you
Wait,
want to know this.
Was birthright citizenship always a thing? I didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're born in America, you can be American. Yes.
Yeah, but I was like on my way out the door of the job. I was like, well, that if they ended that would definitely be less an incentive for people to sneak into the country. But
I thought yes, if you're born here, but if one of your parents was American, I didn't know because I think of if you're born here and neither of your parents are citizens at the time, then you're like an anchor baby, right? I didn't think that was always a thing. I thought that was a relevant.
Yeah, I thought it always was.
Okay, is that true then?
I'm gonna look it up right now.
Well, with the person.
I'm gonna look it up.
So does it? So okay, so. So I don't know the specifics of that. Someone in the chat brought that up. So he wants to end that on the premise of, okay, if two illegal people sneak into the country and have a baby, that person is a citizen, right? But that's the reason why he could possibly end it, because he wouldn't do it for legal citizens. So why would he end it then? He's not going to do it for people who have working visas. No, that wouldn't work because they did it the right way. People who have their green cards who are on their way being citizens. So maybe that would make no sense.
So are you saying that it would be illegal citizens that would apply to?
Yeah, that's what it would seem. It would make the most sense.
Say that I'm illegal, came in, had a baby. Now my baby can be American and stay in America. I can leave and go back, and I can leave her with somebody else, and she can grow up to be American, but I would get deported.
But what was the point of doing that?
But I don't know.
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, there is a point for some people. Not, you have to be really destitute for that to happen. But yes, it does happen. So, but I don't know if it was also that they would let the parents stay. Wasn't there like what was that other, the Sunshine Kids? What was it? The Dream Kids, the Dreamers,
yeah.
Right? So Dreamers were kids that were, had illegal parents, and they were born here, right? Isn't that what a dreamer is? So is that what you're talking
that's my understanding. That's my understanding of it. Anchor babies, dreamers.
So the dreamers are going to get deported as well.
Well, they're not going to retroactively do that though. It's just moving forward is my understanding. You can't I don't think you can strip it. Yeah, I think it's just moving forward.
Okay, I feel better. Okay.
I was wondering if it actually can do that, but
I I'm not sure you can. I just looked up what y'all were talking about, and my research just got me to the 14th Amendment, and that was 1868, and the 14th Amendment guarantees citizenship by birth. And you would have to edit the 14th Amendment in order to be able to do that. And I'm not sure you could do that with an executive power.
But does it mention anything about the parents in that 14th Amendment?
Right.
Does it mention anything more about that?
And I think back then they're assuming that they aren't illegals, you know?
Yeah.
Like they're coming
Yeah,
like assuming that they were already American or already here in this country.
Yeah, well, you're also talking, this is the 14th Amendment about slavery, and you're talking about people that came here not by their own free will, you know, but they're here now, and now they have kids, and their kids get citizenship based on the 14th Amendment, 1868.
Well, we didn't have a choice of not being here, but that's a whole different story. But like we're talking about, but it's
yes, sir. That's why I said by not of their own free will. But the point is they were here from another place, but they're kids from here. So the 14th Amendment gives them the right to citizenship. And again, I don't think you can change with an executive order or an amendment to the Constitution.
But are there like little clauses or specifics and details under that birthright citizenship? Is what I'm asking.
Yeah, like if you're a diplomat from another country and you have like full qualified immunity, you know, being here, so you're not really, you know, here as a visitor, you're here as a diplomat, and your child being born here would still be, you know, your country's child, not ours.
That makes sense.
That's interesting. So you're saying they've been using the 14th Amendment to justify the constitutionality of anchor babies, essentially?
Well, anchor babies was a term that was from, I looked that up on Wikipedia also. It was a term based in like, I think 87. There was a boat full of Vietnamese people that somehow got over here, and, you know, there were babies that were born here, and that was like the first time that the phrase had ever really been used in a modern slang. But it didn't refer to anything official other than, you know, just like news anchor slang from like the 80s.
So what exactly is Trump's, what is Trump saying that he's going to sign about oh my gosh, what's the word in English, about the, what we're talking about, the birthright citizenship.
Birthright citizenship.
Yeah, so what exactly, we don't know exactly what it says.
Well, I look at it as a South Georgia boy that's not the smartest, you know, the sharpest tool in the shed, but I still think you can't change the 14th Amendment like that.
I mean, I would think so too. I just don't know what in Trump's brain he's thinking about doing exactly, you know?
But here's the thing, they're not...
Because really the parents, illegal parents, don't have any rights. It's only the kid. So is he saying that birthright citizenship is no longer valid, meaning to him that the parents can't stay with the kids, that the parents are illegals, now they have to go back. If the kid, and I think Tom Homan said this before, if the kid wants this, he did say this. He said if the child wants to stay, the child can stay, but the parents have to leave.
Well, that's how the current laws are anyway, Gigi. If they were to actually follow the law, that's how it's supposed to be.
Right. And I never thought that what he was saying was not of the law. When Homan was saying all that, I'm like, right, because that's the law, that the parents are not citizens, they're illegals, but the baby, because it's born here, is an American citizen. So that's why I never understood why people were so upset about it, because has always been the law. So the question, I guess, is what the heck is Trump, what does it mean to him, this whole birthright citizenship thing?
I think the question that you're going to have to ask is, okay, if these people enter the country illegally, you know, does the Constitution apply to them? That, you know, the 14th Amendment would apply for anchor babies. you know, because they're here illegally, then the Constitution, he can sign an executive order that it doesn't apply to non-U.S. citizens that are here illegally. And he could probably make it backdoor that way.
Okay. Now I'm starting to see that. Okay.
Yeah, and to further that, they get here, right? They don't have a social security number yet. They don't have a naturalization number or whatever you call it. You can't even get most bare necessities, like the bare minimum, without that. They're not entitled to damn near an ID almost. Like you have to get the basic things like when you go into DMV, you gotta have a birth certificate, you gotta know your social security number, you gotta know your information. But like you have basic papers to get you the bare essentials just to function around your neighborhood and your local county. I mean, let's say they go out.
You could be an illegal and have started the whole process and done everything, and then abandoned ship and not gone back and not paid and you're staying here illegally now. So they're all different. They're all different situations. Do you know what I'm saying?
I'm not saying you can't get it, but you're not entitled. You're not entitled to that. Not to say you couldn't get that.
I kind of remember. I don't know. I feel like that is not completely accurate, but I just remember my cleaning lady. She's from Brazil. She was doing all her immigration paper stuff, but I guess that's legally. So she did have, she had a bank account, so you have to have a social security number or something for that. She was paying her taxes, but she wasn't a citizen yet. But she had to go up to Boston to go do something else for her papers. If she didn't do all that, then she could have been considered illegal. Am I just talking around in circles now? Sorry, guys.
Oh no, I get what you're trying to say. She has to keep up with your paperwork.
And
All the moderators will allow the new gentleman on stage. Hellbound.
Yeah, I hope that's not a big mic.
It's not.
Shut up, Rich. If you keep doing this shit, you're going to the audience like permanently. Because I do not care.
I have no mic.
There's an ISO happening. You are not included in it.
Just get out the way, child. Look, Finley, it's not actually my words. According to the King of England at the time, when he sent these dead prisoners to Georgia and many other places, he called them trash, the trash of England. As a matter of fact, you can find this in a book. If you'd like me to send it to you, I can. It's the name of the book is called White Trash. That's the title, yeah. No, it's actually written by a Jewish woman, by the way, a Jewish historian.
That changes nothing.
That's the reason why I called them trash, Finley. Right?
That's fair. I didn't. I'm not. Listen. I didn't. Did I challenge? Lion, wait.
You're free to go.
Did I challenge the reason why you called them trash, Lion? No, I didn't. I said you agree with them.
I'm just going by their designation, the identity that their king had gave them. And called them white trash.
That's fair.
And
And you agree with them.
And I agree. Hey, listen, if you decided right now to call yourself Flanders, I will agree with you.
Well, Lion is such a bad debater, man. Let's move on.
Terrible.
You're a white man, Lion. I already told you that several times.
No, I am the best debater, and that's the reason why you try your best to avoid me at all costs.
Lion.
Because you already know you're going to get caught up in these little conundrums that you put yourselves in.
Lion, I've always told you that you are the blackest white man that I've ever seen. You want to go down the criteria of whiteness, we can easily do so.
Hey, listen.
Monica, yes or no?
Concrete. Concrete. I said to him.
Monica, yes or no?
I didn't hear you. I wouldn't listen.
Do you love Monica? Yes or no?
No, I don't love Monica.
You lying? You said that shit earlier today. You said you love Monica.
No. I love the fact that she annoys the shit out of people like you.
Get the fuck out of here, bro.
Like all of you have there's some things that disgust me about your personalities, but even some of you have some utility, something that I can use against others.
Man, you are a white man, man.
You're the pawns on my little chessboard.
The only thing you're missing as a white man is I don't think you know how to play golf. Do you know how to play golf? Yes or no?
Say, I do know how to play golf.
There it is right there.
Yo, Concrete. Remember the character that Dave Chappelle played, the pale white black dude, the newscaster? That's why. No, not Bigsby. Not Bigsby. Yeah, Lion is definitely Clayton Bigsby. I'm talking about the newscaster.
I go to top golf pretty often.
Always makes points.
And also I shoot guns. I go to top golf. I do play basketball. I just don't. I don't smoke.
What's your number?
Why are you not going to the golf range? What's wrong with you, Ryan?
I skate. I also ski.
What's top golf?
What's top golf?
You never been to top golf, Mike?
What is it?
It's like an indoor. It's an indoor. Take a shooting range.
Yeah.
Add floors, right? Different floors, and you can shoot to these big giant targets.
I also base jumped off of a building.
It's not the same as a range, though.
I also base jumped off of a building in Las Vegas.
Is it the one in Las Vegas?
They have them everywhere.
And you can fall off and die and shit. You can fall off the net.
If you're on the third floor and you fall over it. No, they got nets. They got nets up there.
I even I rock climbed in at the Grand Canyon. So yeah.
Did you?
Yeah, sure did.
Top golf. Hey, well, they don't have a top golf at that, Mike?
No, I don't. I've been to Vegas where you're on this fucking high thing and you can if you fall and you die, bro.
Respect on his name. Yeah, no, they do. I think they do are 3 levels. So yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, because then I might have been to something.
Yeah.
Me and I don't even need to
always agree. Yeah, but the good thing about top golf, Mike, you don't have to know how to play. It's pretty dope because I can't play.
I don't know why.
You gotta fix it golf like that. I don't know how to golf. I'm just out in the range.
Steven, your mic is a little
I can still hoop for it. That's why I'm playing.
Bima, are you around?
I can still hoop too.
No, you can't.
Because I don't think we're going to get a stage discussion, but I'd love a chat discussion.
If I really wanted to, I'd probably dunk on you.
Yeah, that definitely happened.
Damn.
Definitely. Because first of all, I'm gonna hack you if you jump. If you're able to jump that high to dunk on me, you getting hacked anyway.
Yo, Mike, well, how you gonna do this hack Mr. Finley? He can't make his free throws.
Hey, Ford, how tall are you?
Shut up. What phone do you got? Your microphone was killing Max. What phone do you got?
I just got.
How tall are you, Ford?
I got the base.
6'1".
We the same height.
Yeah, I can dunk on you.
You can dunk at 6'1". That's pretty good.
Yeah, I can dunk. I just started dunking again recently.
You can dunk?
Yeah, I used to have booms when I was younger, and then I had surgery and couldn't dunk, and then about 2 months ago, I got back up there.
He can't dunk. Ooh.
Yeah.
Who you talking to?
I can touch the rim sometimes.
I can't dunk. I can hoop.
Because dunking is you gotta do you guys ever see that thing where Phil Jackson's talking about Michael Jordan and why he thinks he's the best? You ever see that shit?
I've seen some different clips.
Where he talks about his thumb, he can palm the ball.
Yeah, because I think he moves he had really big hair, so you know what I mean? That's how you can do that little pump.
He was 6'6". He better have some big hands.
Michael Jordan to me is I don't know anything about basketball. I'm kind of a bandwagon rider, but when you hear people talk about him, they call him the Black Jesus, right? This is they say that
yes.
the aura of his when he walks into a room is just and I know what they're saying too. He's such a fucking even his symmetry. If you look at the symmetry of the
charisma, you think, or what?
Nah, there's just something about that fucking.
Magnetism.
He is the biggest. he is the biggest jerk in the world, though. He's the biggest douche in the world.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's so much about that, but it's just
from the childhood.
Actually, if you listen to other people talk about me and Mike, they all say the same thing.
I know. I hear it all the time. I don't care. It makes me like him more.
Hang on. With Jordan, you have this aura like.
Knowledge, you rebel.
Hang on one second.
Fight that knowledge. Fight.
Monica. Hey.
I'm hearing you for with. Go ahead.
He went to this historic program in North Carolina, right, with this all-world coach and Dean Williams, right?
You mean Dean Smith?
Oh, excuse me, Dean Smith. Sorry about that. But he gives an 18-year-old kid the shot to win a championship game, and like he was so unfazed by it. And they make real good reference in that movie about with Nike and the first shoe that they produced for Jordan. Because like that was something in that aura of something about this kid that you really couldn't put a finger on, but then you just seen all this ability.
Yeah, it's incredible. Incredible.
And Finley, he had bigger hands for someone that was 6'6". So because most of these NBA guys are.
But he realized
that's
moderators. He realized allow fourth to turn just because someone's amazing.
Wait, but what about the idea of like him versus Kobe? Like the way he even I don't know, dude. Like just the way he looks when he's just so much of a more solid person, bro. He had a better smile. The guy was a fucking stud, dude. He was a fucking stud. You know what I mean? Like you should see my YouTube algorithm because it's so motivating that like I make sure that anything Michael Jordan I like because I like to see all these things pop up. The guy, there's just something special about that guy, dude. Some humans are fucking special, and in that context, he's fucking special. I think he blows out everybody. And my second favorite basketball player, without knowing much about basketball, was Allen Iverson. Right? There was something about that guy too. And have you guys ever heard like the speech when Iverson talks about Michael Jordan?
Did they?
You are listening to Mahakatha Meditation Mantras, the world's most loved source for healing meditation mantras for peace, positive energy, and abundance. Shri Ram Rameti Rameti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranam Tattulya Ramanam Varanane Shri Ram Rameti Rameti Rame Rame Manorame Sahasranam Tattulya Ramanam Varanane. You are listening.
No.